What time was it sent?
I sent it at 6:21 yesterday. Mr. Adams, Mr. Steele, Mr. Weinstein. Matthews.
Did anybody get an email called Your Scan? Yes?
Oh, yes, I did get your scan.
Okay, well, that's it, apparently. Did we get one, Ms. Percifield?
Photographs, right?
Yeah. I mean, I think it was supposed to be pages of the Twitter that she wanted.
I received your scan that had nothing but photographs, Instagram photographs.
That was it.
Okay, I think it was Twitter, not Instagram, but,
Oh.
okay, all right. Well, we didn't get it. The court didn't get it, so can you resend to Ms. Percifield? And Mr. Shart didn't get it. I mean, I don't know what happened sometime in the Ethernet between send and receive, but everybody else get it?
No, Bruce did not.
Mr. Harvey was,
He's not on this.
he's not even included.
I didn't send it to the court. I sent it to Ms. Percival.
Yeah, no, I know, but she said she didn't get it. We need to address before we have our next witness and jury this morning.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
I just want to keep the court apprised. I was in contact with Mr. Atkins last night, and
okay,
we compared lists. We have a slight discrepancy on what's in or what's out based on the court's ruling about the transcript.
okay,
We may have a discrepancy. Mr. Atkins is reviewing what I sent to him,
Okay.
and we'll report back, but I assume the state is not planning on playing it immediately. Is that?
pretty immediately. Sounds like. So maybe we need to get that sorted.
Mr. Atkins is checking what he sent.
during this time where folks are looking, I just want to raise the issue of the request to not video Detective Gaither. I realized that in the past, there was a request for the media to not video Gaither, Detective Gaither, but, and I didn't realize this before, I'm sure I objected to it before, but I don't understand the legitimate security concern regarding, I mean, maybe they can articulate one, a legitimate security concern regarding Detective Gaither, because she's all over media. I mean, she's a star of First 48. She gets an 8.4 rating, actually, so it's apparently a pretty good show that she's on. But I don't understand why she can be on commercial television and the AJC and everywhere else and not be televised here.
I'll ask the state.
Your Honor, I think that, I know that this was dealt with previously. She is no longer in law enforcement. She's retired, and she, in her capacity at her current position, is not working as law enforcement, but is in a position that we believe warrants the protocol that was placed in place last time that she testified.
Can you share with me what that position is?
Sure, if the court will allow me to do it at the bench with whoever with defense wants to come up,
Okay,
so that
is
I'm not-
she on shows like First
No,
48?
She does not.
Has she been on shows like First 48 identified as by her name?
I have not seen her on First 48. I cannot speak to what Mr. Weinstein said. I have never seen her on First 48. But if he says he saw her, I don't think, and I don't believe that there's any reason to change what.
Well, we could just ask her.
And Your Honor, we could, but she's not. If she was or is on some episodes of First 48 that are playing now, she was in law enforcement. She had to have been during that time. I know.
Right. The point is, if her identity is out there anyway, readily available for anybody who wants to see it, identified as a law enforcement officer, then
May I
what?
approach?
Yes. Order remains in place. Wait. Yeah, I know.
The good news is out of all of the issues, there's only 3 that we disagree on.
Okay,
And we're trying to figure that out.
okay, that's fine. All right, well, I guess we can't really have the witness in to testify until those couple of things get figured out. So I am gonna recess because I need to check on something.
question about some things.
Okay.
So, Mr. Shart and the state disagree on number 14, page 81, line 22 to 82, line 2. The portion that the court kept out was, yeah, I told him Shannon hot-headed. The line after that, we have that it is included and available for impeachment purposes. They all want names for themselves. They want names for themselves. And when I asked the witness on the stand, I was looking to go back to see all that I asked him, but I don't have that transcript in front of me. But he said, when I asked him, it's everything that he said about the 3 people who are currently on trial. Or why is it that everything you say about them, you can remember they didn't say, or you told a lie, but you can't remember anything else. That would allow what he is saying here to be an inconsistent statement about them wanting names for themselves. That is the one area that there's disagreement on. There were 2, so the other one is.
Your Honor,
Hang
can I
on,
respond
let's
to that
do
one?
one at a time.
The-
And so the state had that it could be used for impeachment.
Yes.
The state keeps taking the stance that as long as something was, and I'm not conceding that it was a prior inconsistent statement because I don't recall them asking that, but they seem to be taking the stance that as long as something's a prior inconsistent statement, it's automatically admissible. And this is speculation. It's speculating about my client's intent in doing something that he wasn't even there for. So that was the foundation is, did my client like say, hey, I did this and this is why? And that foundation was never laid. It's not a matter of prior inconsistent statement.
Right, yeah. And what you had was that it was out unless a foundation was laid.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, Your Honor, that's, I'd ask that the court check the court's notes because there was
So
not,
I can't find my notes, unfortunately. I don't have any idea where they went to.
because our notes are specifically that it can be used for impeachment purposes. And the argument that his client wasn't there is belied by the witness's statement to the police that he was, which the court is requiring that we keep out because the court ruled that it has to be kept out. About, I don't know why he's saying his client wasn't there.
I didn't say my client was.
It's just what he just said.
I said that.
No, that's not what he said.
He just said my client wasn't there. He
I said
literally
Mr.
just said
Jeffery
my
was
client wasn't there.
Okay, but that's not why it's being kept out.
I'm aware. You mean,
I mean, the ruling
was
would
that-
have been, I mean, it's the same thing as the similar one that we talked about yesterday. I would have said, lay a foundation that he actually knew that and it wasn't just his speculation.
Your Honor, this is someone who, during the course of this entire interview with the police, and certainly around this area, talked about his relationship with and how much time he spent with this defendant. I believe that as a member of YSL and as a person that we see throughout each of their social media pages, associating themselves with one another, not just Mr. Stillwell's, but Mr. Zachary's, that the jury can, the jury should be allowed to hear what Mr. Zachary's observations were. If he observes that they are acting in a way, and he hears them on some occasions say, let's go get that money.
All right,
To-
here's the thing, is that you didn't establish that this was based on his personal observation, or that he heard them say things like this, or that he had such a confidential, close relationship with Mr. Stillwell that they shared all of this kind of thing. You just didn't establish it.
Your Honor, that is because the witness would not acknowledge it. But the fact that he does, having listened to his interview multiple times, he establishes it in the interview. And that is the reason that we are saying the jury should be allowed to hear all of what he said so that they can determine which version of the truth they believe, the one where he's sitting in front of the defendants saying, now everything I said about them is a lie, or the version where he gives intricate details about his interactions with the defendant and the way or what he observed during those interactions. There are moments where he said Woody was curled up on the couch. He was scared to go.
Okay,
You
but
know,
we're not
that's just an
talking about
example.
his relationship with Woody right now.
I'm giving an example of his observations, the type of details that he gave in the interview. And so as it relates to defendant Stillwell, he's telling the police how many, when he interacts with them, what happens during the interaction. He's telling them when they started associating, they asked questions like,
Miss Love, I understand all of that. If it's just based on what's all in the interview, it seemed to me at the time, and nothing was established to convince me that this was anything more than his theorizing about what it was. And the rules of evidence are there for a reason. It's not that I want this in or I want this out. It's that it has not been established that he has a basis to say this beyond his own musings about it. And therefore the ruling stands. What's the next one?
so,
What's the next one?
okay, so I'm sorry that the first one was that it was, so it wasn't for impeachment purposes. It was something different. Okay. So the second one was, the call that the court addressed either later last week or earlier last week regarding it was in August that the court addressed the call about them putting Shannon, Pokey, Woody, and Mr. Zachary when they were at Big Boo's grandmother's house. And Boo got a call from Mushi, and $10,000 was put on the head of anybody who set out to harm Lucci.
Mhm.
Mr. Zachary said that in his interview that Woody came in. It was stated there's $10,000 on the head.
Okay, is there a transcript reference?
Line page 22. I'm sorry, page 109, line 25 to page 111, line 4. And the court number 22, redaction request number 22. I don't know if the court's
I don't
Nope.
seem to have the chart. If I could find the chart, then I would have my notes. But anyway, I
well, our
recall-
chart says that it's in. I don't know what
show me what your chart, the chart looks like.
It was,
Just
they tried to revisit this yes.
No, we didn't.
show me what the chart looks like.
Don't
Just
show
turn
me
it
the chart.
around and let me see it.
Mr. Atkins is coming up to the.
Oh, is this something y'all gave me before, or this is just your own chart
No,
of my?
we used it, and didn't we we gave you a copy of it, and that's how we were referencing it in the arguments.
Your Honor, if I
Uh-huh.
may,
Yes.
Mr. Shard's redaction chart that he sent to the court and state, that is the same list that when we went through the redactions in court, those 2 days or 2
Okay,
days and a
wasn't
half,
that,
and it was labeled from the 2015 interview 1 through, I believe Mr. Shard's last redaction was 43. this is Mr. Shard's redaction request number 22.
And I think that Mr. Atkins went over all of this last week. Do we not?
Okay, and what I wrote next to 22 was only to Kenneth Copeland or Zachary, not Stillwell.
And that is, my understanding is that Mr. Shard is arguing that the call itself, the fact that there was that call and he's arguing that all of that came out and we have that it is not out.
Yeah.
Well, the trick is, Your Honor, in this,
Can you try to use your mic?
in this transcript, in this passage, there are several references to we, that in the context, it's clear that Copeland is spilling the beans not only on himself, but on Shannon. So, for instance, I don't know if Your Honor has the
I
transcript.
do.
Okay, so for instance, 110, line 20. No, they said they did it. 111, line, where is it? There's 111, line 4. He like, man, we just shot up Lucci Mama's house. So there's things that in that spilling the beans by Copeland that in the context of this interview, as it's played to the jury, is going to implicate Shannon. I understand. Now, I don't agree that this proves anything, but I understand the evidentiary rulings that Mr. Zachary at one time claimed he was in this room and he saw Shannon and Kenneth Copeland and they left and then they came back, and I understand a phone call came in. But what Kenneth Copeland said while they were in that room is hearsay that does not fit into an exception, and it implicates my client. So that's, of course, I would love if it just all came out. It would be cleaner, and also I'd prefer it. But if we definitely need to, as was your ruling from the beginning, we need to clean up what Woody said insofar as it implicates my client.
Well, do you have a proposal for how to do that?
Take out what Woody said.
Short of that? I mean, is there something in here that it's, there's a Stillwell reference that can be cleaned up? What was the number for that first one y'all were talking about?
Your Honor, the first one was number 14. And the state does have a proposal when the court's ready.
All right, what's your proposal?
So, Your Honor, there was 3 requested redactions that all pertain to the shooting of Mr. Bennett's mother's home. And so number 21, Mr. Shard's request number 21, the court, as the court just stated, permitted the state to address as long as it didn't pertain to defendant Stillwell. And so Zachary has a line when he's saying who committed this act, where he says Woody, Shannon, and Little Pokey. So the state is redacting where he says Shannon, so that later on, when he references they or we, the jury will
Okay.
not hear that he definitively states Shannon.
Okay.
Well-
That ought to solve it.
Well, that doesn't solve, the problem is we'd have to redact, and I don't think the state's going to agree to this, but we'd have to redact Shannon from the whole story because it's not just that Woody at one point says,
We did it, essentially, yeah.
it's not so much that Quindarius Zachary says, I mean, clearly I want that out, but also in Quindarius Zachary's telling of this story,
Mhm.
Shannon is with Woody in the beginning, which he saw with his own eyes. I understand why that would come in, but what I'm saying is the references to Shannon are not limited to the conclusory statement.
Well, I mean, that's just going to be what it is.
Okay, so we're taking out the conclusory thing, but
Well, I mean, the specific, naming of the people, because I had said that could only come in if it was established that Stillwell was there when Mr. Copeland said we did it, and that wasn't established.
So the court, with respect to Shannon, that is the ruling that. we
Right,
have.
so if you redact that word, then
Yeah.
when later on, it doesn't sound like it's Shannon, it sounds like it's the two of them that he's already mentioned, so that fixes that.
But he can say, and we can get in the fact that Shannon, Woody told Shannon and Popey, let's ride.
Yes,
see, and that's my problem, Your Honor. I think that they inescapably refers to Shannon in the mind of the jurors, even if we take out the one conclusory
okay,
line.
well, I mean, that may be what you think, but that's the way we're gonna handle it.
Okay, I
What's the
understand.
next
And just for the record, Your Honor, it is the lines that I'm concerned about on the transcript are 111, line 4, where it says, he like man, we just shot up Lucci's mama's house, and page 10, line 20, where it says, no, they said they did it.
Okay, well, I don't agree that it still sounds like Shannon when
Okay,
only certain people were named and he's not one of
I understand the court's ruling.
them. Okay, what's the next one?
I think that's the only two, but I just.
Oh, I thought y'all said there were 3.
We shake his head.
Okay. All right.
So I just need to make sure, I would like to make sure with the witness that those two areas are clearly understood. We bring her out here and something.
All right, and actually, for the number 14 that we were discussing before, my notes were that y'all had come to agreement about that. The one the very first one that we took up.
We agreed on hot-headed. They all want names for themselves is the portion that we have noted the court allowed us to use for impeachment. Yesterday, I asked the court to allow us to include the hot-headed. The court denied the request, so the only thing that, and I said that was something we previously agreed on, the hot-headed. And the court denied that request, but the rest of it, the court said that it could be used for impeachment purposes.
Okay, so my note on that, now that I have the notes, is that y'all had agreed that I didn't make a ruling, that y'all had agreed that the character about Shannon was out except to show moving up because wanted to make names. So if y'all are no longer in agreement, then my ruling would be a foundation was not established. So I think we're ready for the witness and the jury.
I want to make sure. articulate them to her so that we don't get into, without really asking questions to avoid some of this. And I want to make certain that we don't get into any.
Okay. Let's, if you can do that fairly quickly, because we've had the jury waiting for 40 minutes already. Is the witness ready? All right, let's go ahead and get the witness in. We are waiting on both of Mr. Williams' attorneys. Have to tell them not to go to the bathroom at the same time. You can come on up to the stand. Hmm? You are. Well, she's already testified. You already have been testifying in this case. All right, I'll just, when the jury gets in, go ahead and have a seat for now. As we're waiting on one of the attorneys anyway, I'll just remind you that you've already been sworn. I need one of them back. All right, let's go ahead and get the jury. I'm sure it's somewhere. All right, thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for your patience while we sorted out some evidentiary matters this morning. All right, so we have Detective Gaither on the stand now, and I'll just remind you, ma'am, that you are still under oath. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Your Honor, and welcome back, Sergeant Gaither. Sergeant Gaither, would you please tell the jury whether during your investigation of events that happened in 2015 as they related to If Gang and YSL, you had an occasion to interview Quindarius Zachary on August the 5th, 2015?
Yes.
All right. And at the time that you interviewed him, did you call him to be interviewed, or did he or someone on his behalf reach out to you?
Yeah, there were a couple people on his behalf that reached out to me,
Okay.
stating that he wanted to talk to me.
Okay. And I'm going to,
Yeah.
Microphone.
I'm going to give you one that might work a little bit better. Okay. And had you left your number with family members of his, as you have in other cases, if they wanted to reach out with you?
Yes.
And is that the way that family member contacted you?
Yes.
All right. Was Quindarius Zachary brought over to the Atlanta Police Department from the Fulton County Jail?
Yes.
All right. Now, is it the custom that when a person comes in to see you, you make any observations about whether or not they're in any condition to talk? And by that, I mean, if someone's sloppy drunk, or if they're obviously under the influence, or...
Yes.
And if they are in no condition, by your estimation, to talk, do you continue to talk with them anyway, or do you send them back, or?
No, I don't talk to anyone that's under the influence or under distress or anything. We'll just revisit it at another time.
Okay. And when you spoke to Quindarius Zachary on August the 5th of 2015, did he appear to be in any physical distress from withdrawals or anything like that?
No.
Okay. Did you see any sign that he was under the influence or in pain or anything like that, that would
No.
have prohibited him from clearly understanding questions that were asked?
No.
At any time, did you force him to sit down and talk to you?
No, it's people were calling me nonstop for like a week and a half, 2 weeks. So I just kind of took my time and let them sit there a minute, and picked them up when I was ready.
Okay. And at any time outside of that interview room, did you convey threats? Did you tell anybody, if he doesn't speak to me, something bad is going to happen?
No, ma'am.
All right. Did you make any promises to him outside of that interview room through
No.
other people?
No.
Okay. And inside the interview room, did you tell him, let me back up. Are you allowed to tell people, if you do this, I will get your charges thrown out?
I'm not allowed to do that.
And did you tell Quindarius Zachary that?
No.
Now, to be clear, during the course of his conversation with you on August 5th, 2015, at some point, did he broach the subject of whether or not you all were going to be able to help him out with any of his charges?
He did.
Right. And did you tell him at that time that you were going to get him thrown out?
No, I did not.
All right. Your Honor, can we get access to the Zoom?
Unfortunately, I don't have access to the Zoom right now either, and I had just typed my team to let me in. All right. So maybe if somebody's listening up in my chambers, they could let Ms. Love and the court in, please. Normally, Ms. Persefield does that, but she had to step out and handle another matter. So
While they're doing that, I'll continue with the questions. When you spoke to Quindarius Zachary in August, had you already gotten, you remember when you talked to the jury last time about the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
All right. And do you remember speaking to them about the surveillance footage that you were able to look at from that shooting?
Yes.
All right. Now, during your interview with Mr. Zachary, Did you show him surveillance footage from the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
I showed him still shots, not actual footage.
Okay. And when you say still shots, would you explain what you mean?
Basically screen grabs or images of people that were depicted in the actual video. We just took a picture of that particular person and printed it out onto paper.
Okay. I'm going to show you what I believe has already been admitted as states 308 Yankee. And I'm going to ask you, it was in here. Mhm. If you recognize states 308 Yankee, and Your Honor, this does not have the sticker affixed to it. This is the exhibit that was labeled 308 Yankee.
Okay.
So I'm showing this to her and
Okay.
I'll get the exhibit.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you showed this image to Mr. Zachary in the interview, and for the record, it was 503 Yankee.
503. And it,
And
was
it
that
has-
already admitted?
It was.
And I'm sorry, just like for housekeeping, are we going to get an exhibit sticker on it or?
Yes.
Okay.
It's actually the one that we admitted does have the exhibit sticker on it.
Oh, it's a copy of the, okay,
Yes.
no problem.
And so you spoke with Mr. Zachary. Did you have any reason to believe that he was at or anywhere around the Browns Mill Road area at the time that that image was captured on the surveillance footage?
No, I didn't.
Okay. Would you tell the jury what it was that you showed him that footage for? Why it was that you showed him that footage?
To help further that investigation, see if he can identify people that we had not previously identified involved in the Dexter Montgomery shooting.
Okay.
We knew that he was affiliated with persons that we were able to identify. So while we had him there, why not ask him?
Who was it that he was affiliated with that you were able to identify as being involved in that Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Walter Murphy.
Okay. What did you know about Mr. Zachary's affiliation or relationship with Walter Murphy?
We knew that both of them claimed to be YSL, so I assumed they knew each other.
Okay. And did Mr. Zachary confirm knowing Walter Murphy?
Yes, he did.
Did he call him Walter Murphy or did he use another name?
He called him DK.
All right. That was in there. Can you pull this? Don't share it. Yeah. What's the number? Okay. I'm going to show you, and Your Honor, because it's a digital image, counsel for defense has been provided this, but I want them to see what I'm walking to the witness with. May I be permitted to show them what I'm showing the witness?
All right.
All right. Miss Knight, that was 5. I'm going to show you what is 531 Yankee, a video on the screen. And I'm going to ask you, have you reviewed this video prior to coming in?
I have.
And is it a fair and accurate copy of the interview that you conducted with Quindarius Zachary on August 5th, 2015?
Yes.
Did you see any alterations or material changes?
No.
Okay. Your Honor, the state tender states 531 Yankee as evidence.
All right. That's admitted with, as we already discussed.
All right. Your Honor, I ask permission to publish.
You may.
And just for decorum's sake, I ask permission to seat myself while I publish it so
You
that I
may.
don't.
Your Honor, Mayor.
May
May
you
I
what?
use this screen?
Is that one available?
It's up. I just, oh.
Okay, yeah.
What do you use?
If you want to use your phone, here.
Well, as you know, you contacted us. You want to come down here and make a statement about these cases that we have. Y'all been getting on my darn nerves calling me, so we here. But even though you reached out to us wanting to talk, I still gotta advise you your rights, okay? Let's say yes, you gotta say yes, no. Just so you're fully aware of your rights. Spell your first and last name.
There is a QUINDARUS, Zachary, ZACHARY.
What's your birthday?
8/21/93.
8/20.
21/93.
What's your address?
445 Cleveland Avenue.
Move it.
About to, basically, I can move to they can't
Oh,
move
because of that bank money. What's the zip over there?
0354.
Know how tall you are?
6, I mean like 5'10".
How much you weigh?
169.
Your brown eyes, black hair.
I ain't brown.
Your eyeball, meaning the colored part is brown. What's the highest grade level you completed?
Graduate.
I know people graduated 8th grade. Did you graduate high grade?
High school 12.
12th grade.
What else do you do? I don't know, but I graduated from current.
What year?
I forgot, I think 09. Something like that.
You got a phone number?
I'm on them, 44.
Mm-hmm.
5.
Phone name again?
Kyler Jeff, KL.
And Your Honor, just for the record, the state also muted the phone number of his mother.
Exactly. Yeah. That's who lives at Cleveland. All right. Let's go over this Miranda form. What's your middle initial? Yeah.
T.
What that stand for?
Tashana. T-Y-S-H-O-N.
Basically states Aquindary Zachary has been informed by the undersigned law enforcement officers prior to being questioned by them that I am suspected of the offense of aggravated assault, which is what you charged with for the two drive-bys in Fulton County, state of Georgia, on the 28th day of April 2015. That's the date that the incident happened, April 28th, 2015, okay? I'm gonna go through these one by one. If there's something that you don't understand, stop me, let me know I don't understand, and we're gonna go over it, okay? Yeah. Your first right is that you had a right to remain silent and not have to make any statements. Do you understand that? Yeah. That any statement that I make may be used against me in a court of law. Do you understand that? That I have the right to consult with my attorney and before making the statement and to have said attorney present with me while I'm making the statement. You get that? And if I do not have enough money to employ an attorney, that I have the right to have one appointed to me by the courts to represent me and to consult with him before making any statements and have him present with me while I'm making the statement. Do you get that? That if I request an attorney, no questions will be asked of me until my attorney is present to represent me. Do you understand that? Has anybody coerced you or forced you or threatened you to come down here and make a statement? You sure?
No.
No, you're not sure?
I mean, I'm sure, but ain't nobody forced me.
Okay. Can you read it? Oh, okay. Can you read and write English?
Yeah.
And I have had read to you. Today is the what?
5th, 2/6/17.
What's what? If you would, initial by each of those, and then if you still agree to talk to us, sign down at the X.
Just come to when you're ready.
My name here. Sign it. All right, well, we here. What's the big rush to talk to you? So, let's go about it.
I'm saying, say this, let me speak on first.
Let's talk about this, what you've been charged with. What do you have to say about the case?
Went there that night.
You wasn't where? What did you hear about it?
Where, someone came to the house waking me up to my DJ got jumped. I'm like, sober. And then,
You was at the house in Cleveland?
yeah,
Apartment, address you
yeah,
said?
405. And then, that was she told me, that she had got shot at too.
That same night?
Yeah, she said, they got in a whole bunch of them, and then like this gang had pulled up at my cousin's house. My cousin go with this boy named Tate. Y'all know him?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
Javante.
yeah, I don't know his name, but she was going in the house. She said y'all and stuff shooting at the house, like they were shooting from the end of the parking lot. She said,
Where is this house located at? What are you talking about?
Lantern, apartment
Landrum and Zone 4?
on campus.
Off campus?
Yeah.
So who stay over there again?
My cousin Liz, right? And Tate.
That's what Javante said.
Yeah.
She your blood cousin?
Yeah.
I mean, you know how people say.
Not my real cousin.
So his gang got to shoot at them at Landrum.
Yeah.
Is this before or after D got shot at? I mean, got jumped on.
She say it happened last. It's after all the shooting.
So first D get jumped on, then the shootings happen.
I'll tell you like from how I heard, like when I heard her.
Okay.
I like shoot. Most of them call me or something in the morning, they know that. But she like, most of them cussing D out because D telling them that he shooting, they had shoot him in the face. So most of them told D that he had to find around home. And then that was she like, then that was D told, I would sleep. D told me that morning like they had shot up the house.
D told you that, say that you kind of skimmed over that part. When you say D, you talking about Demekion, right?
They real name.
You talking about Lil D from 30D,
Yeah.
like Mechanicsville? Demekion.
Demekion told me that they had shot at the houses.
That who had shot at the houses?
Him, Tay, and what it was, Shannon. He just told me another name. He said him, Tay, Shannon, and some other boy named Trey Dunn. You can take.
Named Trey Dunn?
Yeah.
He told you personally.
Yeah.
How did he tell you over the phone? In your face?
Yeah, he's over my house. I was sitting there like he told me that they had shot the house, he said, and then what's called that they shot up Larry where Tay stayed.
So his gang came back and shot up Tay house?
Yeah, someone right there. Like I guess that was she was gonna go that night. And he said that when they went and prepare home. That when they went and shot up prepare home.
Who went up and shot up prepare home?
Him, Tay, Shannon, Trey Dunn. He told me them full name. He already said them about Moonton. But I kind of feel Moonton without a.
Why you figure that?
I think I ain't got no call.
How close are you and Moonton?
You know, my whole life. I told my dad my dad and him, they grew up here.
So you got a lot of loyalty to Moonton.
For me?
Yeah.
Yeah, but I ain't got nothing. I had some of him, but he ain't got nothing to me.
How you know he ain't got nothing for you?
Shoot. Good. I ain't been talking to him lately.
Have you talked to him since you've been in jail?
Have I talked to him since I've been in jail? Yeah.
I mean, since he's been there, because you went in first.
So he told me that Demekion told y'all why he was scared, you tricked him.
Demekion sat in that exact same chair, and you're gonna get the exact same treat that Demekion. I don't have to trick people or lie because phone records tell you a lie.
Oh man.
Right.
And it's my trick.
And that's what I'm saying. I feel like you kind of getting off track because we got your phone records too.
Mine? Yes, sir. What phone record?
This is what we do. Right. Remember when we locked you up the last time?
Yeah.
We went to the house and we ended up getting your phone number and stuff. And I got your phone record because that was your phone number, right?
No, that ain't my number.
Okay. Well, like I said, we can stop this right now because it's going in the wrong direction. And I don't want to waste your time with mine. Because this shit don't matter to me. My shit is good. This is what's going to fuck y'all. I got Demekion. Y'all, everybody thinking Demekion snitching. This is Demekion's phone number, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I got Demekion. I got yours.
And wait, one more.
And I got more. 622. 662, whatever. So I don't know.
So the media ain't necessarily had to tell it. You know what I'm saying? Technology told it.
So that's what I'm saying. That's why I was impressed about coming to get you and coming to talk to none of y'all. Y'all want to talk to me? That's fine. This is the opportunity for y'all to say yourself. This is what's gonna fuck y'all. So I feel like once again you kind of going in the wrong direction. You said you gonna come down here and be honest about shit.
I'm being honest.
You wasn't there.
Oh. I'm from my window.
So then we really ain't got much to talk about. This shit is on you. It ain't on me.
See, I don't talk about other cases.
You can talk, but you need to get over this first.
That's what you're hearing on.
Yeah, because I think you thinking that you can tell us about a whole bunch of other shit and then get some help on your shit, but you gotta be honest about what you're here for. That's how that works. It don't just work like you tell me a whole bunch of shit and then we just forget about your stuff. You gotta be honest with what you got going on.
Me, Monton, Shannon, Tay, Traydon, and D.
Which car was you in? Because it was two cars, right?
Yeah, I was in car Monton.
Which was which car?
And Pop,
What color?
great.
Who all was in the car with you?
Me, Monton, Shannon, and D.
And Traydon and
It was in another Impala.
what color was that Impala?
Like, I heard the burgundy or something. It's
Okay, the new one or old one?
same year Monton car, bro, 08 or something like that.
Okay. How did you all know where they stayed?
Traydon, not Traydon, Tay.
How does Tay know?
Cause he say he been beef with them folks.
So he knew where they stayed at over there on Mosley Park on the death address is 1428 Adele Avenue. Over there by Mosley Park, right? How did you even get involved in the mix? Because you wasn't at the club, were you? How did you even get involved?
When he shot his home,
So
but
where did they shoot at Summer at?
Atlanta,
So they shot at before. Is this the same night?
they shot his home on first,
Okay.
and they shot it I think they shot at the club. I don't know about the club.
So Summer was at Landrum Arms with Alexis and Tay.
Yeah.
They were in which car? Or were they in
Nah, she went with Tay. She with Liz. They haven't got there yet.
Okay. They in the car or they inside the park?
Yeah, they in the car.
They in the car?
Yeah, they in summer car. They going in the house.
Okay.
And she said they started shooting, but they shooting from way not further than that. They shooting from way in her further than that.
Did they make a police report?
I don't know.
You know, if anybody calls the police or anything, did the police show up out there?
Yeah, they say.
I'm pausing it now at 2:26:51. I'm sorry, yes, 2:26:51. Sergeant Gager, as I turn this microphone back on. Now, did you have an opportunity yesterday even to review and listen to this video recording of this interview that you did with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
And if you would lean in or bring that microphone a little bit closer to you, would you tell the jury who that is in the room with you and Mr. Zachary?
Detective Dennis.
All right. Now, as you listen to the interview, are you able to hear as clearly and as well as you were sitting face to face with Quindarius Zachary what it was that he was saying to you? Or did you understand that question?
I think I did. Yeah. I mean, he appeared. I appeared to understand what he was saying. It was clear.
And what I'm asking is, as you sat in the room with him on August the 5th of 2015, were you able to hear him clearer or more clearly than you are listening to him on the video?
Yes.
All right. And having watched the video, are you able to recall and tell the jury if there are things that aren't as clear as we listen to it here today?
Some things, yes.
Okay. When you showed Quindarius Zachary a phone number, was that the phone number for his mother, or was that the phone number that you had for Quindarius Zachary himself?
That was a phone number that he utilized himself.
All right. And where had you gotten that phone number from?
His mother.
Do you recall when it was or under what circumstances you got that phone number from his mother?
Yes.
Would you tell the jury about those?
I believe he was arrested early May for possession of a firearm. Shortly after that arrest, my team conducted a search warrant at his apartment off of Cleveland Avenue in hopes of recovering other firearms that he had recently purchased and other evidentiary things. And at that time, I believe he was in jail and his mother and some family members were in the apartment.
Okay.
And that's when I spoke with his mother, got his phone number, and also gave her my phone number and his girlfriend at the time my phone number.
Who was his girlfriend?
Summer.
Good?
Yeah, Summer Good.
All right. When Mr. Zachary, or you all asked Mr. Zachary, what is it that he wanted to talk to you all about? Did he say why he wanted you all to go first? Or did you hear him say, you go first, something to that effect?
Yeah, I think I asked him, what did he want to talk about? And from previous experiences, I know that when interviewing people, they want you to say what you know, and that way they can work their lives around what you already know, or get away from telling you the actual truth. So I leave it up to them to start it off, and he appeared to kind of be evasive and wanted to tell me about other shootings and incidents as opposed to what I wanted to know about the shootings from April 28th.
And when you told him that you wanted to talk to him about what he had been charged with, and he responded, I wasn't there that night.
Mm-hmm.
What did you do? What did you accept that as fact, or did you ask him, well, what did you do? Your Honor, there is also context that she can give that she has said she was clearly able to hear and discern in the interview room more clearly than perhaps can be heard on the video.
I don't know that it's been established that anybody's unable to hear it on the video. Sustained.
Okay. So when you asked him in the video, you weren't where, well, what do you hear about? Did you know, or did someone tell you before you had gotten into the interview room what it was that he wanted to talk to you about?
His family members said that he wanted to talk to me about his case and other stuff.
Sustained.
And Your Honor, it's explaining what she was expecting and why she responded the way that she responded. So,
Sustained.
yes, Your Honor. Now, when he began explaining to you that Summer had called him or had come waking him up saying that Dee had just got jumped, at that time, did you have any information about Dee or Demekion getting jumped on April the 28th?
Yes.
And where was it that he had gotten jumped based on the information you had?
At Club Crucial.
And that's what, 2517 Donnelly Hallowell?
Sound about
Somewhere.
right. Yes.
At the time that Quindarius Zachary told you that she had gotten, or that Summer said that they had gotten into a whole bunch of shooting and that they had pulled up at his cousin's house, Alexis Bryant. Did you know the name Alexis Bryant?
I can't recall if I heard it or not.
At any point during the course of this investigation into these retaliatory shootings, did you hear the name or did you learn about an Alexis Bryant outside of the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
What about Tay or Threat?
Yes.
What can you tell the jury about who that is, Tay or Threat?
I've been familiar with Tay or Trevante Turner for a while. He was a documented gang member. I believe he was in DC. Had several cases with involving him.
Okay.
Prior to this.
All right. And when you say Trevante and he says, I don't know his name, and goes on to name other people.
Mhm.
Are you familiar with those other people that he names as well?
I am.
When Quindarius Zachary tells you that Moontunk had been cussing D out, did you know who Moontunk was?
I did.
Who was Moontunk?
Antonio Sledge.
Before you heard Quindarius Zachary tell you or talk to you about Moontunk, did you know who Antonio Sledge was?
I did.
And had you documented Moontunk or Antonio Sledge as being a member of any particular gang?
I did.
Which gang?
YSL.
All right. What about Demekion or D? Had you documented him as being a member of any particular gang?
Object. Hearsay confrontation clause.
Overruled.
Yes.
What gang had Demekion been documented as belonging to?
As initially 30 Deep, and later on, we added a subset of YSL.
Okay. And when you said you're talking about Lil D from 30 Deep, is that what you meant, the gang 30 Deep?
Yes.
All right. And is 30 Deep a gang that operated in the Mechanicsville area of Atlanta?
It is.
When Quindarius Zachary first mentioned If Gang,
Mhm.
did you know what he was talking about?
I did.
And how was it that you knew what he was talking about?
I was familiar with If Gang, Inglewood family, as well as the recent beef between the two groups.
The recent what now?
Beef between Inglewood family and YSL/30 Deep.
And when you say beef, what do you mean?
Conflict.
Okay. When Quindarius Zachary talked about Perry Homes, where is that located?
Northwest Atlanta, near Johnson Road, Marietta Boulevard area, Perry Boulevard.
Does that still exist?
Perry Homes?
Yes.
No, it's some apartments, but it's not the actual Perry Homes projects that it was.
And do you remember the address that Perry Homes, generally what street was on Perry Homes?
I believe it's Drew Drive, Johnson, an area of Johnson Road, Marietta Boulevard. I believe it's 1903.
1903 Drew Drive?
I believe so, something like that.
All right. And when Quindarius Zachary talked about that's when they went and shot up Perry Homes, who did you understand him to be talking about having shot up Perry Homes?
What 4 people that he had just referenced?
Okay. Moontunk,
Shannon, Tay, Lil D.
Now, at the time, you know or understand Shannon to be any particular person?
Yes.
Who did you understand Shannon to be?
A member of 30 D.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. Hearsay confrontation clause, also ultimate issue within the province.
Overruled.
You may answer.
A member of 30 Deep, and also we added a subset of YSL to his profile as well.
And Shannon, did he have a last name? Did you know his last name at the time you were listening to Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
And what is his last name?
Previously, we knew him as Shannon Stillwell, and a few years later, it was Shannon Jackson. So,
but that's the same person,
It's the same
Shannon
person.
Stillwell.
yes.
Before Quindarius Zachary mentioned Shannon, Tay, D, and Moonton shooting up Drew Drive, did you tell him that that's what you wanted to talk to him about, Drew Drive, before you went into the room? Did you say anything about, I want to know Shannon's involvement?
No, ma'am.
Did you tell any member of his family, I want to know Shannon's involvement in the shooting on Drew Drive?
No.
Before you spoke with Quindarius Zachary in that room and he said, I kind of figured Moontunt was there though. Did you tell him you wanted him to tell you about Moontunt's involvement in the shooting at Drew Drive?
No, I told him I wanted to know what his involvement was.
And when he said or spoke about people not having a car, when you asked him, why do you figure Moontunt was there? Did you understand him to mean who it was that he was saying had no car?
Yes.
Who?
Shannon and Little D.
Okay. Why did you ask Mr. Zachary about his loyalty to Moontunt? Do you recall asking him how close he was to Moontunt?
Yes.
And when he told you that his dad and Moontunt grew up together, and you asked about his loyalty, did he ever express anything different than, I have some for him, but he ain't got none for me?
I believe he did say that.
Okay. What made you ask him, had he talked to Moontunt since he had been in jail?
I knew Moontunt was arrested as well, and I kind of wanted to know if they were just trying to get their stories together to match. And he said that he spoke to him.
Okay. Now, that's an interesting thing. When you said you wanted to know if they were trying to get their stories together to match.
Mhm.
Explain to the jury what you mean by that and why that was interesting or of note to you.
I like to have independent recollections of incidents, so I don't necessarily like if defendants talk and, again, try to get their stories to match to see what I know to sound more believable. So he didn't really go into detail if they spoke in depth or anything. He just said he spoke to him since he had been in jail.
At some point, did you speak with Antonio Sledge?
I did.
All right. And was whatever Antonio Sledge told you an exact match to what Quindarius Zachary told you?
No.
And when Quindarius Zachary told you that about his conversation with Moontunt and that Demekion having said he was scared and you tricked him, did you all also talk to Demekion?
I did.
And is that Demekion Garlington?
It is.
Were Demekion Garlington's words an exact match to what Quindarius Zachary shared with you in the interview?
Overruled.
Were they an exact?
You may. This might be a good time for our morning break anyway, so why don't y'all go ahead and have a restroom break. Mr. Steele, will you still need to approach? I mean, I suppose it's going to take 5 or 10 minutes if we break as well, so. Can y'all avert the cameras? Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor,
Good morning.
and to everyone. Your Honor, Demekion Garlington is accused in our indictment and he's severed. There's some wonderful parts of his interrogation by Detective Gaither and Detective Dennis. And I can't go into it because he's not being called as a witness. He's not being given immunity. For the state now to say, does Mrs. Zachary's statement, and I believe the words, exactly match Mr. Garlington's interrogation? I'm objecting because I have no way of cross-examining that. I don't have Mr. Garlington here, and I'm not, this is like a backdoor way of shielding me and Mr. Adams from cross-examining Mr. Garlington, yet getting out some broad overview, exact, whatever exact means. And I'm objecting to it under Confrontation Clause and hearsay.
Okay, well, I understand the objection. I do not expect there to be any further, any kind of questioning that would try to get out what Mr. Garlington's interview does say.
Correct.
Okay. I mean, with that, I don't think that asking was it an exact match and getting an answer to that violates either of those things. So I'm overruling that objection.
Can we have a continuing, if you don't mind?
You may, although I don't expect there to be any other questioning on that topic. All right. If anybody, I'm going to take a quick break if anybody else needs to do that now.
Just wanted to
Hey,
make
I
sure.
don't know if everybody or all the. Okay. Thanks. Go ahead.
Before we get started, I wanted to just make sure that 477 Yankee and 482 Yankee had already been admitted.
Would have been with which witness, do you know?
Mr. Zachary,
477. You said 477 and 482?
yes, why? As in Yankee.
477, yes. Yes, both of them.
Okay,
All right.
thank you.
You ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
Mhm.
And Your Honor, is it okay if I ask the last question, and allow the witness to answer?
Yeah, I
give-
don't think we got an answer, so yeah. What is, who's?
Is that-
computer's making that?
I'm gonna, hold on. Let me see something. Yeah, I can go to notification and read that. Let me see the next page. The next page. Page because I'm going to this also. That's just the next.
Thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you. Sergeant Gaither, before we broke, I think I asked you if what Demekion Garlington told you was an exact match to what Mr. Zachary told you.
No,
At some point, did you all speak with Kenneth Copeland during the course of this investigation into these shootings in 2015?
yes,
And did you speak with him multiple times?
yes,
Was what Kenneth Copeland told you in either of the interviews during either of the times that you talked to him ever an exact match to what Mr. Zachary shared with you on August 5th, 2015?
no,
Vague, exact match.
Overruled.
So then, object, Your Honor. The jurors heard the statements of Mr. Copeland. They can make that decision, not this witness.
That's ultimately true.
Outside of any interviews that were captured on video during any interactions with Kenneth Copeland, did he ever give you an exact match of what Mr. Zachary shared with you on August 5th?
Reports or other.
Is there a foundation for that question?
I can make a foundation. When you took Kenneth Copeland, or when Kenneth Copeland was brought over after he was arrested at the Dunbar Center, was he interviewed?
Yes.
Okay. And did you help transport him?
No.
Okay. Are you aware of any statements by Kenneth Copeland that are an exact match to anything?
Same objection.
Yeah, okay, so are there any statements by Kenneth Copeland that aren't reduced to writing or on video?
By you? Were there any interviews or statements?
That you know of by anybody having to do with this set of circumstances?
Not by myself or investigator Dennis, nobody.
Do you know of any from anybody else?
I don't know.
Okay. Then move on to the next question.
And when you told Mr. Zachary, Demekion sat in that exact same chair, was that after you had interviewed Mr. Garlington? In
Yes.
other words, okay. And did you ever try to trick anybody?
No.
I'm going to continue playing, Your Honor, at 2:27:48.
Okay. She can tell me what happened. Or I told her she can tell me what happened right up front. And then that one, I called Moonton. And Moonton told me that he was outside. Say they ain't want me to ride with. They wanted me to ride, but they didn't want me to ride.
What you mean?
Like, they wanted me to go with him,
Mm-hmm.
but I ain't have to do nothing.
So where were you sitting?
I was in the back seat.
Well, how were y'all sitting?
Huh?
Let's break that down.
Shannon's in the front, D right here. I'm on this side, Moonton drive.
Whoa, let's break it down.
So Moonton driving Shannon front passenger. You sitting behind Shannon?
Yeah.
And Demekion behind Moonton?
Yeah.
Okay. So what exactly did they say they was gonna do? Like, why were they picking you up?
Oh, now they used to
Say that passenger, seating chart one more time. Long-term driver, Shannon, front passenger.
me. Indeed.
And then
The other D.
the Mickey.
Yeah. We went to make take them. They was in different car.
What kind of car you said the orange is that?
Yeah, burning. It wasn't a car.
Orange. Who car is that?
The boy turned on.
Is that his real name or is that like a fake name? Just Trey Duncan?
I didn't know him because
What gang he in?
but who he affiliated with? I don't. They supposed to be blood, but like no one just like regular gangs. I don't know what they supposed to be blood.
So who all was in the car when they came and picked you up?
When Moonton came pick me up, Moonton Shannon and D.
Okay, Moonton Shannon D was in the car and came and picked you up. Where'd y'all go?
She went to Perry
Mm-hmm.
When that lad went to the house on MLK.
Mm-hmm.
Shannon D and Tay got me and Moonton stayed in.
Shannon D and Tay got out the car and did what?
They went and shot at the house.
What kind of gun did Shannon have?
Shannon had a Draco 762.
Where is that gun at now?
I don't know.
Whose gun is that?
I don't know. They already had the gun.
What color is it?
Like a chocolate.
Like a chocolate?
Like 18.
I said, what color is it?
Brown.
Brown. What kind of gun is?
They had some 62 AK. It looked like a deer gun, but it looked like a what? It looked like one of the big old deer guns, but it was an AK. You say?
What about Demikion?
He had a Moulton gun.
Which was what?
That gun I got caught with.
And you didn't shoot?
No.
But don't you own? Haven't you went and bought like 3, 4 firearms?
Wouldn't trip me out of those.
They tricked you on all of them, man.
Yes, he did.
We gonna get to that though.
Right.
So, did Traydon shoot any guns?
Nah, he was driving.
So he was driving. So the driver basically stayed in the car.
Yeah.
And you stayed in the car.
Yeah.
How far did they get up to the house?
I don't know, man. Moulton Paul way back. Like, they got up close to the house, though. I think like front driver. I don't know if they got it up to the dog. I know they got it driving. I seen that much. And when they shot that house, and then that when they went Pier home.
Okay. And how did you guys know what apartment was at Perry Homes and who? Tay know what CeeLo girl? That was because that's CeeLo girl house, right?
That was used to hit baby moms.
Baby mom. So Tay knows them from the west side, basically.
Yeah. Y'all don't really have no home together.
Right.
They beefed before too though. Like they said the mama knew that Tay shot at the house.
But how is it that, because Tay's not slime, how is it that Tay even rolling with Shannon and y'all like that?
Tay from Capitol Home, me and Moulton, all of them Capitol Home.
He originally from Capitol Home.
Yeah, and he's named Big Boo, no Big Boo. He's
Quite
named
important.
Boo. Yeah. We named Boo, and I was met Tay.
Okay, so he just cool with y'all from there.
And then, now we had went, somewhere before we went to Pier home.
What about?
Someone get some bullets, huh?
From where?
So, somebody spot that D had on Cleveland.
Like somebody, like house or what's the spot?
A spot?
I mean, you gotta talk to me layman terms, I don't know.
A truck spot.
What kind of bullets did y'all get?
They ain't getting nothing for the top. They got some. They got some. They ain't getting nothing the 223. They got some for the Sunset too.
Who had the 223? Tay?
This is the one that Demikion had. Mom's not gun that shoot 223 rounds. So is that Mom's gun that had the double drum on it? Is that the one you talking about?
Yeah.
That's the one that you shoot?
So the gun that you got caught with on May 7th, that's Monson gun.
Stupid.
Be real.
He my gun go for girl for that night.
He needed your gun.
It was small. That little gun y'all just got. That they just what's the house and got? It's a little bit gun?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The 40, what was it, the 40?
40 Smith & Wesson. So he needed my gun to go for girl out.
So that's your 40?
Yeah.
Cause we just got him last week. I ain't had a chance to run it yet. But
I had just bought this gun like a day or two before
that got locked up.
You know.
From on Boulevard, one of the apartment, 493 Boulevard.
Nah, I said I had bought.
I know. From Arrowhead. How do I know?
Yeah, I got a receipt.
I got something better for you.
Sergeant Gaither, at this point, at 2:34:22 in this interview, can you tell the jury what is being shown to Quindarius Zachary on Detective Dennis's phone?
Surveillance video from Arrowhead pawn shop of him purchasing firearm.
How did y'all get that? How did you all?
Down there and got it.
Okay. What was it that led you all to drive down to Arrowhead and get that surveillance footage?
We had receipts from where he purchased the firearms, and we ran his name, we had his name run through the federal system to see what all firearms he purchased and the locations, and that's how we were able to narrow it down to Arrowhead. pawn shop in Jonesboro.
When you talk about the federal registry or list or whatever that is, could you explain what that is that you are looking at to get his name? What is
Yeah.
it?
The federal government basically has a database that keeps track of persons that purchase firearms. During this investigation, we worked hand in hand with the ATF, and we utilize them and assist them with checking names through their federal system.
Does that list or system from the federal government include firearms that are purchased illegally on the street?
No, it's just firearms that are purchased from gun shops, gun shows, or pawn shops.
When you said that you had receipts of guns that Quindarius Zachary had purchased, where did you get those receipts from?
From his apartment when we executed a search warrant.
And that was after his arrest in May?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you remember any other items that you were able to recover off the top of your head?
I believe we recovered a firearm, a couple of cell phones. That's all I can remember at this moment.
Now, when Quindarius Zachary mentioned the little 40 that he had just gotten 2 days before he got locked up, did you all, and you said we still have to run that. What did you mean?
We recovered a 40 caliber Smith & Wesson, which is almost the size of the palm of your hand, from his apartment. We hadn't had an opportunity to have the ATF test fire the gun and see if it came back to any other shootings or stuff like that.
And why is it that you all were asking Mr. Zachary where each person that he said was in the car that Monkton was driving, where each person was seated? Why was that of any importance?
It's
Overruled.
Just to get a better understanding of each person's position in the vehicle, and based on where we recovered evidence from the shooting, just kind of wanted to make it a determination.
And when Mr. Zachary is showing or motioning to Detective Dennis on the paper that Detective Dennis has in front of him where each person is sitting, is he motioning in a manner consistent with what he had just verbally said to you all?
Yes.
When you asked Mr. Zachary about Tay knowing where Philo stayed, who is the Philo you were talking about?
Philip Collins.
And Philo's girl, who is that you were talking about? Do you remember her name, Kenyatta Troutman?
Yes, Kenyatta Troutman.
And was that who you were talking about?
His child's mother, yes.
And where was it that she lived?
1903 Drew Drive, Perry Holmes area.
Now, Philip Collins, do you know did he have a brother?
Yes.
And was Philip Collins documented in any of your files?
Yes.
How was Philip Collins documented?
He was a member of Haiti Gang.
Haiti Gang? What about his brother? What was his brother's name?
Confrontation clause and hearsay, I have no documentation.
Y'all approach. Yeah, thanks.
And Sergeant Gaither, as I was asking before you stepped out, Philip Collins, you said that he has a brother?
Yes.
And what is his brother's name?
Darren Mills.
Is Darren Mills, to your knowledge, older or younger than Philip Collins?
He's younger.
Do you know about how many years younger?
Roughly 5.
Okay. Does Darren Mills have a nickname?
Yes.
And what is his nickname?
D.
Now, is D a member of any gang?
Yes.
What gang is D a member of?
You may.
You may answer. What gang is D a member of?
Haiti Gang, as well as the subset Inglewood family.
Is that if gang when you
If
say
gang.
Inglewood?
I'm sorry.
Is Philip Collins also Inglewood family or if gang?
Yes.
Are you familiar with Philo and Dee's mother's name or address?
1428 Adele Avenue is the address. I believe her name may be Denise.
Is Cecilia Davis the mother?
Yeah.
Is Denise Bell the sister of Cecilia Davis?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with whether Philo and Dee have a sister?
Yes.
Do you know what her name is?
She's the twin sister of Darren. I believe her name is Diamond.
Diamond.
Diamond
And what is Darren's last name?
Mills.
And do they have a sister, Stacey Adams?
Correct. Yes.
Did Stacey Adams live at 1428 Adele as well, to your knowledge?
I don't recall.
Okay. When you asked about Tay knowing Philo and Philo's child's mother from the West Side, what did you mean?
They both were from the West Side of Atlanta. Mr. Zachary stated Tay was originally from Capitol Homes, but he grew up on the West Side as well. The same as Darren and Philo. So there's only a couple of high schools, a couple of middle schools in that particular area. So
Where is Capitol Homes located with relation to the West Side?
Capitol Homes is more or less downtown, Memorial Drive area. The West Side is considered Bankhead Highway, Hollywood Road, parts of Martin Luther King, Cascade.
Okay. And did you prior to Quindarius Zachary telling you that he and Moonton were from Capitol Homes and that is where Tay was from, were you aware of those facts before you went into the interview?
No.
Sustained.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, I'd like to revisit that at a break or another time. Now, when Quindarius Zachary said that Tay used to hang with Big Boo, and you mentioned the name Quentin Porter, would you tell the jury how you're familiar with, just briefly, Quentin Porter or the name Big Boo?
I'm familiar with Quentin Porter, aka Big Boo, from Cleveland Avenue area. He was a known gang member of Raised on Cleveland Rock Crew. Worked several investigations involving him, so I was familiar with the name.
Okay. Your Honor, I'm going to resume at 2:34:22. Actually, before I do, let me ask you this. When Quindarius Zachary referred to a spot and then told you a trap spot on Cleveland. Would you tell the jury what a trap spot is?
Trap spot is a location where drugs are normally sold or illicit activity is conducted.
And based on the investigations that you have conducted as a detective in the gang unit and during your time with the Atlanta Police Department, is a trap spot ordinarily a place where guns and ammunition are also stored?
It is.
And at the time that Quindarius Zachary told you about a trap spot on Cleveland, at that moment, did you know what trap spot on Cleveland he was talking about?
Not at that exact moment, but I had an idea.
And was the idea that you had confirmed at any time?
No.
Okay. Picking up at 2:34:22.
That's you? Yeah, I think that's you.
We did all of that. So, after
We got the police.
Mhm.
Went parallel.
Okay.
Then don't even got out and shot the house.
Who got out and shot this time?
Tay, D, and Shannon.
Tay did
It was only
Shannon
3
again.
guns.
Okay. And they had the same guns that they had before? From there?
Nah, it was another one calling this time. And
Who?
called Tatum.
What's his name?
I think his name Lee.
Lee?
Yeah.
Did he get out?
Yeah. Yeah, hands on him.
You remember what kind?
I didn't know. 2 hands on him.
Who called me was that?
He didn't call Tatum. That's Tatum from
Lee.
They went and got him out the little make back up.
Pausing at 2:35:28. Sergeant, at the time you spoke with Mr. Zachary on August 5th, 2015, did you know either Tay, D, Shannon, or Muntu to be wearing dreads during that time?
No, they weren't.
Okay. And when Mr. Zachary told you about a person named Lee, did you know of a Lee associated with them, with YSL? That did have dreads at the time.
I knew of a Lee that was associated with Tay and Traydon from MDC.
Okay. Now, what Lee was that you knew of?
Ali Caldwell, Caldwell.
And when you say dreads, are you able to describe the type of dreads that Ali Caldwell had?
Yes, he had not necessarily like dreads like mine, but they were more or less like big planks. If any of you guys are familiar with the rapper Jay-Z, the larger plank style locks, that was his hairstyle at the time.
Thank you. Continuing at 2:35:28.
After the Perry Holmes got shot.
After the one got shot up, shoot. We went in the house.
Where they dropped
I went in the house. 405.
on Cleveland Avenue?
But they met me we met some at the gas station
Which gas station?
on Silver Road. And I called him in the house.
Which one on Silver?
The Chevron.
Like right by 166?
Yeah.
I feel right there. So someone met you right there, picked you up, and then she drove you to the house.
we let my cousin drop it off at the house. I'm gonna let her keep her car because she's scared to go to the house.
Okay. So tell me about this slime stuff.
Hey, she's like slime.
Why do y'all call yourselves slime? Number one.
I'm not no slime.
Why do they call themselves slime?
Cause they be stealing this stuff.
So it's like you being slimy or brownie about it.
Like, say me and you cool, right? And you got a girl or something, and you leave out and I talk to your girl, try to talk to her. It really like
Slimy is
yeah.
So there's no rules, basically. It's like, I slammed that nigga.
Yeah.
Like, so even if we cool, you can rob me. And it's like, just slam.
Yeah.
So basically, no rules, no laws. But you say you ain't slam?
I ain't like, they would never let me get out.
Why?
Cause my brother, and he don't really want me to hang around.
But you do.
I know. He be mad.
Who's your brother?
And I ain't take. He be
I
mad.
want the dread.
Yeah, how you know?
Oh, man.
He mad. He mad that I hang around with him and wooing him.
But he's slime though, ain't he?
Yeah, he's fine.
So I'm saying, what does it matter if he
I'm
wants
little brother, and then I'm sick. So if like something happened to me,
he'll feel bad because you kind of got down. How did 30 Deep and Cleveland Avenue link up? For a long time, anybody fuck with them. Y'all didn't fuck with each other.
those start putting in the water.
So that just kind of brought everybody together. How close are you on Woodland? Or how close were you?
Only reason we got told because I don't hang with Mook for hang with the and then another one, Woody, what you call it? We started it.
So the Woody people, meaning Demekion and Shannon, everybody just kind of started linking up.
Yeah.
Y'all ain't never had no problem, nothing with each other?
No. We ain't never had no problem with Canterville. Well, they ain't never had no problem with Canterville. I ain't never got into it nobody from Canterville. Ain't nobody never got into it nobody from Canterville. It just linked up like that.
So how did it get to a point where, you know, you really didn't have too much, really?
What?
No.
Huh?
No, go ahead.
What, the beef started? That's what you're saying?
Yeah.
Killed them, shot up, Gavin House, the dugout.
Right.
And then, Woody had caught him with the skating ring or something. And then he was like, but they had shot through a window out.
On which car?
The SS.
Right.
And Thug like, nah, I ain't cool no nigga till they take my window.
But why they shoot up the dugout down there?
Woody and Kerry had some person going on. I guess who big as bad. Who got more girl, more money. Both on, and that one has money.
They flexing somebody else shit.
Yeah.
So,
you know how it is. Kill one, like Thug coming crucial, getting up money, throwing stuff. Kill don't want him to do that.
Right.
Yeah. But Thug he ain't clipping them, he ain't like them.
Right. He ain't like
Kill shot in one of them.
So just over there in Windshield? Never kind of fired it together, huh? I mean, I don't know. I wasn't there.
Oh, y'all didn't do it? Y'all didn't know?
No. I'm saying I wasn't physically there.
We know about it, but how many times they shoot at?
Like 200.
So they were just done.
Yeah.
But they knew y'all was in there?
Yeah, people posting pictures on Instagram, videos on Instagram.
I turned it off.
People posting videos on Instagram and stuff. And shoot, everybody finna go. Thug leave like dope first. So everybody walking into their car. I stayed in bed, I'm still gambling. I ain't have no gun anyway, so it ain't no sense me walking out there. Then you just hear gunshot stuff going off. They tell you in the woods across the street or something. Then everybody ran out the door. Everybody who was in those guns ran out the door stuff.
Right.
So they thought they were gonna get some money.
So when this Windshield got shot out, he confronted Kale about it?
Like the wolf. He ain't know. They ain't know the person. They thought MDC did. And then when I got shot.
Right. Who shot you?
I don't know.
Okay.
It's just shooting at the club.
Okay.
They thought MDC did, but come find out MDC didn't do it. Kill had told Thug baby mama who dread that he had did it. And she missed one Mook to him. She told Mook to him. And went.
Wait, Thug baby mama was messing with Moon?
No, the little baby mama told my sister.
Okay.
And my sister was messing with Moon.
Okay. Who tour?
Yeah.
Okay.
And it went from there.
So I'm just trying to follow you. So y'all in the dugout, they shoot up a bunch of rounds. Y'all come outside. They standing outside.
I ain't had no gun.
Well, they went outside. They are
Everybody
everybody
back
still out
down.
there?
I don't know.
I mean, how do you know that it was Kalen that did it?
I just told her I didn't know. Cause Kale, I told her they thought it was MDC or somebody else. Kale ran his mouth to Gucci head trying to play. And then that was
That's when he got back.
yeah. She told my sister told Moon.
Cause then Moon Katone told Doug that it was Kevin.
Moon told Wood and Thug, yeah.
Okay. So this incident with Nut chain and phone getting stolen out the car.
That was way before.
I don't know. When did this happen with the dugout? With the dugout? That was in January, right?
Yeah. Dugout got shut up in December.
In December.
Yeah.
So from that point, it was really on like y'all just didn't fuck with each other. Meaning
Yeah.
YSL and
They ain't really mess with each other. They ain't remember each other.
Pausing, Your Honor, at 2:42:14. And we will advance to 2:43:13. Sergeant, while we are advancing, I want to ask you a couple of questions. Did you know during your interview with Mr. Zachary in August 2015, that before he told you, did you know that he was sick, as he called it?
Yes.
All right. And was that with an autoimmune issue?
Yes.
Okay. Was there anything about that illness that at all appeared to affect his understanding or ability to communicate with you during the August 5th interview?
No.
When you heard Mr. Zachary say that he had never had a problem with Mechanicsville, did you have any particular understanding, or what was it that you understood him to mean? The area, the physical location, Mechanicsville, or something else?
Objection, Your Honor. Relevant speculation.
Overruled.
I understood it to mean 30 deep. 30 deep operates in Mechanicsville.
And based on your background and your expertise as a gang expert, Woody, Shannon, and Demikion, did they have any affiliation with 30 deep?
Yes.
Were they all each 30 deep?
The three you just named?
Yes. When you heard Mr. Zachary talking about Kel, who did you understand him to mean?
Kelvin Watts.
Is Kelvin Watson a gang?
Yes.
What gang?
Bird Gang, as well as Inglewood Family.
If gang.
If Gang.
Okay. As you heard Mr. Zachary talk about the dugout, were you familiar with that location?
Yes,
And is that also the gambling house?
it is.
Where is that location?
Around Lakewood Avenue, McDonough Street, not the city, but
All right. And is that an area that you knew of any particular gang to hang out?
Southeast Atlanta, I mean, it's kind of no man's land.
Okay.
It's really close to the area for if gang, but it's not necessarily within that territory.
And before Mr. Zachary told you about the dugout getting shot, did you know about that incident?
From previous interviews, yes.
All right. We're going to pick up with the interview.
Every Monday, y'all know y'all got beef. Y'all still go to the club.
I ain't go to the club like that. You ain't go to Crucial like that?
But you hung out with him, like, on the block.
I might hang out with on the block.
Well, why I said so? I ain't talking about Kevin.
Oh, yeah, I used to hang with. Like, I might go push one Monday, then not go in that Monday if I know it's gonna be something.
Right.
So since you got shot, was it November, right?
Yeah,
How many times you think you went to Crucial since then?
about 10. I know, not
November to January, because it
November.
It closed one
Oh, no,
night.
not till November, January, probably like, we had went out of town. Probably like 5 times.
Like 5 times?
5, 4, something like that.
So when did you and so once he finds out from the girl that Kel did that, then what happened?
He tell Woody.
And then what?
Then Woody like, oh, alright. And then that when they shot at Kel. Y'all heard about that?
On MLK?
Yeah. Woody Moulton shot at Kel. And it went from there.
When did y'all make
And then
this?
that one make what? I already know what you talking about.
What video you talking about?
Moulton mad about you.
When did y'all make that?
Let me see. Moulton mad about you.
When did y'all make that?
It was after I got shot up.
So sometime in December.
January.
Sometime in January.
Yeah, actually.
Yeah. So, fast forward from December to January. So we're in January now. How and why was Nut killed? If Nut, because you ain't really mentioned nothing about.
That's what I'm saying.
Nut involved with
I don't know what in word made them do that.
Made who do that?
People killed. Shannon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Name Nut. Lambo.
Big Nose Nard was in jail right now.
Yeah.
Kidnapped? Yeah.
And Doo-Wop. Name Doo-Wop.
What do I look like?
I don't know. He on your IG.
That's a little do-wop there.
Look at the name.
Yeah. How do you know this?
I know. Because they told me.
Who told you?
Shannon told me. Yeah, told me.
Why did they tell you?
We was at the house talking about it.
Which house?
The old house.
The new one? Or the old? His condo down there?
Yeah.
What exactly did they say?
A lot of folks can go down behind murder, man.
What you mean?
Like, it's a big old, lot of folks had something to do with it.
Explain how, from start to finish, break it down how it happened.
Yeah, going to meet a girl. Her name Bush. They saw Nut.
They saw Nut where?
At the bar shop. They would be hanging at the bar shop in Tiscon.
Mm-hmm.
They saw Nut. And D was in the car, with him, but D got in another car.
Let me count. Which
Yeah.
car were they in when they saw him?
The Infiniti G35.
What color was it?
It was, I forgot what color it was, but the old manager had rented it.
Amina? Yeah.
I forgot what color it was, but man,
Was it a newer model car?
Yeah, man, Wood was in the late on that night.
Okay.
We had went to a little kickback.
Okay.
I thought we had wrecked it. Well, we did. We spent around the expressway.
Yeah,
And we
drunk.
took the bottom, but no, we was just flying. It was Mike called me and him. We just flying, trying to see what it was doing.
You remember where they rented the car from?
No, I don't know what she rented from.
So Amina, you definitely know Amina the one that rented the car. So Amina rented the car for a Thug.
Yeah.
Who did Thug give it to?
Who he let drive?
Yeah, who he let drive?
No, yet. And Shannon and Dua. They put me to meet Yet girl.
Bullshit. Where were they supposed to meet Bullshit at?
I don't know they put me there, but I know they put Miller.
That's what I'm saying. How did they end up over there by the sex school? Did they go looking for him?
They probably left the studio. I went there when they like my little niece had a party and then Monsoon called like Monsoon didn't even know. Monsoon like somebody just killed Nut. They're like he's like I'm gonna meet Woody at the Gavin house. And then Woody was scared. Cause like they chased him and all that.
So did Woody have anything to do with Nut being killed? So when they drove past the barbershop, were they specifically going for Nut or were they going for somebody else?
They want to meet the girl.
But when they saw Nut, were they saying we're gonna get Nut or was it somebody else?
We're gonna get Nut.
Wow.
Pausing at 2:48:20. Advancing to 2:48:33. Sergeant, the photograph that I showed you earlier that was marked as 503 Yankee. Who was depicted in that photograph that you were asking Quindarius Zachary to identify?
Demise McMullen, aka Nard.
Nard?
Nard.
Okay. And when he told you, when Quindarius Zachary told you the people who were in the car and was describing Donovan Thomas's murder, who did you understand him to mean when he said Nard?
Demise McMullen.
Is that the same Demise McMullen that you looked at in conjunction with Kelvin Treadwell for the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes, I arrested him for that shooting.
Picking up at 2:48:33.
How did it, what, I think she's trying to ask, how did it get to a point of, you never said none of this?
Cause they say it's power. They like the green light all lights in 30 feet. They say Nut said whoop or something like this. I mean, it's a go. And then
So Power was a gang meeting.
yeah,
So you saying if gang had a power line?
that house they spot on MLK.
Okay, and they said that YSL and 30D got a green light, which basically means you kill them if you see them. Like they fool.
Yeah.
So why did he put that out there? Do you know why he said that?
I don't know, cause they had never shot it. They had never shot it Nut before. Like, when you know attention, like when they killed Nut, everybody like, why the hell they do that to Nut?
Right.
There was no attention at nothing, man.
So, do you remember the exact words that Shannon told you as far as what happened?
Yeah. Like she caught a nigga nut down bad. I like
You said we caught the nigga nut down bad.
Yeah.
I
like like me, yeah. No, doo-wop. I like I'm telling you what kind of gun they had.
Which gun?
They had AK-72, right?
He said, you tell you gonna say what kind of guns they had for the murder, right? So the AK-76. Whose gun was that?
That was another gun.
What else?
That a 4.5. I don't know what other kind.
Whose gun was the 4.5?
Shannon.
You remember what brand it was?
XD or something.
XD?
Yeah.
You know what that gun is now, or where these guns are now?
Like, I know. Let me finish the story.
Okay,
They caught Nut down bad. They took the guns in the car to OG Bentley. You know Bentley?
Calvin Trevor.
They gave him guns in the car.
What did he do with it?
He hid the guns and they took the car back.
Do you know where he hid the guns at?
I don't know he hid the guns. You know they took it to his spot on Cleveland.
You know where at on Cleveland?
His spot? Yeah, I don't know the address. It's on Oak though.
On Oak Drive?
Yeah.
So this is all what Shannon is telling me.
That was this was both Shannon and Yak told, but this Shannon what Shannon told me first.
So Shannon told him
They both told me the same story though.
Where were you guys when Shannon was telling you this, and what day was it? Same day or the day after?
Same night. Shannon I was walking through. I had just walked me and Moon's had just pulled up at Thug house. And Shannon finna go to a girl house. And all the bullets were going out the gun. Like, he like, we ain't got no guns. They see Moon's on gun.
Right.
Moon's had a little handgun. They see Moon's on gun and go to the store. Moon's say, wait, I ain't got no bullets. And that was Shannon. Me and Shannon started talking. Moon's still didn't know. He didn't know that night.
Right. He didn't know that night that Nut had got killed.
Nah, he knew that Nut had got killed, but he didn't know that they did. They're like, Moon's don't talk too much.
That's what I heard too.
And then that was Shannon was telling me the story. Say they were going to meet Bush, but they looked up and seen Nut. Say they had rolled back around. And then started shooting them. Shannon had nothing to walk.
So was Kale out there?
No, I don't think Kale.
Kale went out there in front of the bar shop.
Well, he wasn't the target.
I don't think he was out there, but they just like, we seen Nut.
Right, because Nut made the call for all the youngsters. Because Nut had some rank, right? You know what Nut rank was?
What?
I'm asking, do you know what his rank was in F?
Nah, it's supposed to be OG or something.
Yeah, OG. So, because he made the call and green lighted YSL 30D, he tell the other ones what to do, so they was the ones going to be coming after y'all, so it makes sense to take him out instead of
they said.
a whole
Nah, like, they ain't never shot at me. Like, every game.
They ain't never shot at you?
They shot at me one time, but I don't know if that was them for sure.
Where we were?
At the park on Empire. Y'all heard about that? Y'all didn't know they had something to do with retaliation?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Are you saying that was them? Because we added in.
Yeah, it had to be them. Well, I ain't know at the time until they got on Twitter.
Who was tweeting?
D between, stood between.
What was they saying?
Like, we shoot at them and they make a police report. Something like that. Yeah, they say we shoot at them, they make a police report. But they shoot at us, won't say that.
So, what did Nard tell you, if anything different than what Shannon said, like any exact words?
No, I didn't tell them that.
I mean, not Nard,
Yeah, just like, Those was going out of town. We had left one out of town.
Where'd he go?
He went to Florida.
Okay. That night?
Yeah, we both went the next day, like that morning. Well, we did see that morning.
Who all went down to Florida?
Me, Shannon, D, Woody, and Yak. And Nella had left before.
You said,
they shot the spring back for us.
So you, Shannon, D, Nard, and Woody.
Yeah.
So y'all went down there on the Sprinter bus. Thug flew down
Hey,
there?
me, Shannon, Nud, yeah, Woody.
Okay, yeah. I got you, Zachary. Brought you last.
Both you and when you the meeting y'all went to,
So this was the next day after the murder?
Yeah,
Did you hear Nard say anything about it?
nah. I ain't gonna say that about it. Like, it came out, Nud kind of said something about we got back from Miami.
About how long after the murder? Like how long were y'all in Miami?
Me, Shannon, V, and Nud, and yeah, we just stayed down there 2 days. So we like, we want to come back. It was bored. They just down there Birdman house. Wood was down there scared. Good. They were shooting up on their house.
Right.
He was down there scared. He didn't leave on the sofa.
Right.
And then them Nud like, nigga, Wood gonna fold. I'm like, what you mean? So you gonna tell him?
Stopping at 2:55:13. Starting. I want to talk a little bit about what you covered with Mr. Zachary in the clip that the jury just heard. Now, when you're talking to Mr. Zachary about Donovan Thomas's murder, had you been assigned by the lead detective to get any information on that murder?
No.
And were you at any time working under Detective Thorpe while you were investigating the back and forth shootings between YSL and If Gang in 2015? And
Said under?
right, were you working in the homicide unit underneath him?
No.
Did you work with him in some instances? For instance, in this interview, did he come in and listen?
Yes, he did.
But did you take direction from him? And were you consulted by him before he took out warrants on this murder?
No, I wasn't taking direction or consulting. We would share information just because we knew our shootings were direct, relation to his homicide. So if we could gain information for him as well as our own, we would definitely share that.
Okay. The Kelvin Treadwell, when you all asked Quindarius Zachary, did he mean Kelvin Treadwell? Is that the same one that was on scene during the preceding the Dexter Montgomery shooting? O.G.
Yes.
Bentley?
Yes.
And when Mr. Zachary spoke about taking when he talked about If Gang having a spot on MLK, were you familiar with what that spot was?
Yes.
Where was that spot on MLK?
1428 Adele Avenue.
Now, when Mr. Zachary talked about a green light, can you explain to the jury what that was?
Yes, and in gang terms, a green light is basically giving permission to lower ranking members of that particular gang, that whoever's green lighted, you're giving permission for them to harm them or kill them.
Okay. And when Mr. Zachary told you about O.G. Bentley's spot on Cleveland off Oak Drive that the guns were taken to, were you familiar with O.G. Bentley's spot off Cleveland on Oak Drive?
I was familiar with the spot.
And was that a place that you would describe as a trap house?
Yes.
Before,
Overruled.
now, before you spoke with Mr. Zachary, and Mr. Zachary told you that, was it that Woody had shot Cal?
Yes. I believe that's what he said.
Did Woody tell you he had shot Cal?
Of course not.
And when you all were asking Mr. Zachary about the timeline from November to January, why were you all interested in what was happening from November up until January 10th?
We kind of wanted a starting point to figure out why was everything occurring. If we could locate prior incidents leading up to it, whether it was shootings, damage to properties, collecting evidence, to see if we can just link the cases together.
Okay. The January 6th incident, were you all familiar with that before you spoke with Mr. Zachary? Were you familiar with
Yes.
anything happening on January 6th?
Yes.
And what were you familiar with?
There was a shooting, I believe it was damage to property at Club Crucial. A bunch of vehicles were damaged. I don't believe anyone got shot. I believe Demikian was assaulted
Inside Club
inside the
Crucial?
club and proceeded to shootings
And
after.
were you aware of Yak and Duke getting arrested on that same day,
Yes.
driving away from Club Crucial?
Correct.
The evidence, okay.
Your Honor, the court had asked us if there was a particular spot that would make it better to break and then continue, but we can
Okay.
go on. I think that this is
this one?
this is one.
Okay, all right, and we're close to the noon hour, so we'll go ahead and break for our lunch. And let's shoot to be back at 1:15.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, do you want to just have Mr. Atkins here at 1:15?
Oh, he was headed down, but we'll tell him 1:15.
Okay, well, unless he walks in before we break. We'll see you at 1:15.
Where is that location?
Around Lakewood Avenue, McDonough Street, not the city, but
All right. And is that an area that you knew of any particular gang to hang out?
Southeast Atlanta, I mean, it's kind of no man's land.
Okay.
It's really close to the area for If Gang, but it's not necessarily within that territory.
And before Mr. Zachary told you about the dugout getting shot, did you know about that incident?
From previous interviews, yes.
Okay. All right. We're going to pick up with the interview.
The squeaky chair has made an appearance.
I hear it. Love been wearing it out. Big shout out to Tessie. Thank you so much, Tessie Sanders, for all the support. The 5 Lead Attorney memberships. If you got a membership from Tessie, please tell her thank you. Thank you so much, Tessie Sanders, number 1. Big shout out to the beautiful Alessandra, also Rotolo. Where are you from, Alessandra?
Rutolo. That's definitely Italian.
It's Italian?
It looks like it's Italian.
Shout out to Alessandra. I don't recognize that last name.
But you hung out with him, like, on the block. I might hang out with him on the block. But why I said something about cash? Oh, yeah, I used to hang with him. Like, I might go push one Monday, then not go in there Monday if I know it's gonna be something.
Right. So since you got shot, was it November, right?
Yeah.
How many times you think you went to Crucial since then?
About 10. I know. Not
November to January, because it
November.
They closed one
Oh,
night.
no, not till November, January, probably like, where, went out of town. Probably like 5 times. Like 5 times? 5, 4, something like that.
So when did you and Montone, so once he finds out from the girl that Kel did that, then what happened?
He tell Woody.
And then what?
Then Woody like, oh, alright. And then that when they shot at Kel. Y'all heard about that? Oh, you know that? Yeah. Woody Montone shot at Kel. And it went from there.
When did y'all make
And then that one, make what? I heard no video you talking about.
What video you talking about?
Montone mad about you.
When did y'all make that?
Let me see. Montone mad about you.
When did y'all make that?
It was after I got shot up.
So sometime in December.
January. Sometime in January. Yeah, had to be. Yeah. So, fast forward from December to January. So we in January now. Yeah. How and why was Nut killed? If Nut, because you ain't really mentioned nothing about. That's what I'm saying. I'm not involved. I don't know what in word made them do that. Made who do that? People killed. Shannon. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Name Nut. Lambo. Big Nose Nard who in jail right now? Yeah. Yeah. And Doo-Wop. Named Doo-Wop. What Doo-Wop look like? I don't know. You on your IG? That's a little Doo-Wop. Do the Doo-Wop, man. Look at him. Yeah. How do you know this? I know. Because they told me. Who told you? Shannon told me. Yeah, told me. Why did they tell you? Who was it? I was talking about which house? The old house. The new one? Or the old? His condo down there? Yeah. What exactly did they say? A lot of folks can't go down there and murder, man.
What you mean?
Like, it's a big old, a lot of folks had something to do with it.
explain how, from start to finish, break it down how it happened.
Yeah, one me a girl. My name Bushi. They saw nut.
They saw nut where?
At the bar shop. Was already hanging at the bar shop in Texas one job. They saw nut. And D was in the car with D got in another car.
Which car were they in when they saw him?
The Infinity G35.
What color was it?
It was, I forgot what color it was, but the little manager had rented it.
Amina? Yeah.
I forgot what color it was, but man,
Was it new in my car?
Yeah, man, Wood was in the later on that night.
Okay.
We had went to a kickback.
Okay.
I thought we had rigged it. Well, we did. We spent around the expressway.
Yeah,
Drunk at the bottom, but nah, we was just flying. It was like me and him. We just flying, trying to see what it was doing.
You remember where they rented the car from?
No, I don't know what she rented from.
So Amina, you definitely know Amina the one that rented the car. So Amina rented the car for Thug.
Yeah.
Who did Thug give it to?
Who he let drive?
Yeah, who he let drive?
No, yet. And Shannon and Dua. They put me to meet yeah, girl.
Bullshit. Where were they supposed to meet Bullshit at?
I don't know they pulled me there, but I know they pulled him up.
That's what I'm saying. How did they end up over there by the Texaco? Did they go looking for him?
They probably just the studio. I went there when they like I felt like my little niece had a party and then Moonsoon called like Moonsoon didn't even know. Moonsoon like somebody just killed Nut. And like he like I'm gonna meet Woody at the Gavin house. And then Woody was scared. Cause like they chased him and all that.
So did Woody have anything to do with Nut being killed?
No.
So when they drove past the barbershop, were they specifically going for Nut or were they going for somebody else?
They wanted the girl.
But when they saw Nut, were they saying we're gonna get Nut or was it somebody else?
We're gonna get Nut.
What?
Pausing at 2:48:20. Advancing to 2:48:33.
All right, so he's saying that Woody ain't had nothing to do with Nut's murder, which is what the defense is saying. The defense is saying, hey man, y'all need to look more at Woody. Stop looking at King Slime. And big shout out to Rock and Robin LA. Thank you so much, Rock and Robin in LA, gifting 5 lead attorney memberships. If you received one of Rock and Robin LA's TLA memberships, please tell them thank you. And don't just say thank you. You know, I am down here in Atlanta, which is in Georgia, which is in the South. And in the South, we got a little something called Southern hospitality. All right. Please put a name on it. Say thank you, Rock and Robin. Thank you for the membership. The names must be named. Shout out to my man, Rock and Robin, down in LA, Louisiana. Thank you so much. Let's keep it going.
Sergeant, the photograph that I showed you earlier that was marked as 503 Yankee. Who was depicted in that photograph that you were asking Quindarius Zachary to identify?
Demise McMullen, aka Nard.
Nard?
Nard.
Denise.
And when he told you, when Quindarius Zachary told you the people who were in the car and was describing Donovan Thomas's murder, who did you understand him to mean when he said Nard?
Demise McMullen.
Is that the same Demise McMullen that you looked at in conjunction with Kelvin Treadwell for the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes, I arrested him for that shooting.
picking up at 248:33.
How did it, what, I think she's trying to ask, how did it get to a point? You never said none of this.
Because they say it's power. They like the green light, all white, and 30 feet. They say nut. Nut said whoop or something like so. I mean, it's a go. And then,
So power was at the gang meeting.
yeah,
So you saying his gang had a power?
that house that they spot on MLK.
Okay, and they said that YSL and 30D got a green light, which basically means you kill them if you see them. Like they fool.
Yeah.
So why did he put that out there? Do you know why he said that?
I don't know. Cause they had never shot it. They had never shot it nothing before. Like, when you know teams, like when they killed nut, everybody like, why the hell they do that to nut?
Right.
It was never attention to nothing, man.
So do you remember the exact words that Shannon told you as far as what happened?
Yeah. Like we just caught nigga nut down bad.
You said we caught the nigga nut down bad. I understand.
I like who? Like me, yeah. Nut, Dua. I like I'm still got a gun here.
Which gun?
They had AK-72, right?
He said, you gonna tell what kind of guns they had for the murder, right? You said the AK-76. Whose gun was that?
That was Nut gun.
What else?
That a 4.5. I don't know what other.
Whose gun was the 4.5?
Shannon.
You remember what brand it was?
XD or something.
XD?
Yeah.
You know what that gun is now, or what these guns are now?
Like, I know. Let me finish the story.
Okay.
They caught Nut down bad. They took the guns in the car to OG Bentley. You know Bentley?
Calvin Trevor.
They gave him guns in the car.
What did he do with it?
He hid the guns and they took them in the car back.
Do you know where he hid the guns at?
I don't know he hid the guns. I know they took to his spot on Cleveland.
You know where at on Cleveland?
His spot? Yeah, I don't know the address. It's on Oak though.
On Oak Drive?
Yeah.
So this is all what Shannon is telling you.
That was it was both Shannon and Jack told, but this Shannon what Shannon told me first.
So Shannon told you
they both told me the same story though.
Where were you guys when Shannon was telling you this, and what day was it? Same day or day after?
Same night. Shannon I was walking through. I had just walked me and Moose had just pulled up at the house. And Shannon's gonna go over her house. And all the bullets were going out the gun. Like, he like, nigga got no guns. They see Moose on gun.
Right.
Moose had a little handgun. They see Moose on gun and go to the store. Moose say, wait, I ain't got no bullets. And that was Shannon. Then Shannon started telling him. Moose still didn't know. He didn't know that night.
Right. He didn't know that night that Nut had got killed.
Nah, he knew that Nut had got killed, but he didn't know that they did. They're like, Moose don't talk too much. That's what I heard too. And then down Shannon was telling me the story. Say they were going to be bushes, but they looked up and seen Nut. Say they had rolled back around and then started shooting up. So yeah, nothing to walk.
So was Kale out there?
No, I don't think Kale.
Kale went out there in front of the shop.
Well, he wasn't target.
I don't think he was out there, but they just like, we seen Nut.
Right, because Nut made the call for all the young, because Nut had some rank, right? You know what Nut rank was?
What?
I'm asking you, do you know what his rank was in here?
Nah, it's probably OG or something.
Yeah, OG. So, because he made the call and green lighted YSL 30D, he tell the other ones what to do, so they was the ones going to be coming after y'all, so it makes sense to take him out instead of
That's what they said.
a whole
Like, they ain't never shot at me.
Like,
every game.
They ain't never shot at you?
They shot at me one time, but I don't know if that was them for sure.
Where we were?
In the farm on Empire. See, y'all heard about that? Y'all didn't know they had something to do with retaliation?
I don't know.
Yeah.
Are you saying that was them? Because we had it in.
Yeah, it had to be them. Well, I didn't know at the time until they got them twins.
Who was tweeting?
D was twin, Stu was twin.
What was they saying?
Like, we should have known they make a police report. Something like, yeah, they say we should have known they make a police report. But they should let us want to say that.
So, what did Nard tell you, if anything different than what Shannon said, like any exact words?
No, I didn't tell them that.
I mean, not Nard,
Yeah,
yeah.
just like, those was going out of town. Well, he had left one out of town.
Where'd he go?
He went to Florida.
Okay. That night?
Yeah, we both went the next day, like that morning. Well, we did see that morning.
Who all went down to Florida?
Me, Shannon, D, Woody, and yeah. And another had left before.
You said,
they shot the spring back for us.
so you, Shannon, D, Nard, and Woody.
Yeah.
So y'all went down there on the Sprinter bus. Who down there?
Me, Shannon, Nard, yeah, Woody.
Okay, yeah. I got you, Zachary.
Both you and the meet y'all went to her.
Yeah.
So this was the next day after the murder?
Yeah.
Did you hear Nard say anything about it?
No. I ain't gonna say that about like it came out when another time said something about we got back from Miami.
About how long after the murder? Like how long were y'all in Miami?
Me, Shannon, D, and Nud, and yeah, we just stayed down there 2 days. So we want to come back. It was bored. They just down there at Birdman House. Woody down there scared. Cause they was shooting up on their house.
Right.
He was down there scared. He didn't leave on the sofa.
Right.
And then don't know like and then Woody gonna fold. Alright, what you mean? How you gonna tell him?
Stopping at.
How you gonna tell him? Right. He was down there scared. He didn't leave on the sofa.
Right.
And then don't know like and then Woody gonna fold. Alright, what you mean? How you gonna tell him?
I'm sorry, I had to rewind that. So this dude is saying that Nard is saying, hey man, Woody's gonna tell on us. Woody is gonna fold. And what's interesting is that Nard is saying that. And if y'all know who Nard is Demise.
Demine.
Demise is the most ruthless person in the whole YSL.
He is.
Like if Young Thug writes Woody's name on a list and hands that list to Nard, it is a wrap. So, if Young Thug doesn't mess with you, that's one thing. But if Nard feels like you don't snitch, Woody's lucky to be alive. So that's interesting right there.
It is.
That he's saying that Nard is like, All right, well, let's keep it going. Nard is the realest YSL in this motherfucker. he's so hardcore. Big shout out to Diamond, sends me $5 on the Cash App. Says start where you are, use what you have, do what you can. I feel that. Thank you, Diamond. Shout out to the beautiful Chantel, sends me $5. Says missed you, lead. Many prayers. Thank you so much as well, Chantel.
I want to talk a little bit about what you covered with Mr. Zachary in the clip that the jury just heard. Now, when you're talking to Mr. Zachary
Whitney says, which
about
one is
Donovan
Nard?
Thomas's murder,
Nard isn't in the courtroom, I don't
had
think.
you been
No, I think he's the
assigned
severed
by the lead
defendant.
detective
Yeah.
to get any information?
I had to get
on
Nard
that
up out of
murder?
there.
No.
Like, you gotta go, dude.
And were you at any time working under Detective Thorpe while you were investigating the back and forth shootings between YSL and If Gang in 2015? And by,
Said under?
right, were you working in the homicide unit underneath him?
No.
Did you work with him in some instances? For instance, in this interview, did he come in and listen?
Yes, he did.
But did you take direction from him? And were you consulted by him before he took out warrants on this murder?
No, I wasn't taking direction or consulting. We would share information just because we knew our shootings were direct, relation to his homicide. So if we could gain information for him as well as our own, we would definitely share that.
Okay. The Kelvin Treadwell, when you all asked Quindarius Zachary, did he mean Kelvin Treadwell? Is that the same one that was on scene during the preceding the Dexter Montgomery shooting? OG
Yes.
Bentley?
Yes.
And when Mr. Zachary spoke about taking when he talked about If Gang having a spot on MLK, were you familiar with what that spot was?
Yes.
Where was that spot on MLK?
1428 Adele Avenue.
Now, when Mr. Zachary talked about a green light, can you explain to the jury what that means was?
Yes, and in gang terms, a green light is basically giving permission to lower ranking members of that particular gang, that whoever's green lighted, you're giving permission for them to harm them or kill them.
Okay. And when Mr. Zachary told you about OG Bentley's spot on Cleveland off Oak Drive that the guns were taken to, were you familiar with OG Bentley's spot off Cleveland on Oak Drive?
I was familiar with the spot.
And was that a place that you would describe as a trap house?
Yes.
I'm going to object to that.
Before-
I'm going to object to that foundation, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Now, before you spoke with Mr. Zachary, and Mr. Zachary told you that, was it that Woody had shot Cal?
Yes, I believe that's what he said.
Did Woody tell you he had shot Cal?
Of course not.
And when you all were asking Mr. Zachary about the timeline from November to January, why were you all interested in what was happening from November up until January 10th?
We kind of wanted a starting point to figure out why was everything occurring. If we could locate prior incidents leading up to it, whether it was shootings, damage to properties, collecting evidence, to see if we can just link the cases together.
Okay. The January 6th incident, were you all familiar with that before you spoke with Mr. Zachary? Were you familiar with
Yes.
anything happening on January 6th?
Yes.
And what were you familiar with?
There was a shooting, I believe it was damage to property at Club Crucial. A bunch of vehicles were damaged. I don't believe anyone got shot. I believe Demikian was assaulted
Inside Club
inside the
Crucial?
club and proceeded to shootings
And
after.
were you aware of Yak and Duke getting arrested on that same day,
Yes.
driving away from Club Crucial?
Correct.
She was present.
The evidence, okay.
Thank you so much, Educated Paper, for becoming a member. Thank you.
I like that name, Educated Paper.
Yeah, that's cool.
Your Honor, the court had asked us if there was a particular spot that would make it better to break and then continue, but we can
Okay.
go on. I think that this is
this one?
This is one.
Okay, all right, and we're close to the noon hour, so we'll go ahead and break for our lunch. And let's shoot to be back at 1:15.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, guys, they are gonna break it up for lunch. Big shout out to Educated Paper. Shout out to Alicia. Just welcome back, Lead. To you. Prayers to you. AV, I've been looking for you all morning. Just like
Where's
Rico.
Where is Rico?
That is what's up. Shout out to King Jiggy, a new member. And shout out to King Jiggy again, gifting 5 lead attorney memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. We got Kales up in the house. Thank you so much, King. Got Kales in the house. Says TLA, glad to see you back in action. What's the reason the detective isn't showing her face? That's a great question, especially since apparently she was on the first 48, but she's saying that she's got a new job. Somebody's saying that she was working for the Hawks or something, right?
Wow.
Yeah, she's got a new job down here, and so she wants to try to be incognito, even though she was on TV before. So that's why she doesn't want to show her face, and she's retired. Great question, Kale. Shout out to Tony. Tony says, TLA, para que te compres más Topo Chico, lo mejor de Mexico. Yes. Perrier and the others aren't even close, 100%. Y que Dios te proteja de tu enfermedad. Gracias. I need it. Lo necesito. Muchas gracias, Tony Garcia. Shout out to Tony. Shout out to Scozart, been a member for a month, says glad to see you back, TLA. Thank you. Shout out to R Tony Gaming, says let this be a lesson. If you do bad, if you're gonna do bad, then do it by yourself. Everybody running their mouth. 100%. 100%. Shout out to Green Eyes. Thank you so much, Green Eyes. Says, oh man, TLA is back. Thought you disappeared because of a secret Diddy video, okay? The light-skinned lovely held it down for you. She was streaming barefoot through the whole job, through the whole chat. What?
Actually, he's a jokester. There was a day where I was not wearing shoes or socks.
Okay, going ball dog. Okay, 100%. Make that foot money. That's what it's about. Big shout out to Green Eyes. Thank you so much. Thank you. Shout out to Carl. Carl says lead from Decatur. Yes, I bowled in a tournament there in 74. Hell, you weren't even born. Facts. I was born in 77. Go lead and AV. Thank you so much, Carl. What you doing down there in Decatur, Carl? Thank you so much. Shout out to Jay-Z. Hope you are feeling better today, Jay-Z. Says seeing the dream team together again, 100%. And this is a perfect one to finish off with, guys. Don't send any more super chats. Big shout out to ZZXZZ. Huge supporter, supported me so strongly yesterday, and again, supporting me so strongly today. Says, welcome back, lead. You were missed. AV, do you have any, I'm about to say Snapchat. Do you have any, what's it called? Cash apps?
I do.
That you want to shout out. Thank you guys so much for supporting AV as well.
Thank you guys. Really appreciate that. Shout out to Retta with the $10. She says, AV, you are glowing. Thanks for supporting Lead. Of course. That's what I'm here for. Always happy to help. Thank you, Retta. Shout out to Robin with the 25. No comment, no question. Pure love of the game. Thank you, Robin.
Pure love.
Shout out to Chantel with the 5 says, much love, sis. Keep up the excellent work. Thank you so much, Chantel. That means a lot. That's all I got.
Awesome. So, all right, guys, we're going to pick this up at what they say, 1:15. We're going to pick it up on AV's channel. All right. So everybody go over. I don't know, AV, if you've already set up the link, but if you haven't, you already set it up?
Not yet. I needed the time. She just said 1:15. So if you guys give me about 5 minutes, I'll get that set up for 1:15.
Awesome. So we're going to go over there and push the notify button. So just in case you're cooking or something, it automatically pops up. So we do not miss a moment. Big shout out to ZZXXZZ. Shout out to everybody, all the new members. Thank you. Everybody in the comment section going crazy. Really, really appreciate that. Also want to give a big shout out to the co-sponsors, guys, and y'all see them right there in the banner. Let me give a big shout out to Viva Wood Live. Somebody write Viva. Y'all know Viva. Thank you so much, Viva. Also, Hannibal the Conqueror. Hannibal and Viva supported me so much, even just yesterday. Shout out to Magali C. Thank you. And of course, thinking from Texas, Whitney. Shout out to the beautiful Whitney. Always supporting me so strongly. Just so much love, so much encouragement, so much support that y'all show. And I need it. I really need it. So thank you guys so much. I know that me and AV have been watching this stream and providing a little commentary from time to time. But please remember, guys, no matter what we say, please remember that none of this is legal advice. I am not your attorney, Lord. I am the lead attorney, and I'm here to help you lawyer up. All right. Shout out to Unc.
Yes.
That's insane. She flat out says no. She says no. And then when she tries to clean up her no, she laughs while trying to clean it up. And I'm going to interpret that as you're laughing because you know you're lying. You cleaned up your flat out no to say, I haven't seen something. See, I was getting so annoyed watching this earlier. It's happening all over again. Oh my gosh. She just like tried to gaslight everybody watching this trial. And I did send, Doug made a good point that it's really the media has a better standing to raise the issue with wanting to show Gaither's face. So I did try to send it forward to, I already saw that Kathy Rousson seems to be raising, her eyebrows at this. So I imagine, I don't know this, but I know that the media wanted to show other witnesses' face before. They fought to be able to show the courtroom. So I would imagine same thing with this. They fought to be able to show Detective Gaither. I don't see why they wouldn't fight to do that, especially we have Kathy Rousson, Joseph Papp. I think Infamous Sylvia was trying based on you guys in the chat. I think Dennis Byron raised an objection to fight to show Trevia Smith. So I imagine maybe him. I feel like the media pool, the group of them probably said, hey, we do want to show this witness's face. And I think the judge just said no. However, Doug did word it like it would have to be the media. They have a better standing because the defendants, they're in the courtroom. They're able to see the witness. It's not like the witness's identity is blocked from the defendants. But the media who are trying to give outside access, an inside view of the courtroom, that's why they have the better standing here. I'm guessing, it's just a guess that the media probably did fight to be able to show this witness and the judge denied it. So I wonder what representation Love gave as to why there was a legitimate security concern after we see her, at the very least, lie by omission here. So also, side note, but I think this is Nard. I think this is a picture of Nard sitting here on Hilton's screen. Not sure from this far away view. My eyes are not that great. But when I compare it to this, and it's relevant because they talk about Nard in the interview tapes, it does look like, is my mouse showing on the screen here? My mouse won't show hovering over, but the second row, third picture from the left is the same picture I think is frozen on Hilton's laptop here, and that would be Nard. So there you go. And for anyone joining late, court is on lunch recess. They're coming back 5 minutes early. They want Atkins to figure out some issue. He's going to tell the court something. So we'll see what that is. Ike, thanks for the 99, Ike. Shout out to Ike. Always making us laugh. CT Benny, the N-word show says, love starts with the state believes in zero case law. Another day of the same old. Good to see you, CT. Natasha Robert gives 10 memberships. That's incredible. Thank you so much, Natasha. Shout out to Natasha in the chat. Mrs. R, good to see you. I got to see you yesterday in the chat over with TLA. It was so nice to see you and chat with you. Being chat side, I loved it. And Mrs. R says, good morning, Cat, mods, and chat. Have an amazing day. Yes, we're going to have an amazing day today. We've got the squeak counter going. It's keeping us moving. Raphael the Moore also saw you yesterday watching some Sob Sit content over with MG Law. That was a good time. I was tired, though. That was like 2 a.m. for me. So I conked out. Thank you for the warm welcome when I joined the chat over there, Raphael. Thank you for gifting a membership. Angie Lee, thank you so much, gifting a membership. Always a good chance to see a cute dog. Queen Shadina gives a 5, no comment. Thank you so much, Queen. Peter Ortiz, this is what I was looking for. Perfect timing. So earlier this morning when we first went through this clip and watched Love, no, haha, well, no, I haven't seen it, so therefore it doesn't exist. If it's not within my worldview, it doesn't exist. It's not real. No matter what opposing counsel says, even though they're an officer of the court and wouldn't misrepresent anything to the court, I'm going to imply that Doug is more likely to misrepresent something to the court than I am, even though I just got called out for misrepresenting stuff to the court yesterday. That's essentially this thing summed up. And when that happened, Peter Ortiz said, oh, gee, calm down. You're sighing times 10. Have a donut. So I gotta let it out. When those sighs come out, guys, it is a sign that something is just not sitting right with me. Good to see you, Peter Ortiz. You called it. You called it. Kay Grammer, thank you so much for gifting 5. Kay Grammer is always gifting memberships on here. Shout out to Kay Grammer. And no, Gaither's Direct isn't even over, so we are in it for the long haul, you guys. We are in it for a long haul. And that video looks like there's a lot of video footage to go. I mean, maybe by the grace of some of the video gods that don't want us to sit here for hours on end watching this, maybe there's a long break in that video footage that's irrelevant that they're not going to play. But that progress meter, it looks like there's a few hours left of that video. So we are in it. We are in it. Trina Tina gifted another 5. That's 10 total. Thank you so much, Trina. Super generous of you. And you guys know the drill. If you are a member and have not used a custom emoji, you've just got to do it. Click the emoji. You'll see the top section is channel emojis. And there's plenty for you to choose there. If you don't know what to pick, just pick your Mario Kart racer. I've got dibs on Yoshi, so let's not fight over it. And yes, guys, we are on lunch really until 1:20, but they're coming back 5 minutes early to hopefully figure something out in 5 minutes. We'll see if 5 minutes is enough. Peter Ortiz gifting 10. Thank you so much, Peter. Guys, we had a ton of members today. What are we at? We are at 162 new members. We're taking over the world. Drop a comment in the chat if you watched the show Pinky and the Brain. That is one of my favorite shows growing up. Good times. So let me update this banner. That is awesome. 162. The gang grows stronger every day. Natasha Roberge with the friendly reminder that I believe is not evidence, Miss Love. It's just insane. It's just insane. There aren't enough reminders or pointers or pointing it out in the world that will get this through Love's head. And it's fine if a prosecutor's like, you know, the evidence will show something. But it's interesting how Love will toggle back and forth between believe when she talks about case law, but then when she's questioning a witness, she injects testimony or frames the question in a way that the answer will be given as an assertion of fact. But when it comes to case law, I believe. So Oh my goodness. The inconsistency. Dondada, I'm late getting to this. Dondada says, good morning, Kat and chat. Always good to see you. You guys have, like, when I see Dondada in the chat, I always know because you guys start saying hi to Dondada or you're laughing at something Dondada said. And then I'll see this late that I had a super chat from Dondada. So it's always awesome when I know somebody's here because of the chat first. That big applause to Dondada. Lots of laughs coming this way because of you. So thank you so much for being here. Thank you for the super chat. And thank you for the kind good morning to the cat and the whole chat. Amy, this is a good question. Amy says, can anyone explain why they keep calling the same witnesses 2 and 3 times with no apparent end in sight? It's just absurd. Now, in a way, I think it's because they're trying to block certain parts of their arguments together. So what the state's doing, rather than going incident by incident, which I think would be easier for the jury to follow, well, actually, I know why they're not doing that, because the state's theory is like every crime that anybody that was associated in any way, shape, or form, breathed in the same room, has ever been in a picture at a club together with somebody, anything that might tie somebody to a shooting or an assault or a robbery or making a sign in a picture over the course of close to a decade. The state's theory is that it's somehow in furtherance of not just criminal street gang activity, but also in some way retaliatory. Whether for Donovan Thomas's murder or retaliatory because we have some beef with YFN Lucci, which is lingering in the air. One big retaliatory decade of YSL / 30 Deep / Rock Crew just out here trying to get their get back, right? That's their theory. So instead of blocking things by incident, they try to lump everything together with every witness, tell the whole story of how all of these things are a series of retaliatory shootings. And then when it's a hostile witness, like, or an unreliable witness, either way, usually both, like Woody or Quindarius Zachary, if we bookend them by having the detectives come up before and after them, hopefully we can try to repeat the things we want the jury to remember that support our theory of the case. And it'll wash away all of the things that could raise some eyebrows and cast doubt on our theory of the case. And in particular, when we have these witnesses with these interviews, you know, we did see them play a lot of these interviews when Kenneth Copeland was on the stand. But if you remember, I think they thought they had Kenneth Copeland, even though this changed for reasons outside of their control once it started happening. I think they were willing to play these videos with Copeland on the stand because they thought they had Copeland on lock and key with his immunity deal. I really thought Hilton thought she had good rapport with Kenneth Copeland and that she was going to tweak Kenneth Copeland to say what she wanted him to say on the stand. So we saw the interviews come through Kenneth Copeland. With Quindarius Zachary, they're like, oh, no. We can't go down that road again. And honestly, I think Quindarius Zachary was more believable to the detectives contemporaneously. So it's more important, in my opinion, for the state. I think the state actually has an accurate read on this. I think the state understands that Quindarius Zachary's interviews could be more compelling to the jury, and probably were more compelling to the detectives, because the detectives already had a BS meter out for Kenneth Copeland back in the day. Whether that made much of an impact on their course of how they investigated is another question. But I really think they wanted to make sure they didn't mess up these interviews. So they're going to put Gaither on the stand, knowing that they plan to impeach Quindarius Zachary and introduce these interviews. Even though Love said 3-4 weeks ago, well, we don't plan to play those, Your Honor. We only will play them if there's an exception, if we need to impeach our witness. And this is when she wasn't trying to say Quindarius Zachary's name in open court, but this is what she was talking about. She knew damn well she was going to get Gaither up on the stand. She wanted to push Sprinkle out of the way, get Gaither on the stand before Sprinkle could finish his testimony, so she could bookend Quindarius Zachary's testimony, with Gaither giving the explanations of what's going on in these tapes. So I think the reason they're able to do this recall is, you know, we don't see it as often in other cases because other cases are like a couple weeks long maximum. So it would just be weird and confusing to chop it up that way. But in this case, with a case of this magnitude, it might make more sense. It might be less confusing to the jury to block it off this way and call people in when it's relevant. I think a good example is Latners, the dispatch operator. They're bringing Latners in when they want to talk about certain dispatch 911 calls and CAD reports relating to a certain incident they're about to talk about, right? I think that's a better way to understand why it might make sense. The explanation for Quindarius Zachary and then Gaither coming up, again, that's strategically so the state can bookend and try to rein in the unreliability of their own witnesses. So long answer there. Hope that helped. A lot of that was a bit of my opinion in there with, hopefully I made it clear when I was referencing something that was actually argued by Love in court. But that's my read on the strategy there. Miss Butterfly says, damn ish show. I'm so mad. Yep, starting early with it. Starting early with it. Indie Love sends a super sticker. Thank you so much, Indie Love. And then Natasha gifted another 5. So tons of love from Natasha today. Thank you so much, Natasha. Dave 911 snipes a slime in there. Good to see you, Dave. Cutthroat Radio says, top of the morning, Cat, Chat, and Mods. Jeffrey and the other defendants should get a bond at this point. I said it before, free slime. I mean, it's still incredible to me that when we look at other defendants, we find out, hey, you were denied bond, no bond for you. But we'll give you a plea deal and you can get out. You're supposed to do 10, we'll give you 2. You've already served, and now you'll just be on probation. But you couldn't get a bond. You couldn't get a bond. So, great point there, Cutthroat Radio. And shout out to Cutthroat Radio. You are out here growing. Hold on, I have you bookmarked here. And if you guys are looking for some new content to check out, or you just want to support someone that's out here doing their thing, this is the link to Cutthroat Radio Show. And that's in the chat for you guys. So especially since we're on lunch, you have tons of time to toggle over, hit that subscribe button, check something out. Good to see you. And I would love to see, it would make sense, you know, they're saying nobody can get out on bond here. Not one person. Like, what about someone that isn't actually charged with murder, right? I can kind of understand a strict application of why we're keeping people in custody if they've been accused of something egregious. But what about a defendant that doesn't have a murder charge tacked on? Why are they still being denied bond? For this long, right? Eventually at some point, like the time should have a significance. That should weigh in. But who knows? Who knows? China Eyes is out here sniping too. China said, here's one and here's another. Thank you so much, China Eyes. And hold on, are you doing, is it strawberry shortcake in your picture? I love it. I think it is because of the pink color. Shout out to China Eyes. Cat R says, a fellow cat, says, I typed detective into a Google search and the first thing to auto-populate was Gaither. Oh my gosh, you're kidding. Oh, let's try Google. Have I Googled Gaither yet? It's auto-populating for me. Let me try on incognito. You go to Google. That's hilarious. We should check Google Trends. Okay, so I am in an incognito window. Let me share this. And when I type detective, it gives me Pokemon Detective, Pikachu Detective, and Detective Gaither is the third populated auto-suggest. That's hilarious. Oh my gosh, the internet is funny. The whole internet is funny. That is great. Oh my goodness. Thank you, Kat. I'm, you know, my day job, marketing, I do a little SEO, so I always love a good reference to what's trending on Google and search terms and Google's platform. So this is an extra good time for me. Thank you so much, Kat. Like, the question that Love won't answer, won't ask, but the defense will, and I can't wait for it. Ike says, did you happen to put it in a report? Now, what's interesting, guys, if you did not watch Detective Gaither the first time she was on the stand, the first time around, she was asked about her reports. Where are they? She said she turned them all over to Thorpe when she left. They were on the 5th floor of APD. Nobody knows where they are. Nobody knows. Maybe Thorpe took her notes and refurbished those notes and is just out here saving the world, just being really eco-friendly. So who knows? I can't wait. I'm sure it will be asked again, though. I'm sure it will be asked again. And I wonder, if Shart tries to ask that, and Love goes asked and answered, referring to it being asked months ago. Because Gaither was on the stand like day 62 through 69. That's a long time ago. What if the judge is like sustained? It was probably asked and answered when Glanville was on the stand. Like, how do you even reconcile that gap in time? Oh, this trial. I'm That Queen. Thank you for being a member for a month. I feel like you've been a member longer than that. But thank you either way. The Big Baby Jane sniping another one, sliming somebody out here. Thank you so much. Chloe says, okay, so somebody in the chat, and it might have been Chloe, made it Dikembe Mutombo, the pointing. Somebody in the chat, and I feel like it could have been Chloe, made a reference. And I did not know that he died yesterday. I did not know. So I think I'd laughed in the chat at the reference, and I hope the reference wasn't about him passing away and I just didn't catch it, because that would be really insensitive. I found out listening to Lead Attorney's stream yesterday that Mutombo actually died yesterday from cancer. So I was like, oh gosh, like I hope I wasn't laughing, thinking he was mentioned because of the finger pointing. So sorry if that was in the chat yesterday. I thought it was just a reference to the finger point. But yeah, another cancer awareness situation here, right? Because that was apparently his cause of death. But Chloe says now he can't whack his finger at Love to shut her up or knock microphones out of her hands. What a missed opportunity. Rest in peace. And that's right. And let me share, if you guys wanted to check out, I keep referencing the Lead Attorney stream yesterday, and it is his story to tell. And to be honest, he told the story well. He went through the entire process of, from a physical that didn't show anything to getting a call from a doctor to going into the doctor, and the questions of your own dignity when you've got to sit in the robe and gown, and how it feels like they're giving you the runaround about treatment options, and then goes into a rant about the treatment for profit scenario. Really good. If you guys have ever heard lead attorney break down and analyze a situation from start to finish, you'll know that he's good at laying out a story, and he really tells it all. And I think it's interesting to hear someone share an experience that can't be easy to go through. So it's his story to tell. So here is the link to TLA stream from yesterday. Dropping that in the chat. So if you guys want to check that out, that is the way. And I just scrolled down to the chat. FFS is out here sniping. FFS sent 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then this one's 6. So this is, hold on, 11 total. No, 10 total. He's really sniping and then dropping a lump sum. Oh my gosh, thank you so much, FFS. Let me get you in this banner because you've gifted more than 5. That is hilarious. And I love Stephen T. Satchel had pointed out yesterday, you like giving one at a time because you can see someone get it. You can actually tell who gets it when you gift it in smaller batches like that. Let me update this banner. Shout out to FFS for giving me an excuse to put FFS in the banner. Love it. And then 5 more. FFS is just out here He said, "Today is the day." The whole chat's turning green. So generous. Thank you so much for all of your support and commentary. And FFS, you are so kind. Whenever you see somebody in the chat is having a bad day, you really like make sure that they get lifted up. And that's really nice. I think the chat is a powerful thing. Let's see here. Okay, there we go. So I knew you had a comment also. So FFS also says, Catnet Williams, I'm gonna call you from court. You're my alibi for whatever they ask you. I was with you that day. Thanks in advance. Now this is like the state's trying to act like this story of Quindarius Zachary shows up and who was there with you? And then what did you hear? Oh, well, someone's going to hang out with their girl. But then in 2017, it's like the reverse order. I forget the exact layout of the details, but the story changes. And the state's trying to get around this idea that somebody's girlfriend could be an alibi. So FFS, listen, I'm not gonna lie. You know what they like to do about cell site location. They're gonna be like, her phone has not left her house in a month. She goes to the grocery store and goes right back home. So how were you and her in the same place at any point in time? They're gonna use that cell site location data. And you have to call Sprinkle. Call Sprinkle so he can tell us how unreliable it is. But it's crazy to me, right? Your alibis. They said that Woody had an alibi. It couldn't have been Woody that did the murder because he wasn't on the Texaco surveillance footage video. And then Adams got up and asked the same question about Williams, his own client. Shark got up and asked about Shannon Stillwell, his own client. And then Yak took a different approach, or Doug Weinstein took a different approach, speaking more about, do you actually see Yak get into the Pontiac Bonneville? But each of them poke holes. If Woody's alibi is supposed to be that he's not visible in a surveillance video at the Texaco, then does that not effectually alibi at least Stillwell, Jeffery Williams by the same logic? So shout out to the use of alibis in this case. Thank you so much again, FFS. Touche says, exhausted from work. Ugh. Fell asleep for a lot of the morning, but in my dream, most of the jurors were sleeping too. Did we miss much? If you got here exactly when you sent this, if you rewind like 10 minutes, we watched an argument that Brian Steele made about, if you have something, you should produce it. But if something isn't producible, then you can't produce it. And we also rewatched this morning the first issue raised before Gaither got on the stand about how Gaither doesn't want to be shown. So I would rewind about 15 minutes before you came in, if you came in right when you sent this. Other than that, we've been watching Quindarius Zachary videos, and we've seen Love try to get ahead of certain things that she knows the defense is going to cross-examine with. But I don't know if that will really be successful. Brooklyn gifted a membership. Shout out to Brooklyn. I saw you out here in these YouTube streets. I don't even remember where. Probably on Nick's channel yesterday. But maybe also in Runkle of the Bailey if you were over there. But good to see you here, and thanks for gifting a membership. Aw. Natasha says, thank you, Cat, Chat, and Mods. You are making my day better. That is amazing. I love that so much. Let's do some mod love all the time. If you guys want to do all caps to shout out the mods or the chat, you guys got 60 seconds to go bananas. And thank you so much. That is seriously a goal, right? Can you imagine if someone's goal was, I want to be a YouTube streamer to piss people off and make people miserable? No, but it is really a goal to make somebody's day better. And I'm going to go back to Leeds' stream yesterday. At the end, when he was closing out, he said, I appreciate you guys in the chat because I'm an introvert, and doing these streams over the years, that's where I interact with people. And, I think part of him finally realizing, making the decision that he wanted to share his story rather than keeping it undercover. Because he was discreet with it. He was going under treatment for several months and was still streaming. And I do remember one stream where he said that he felt sick suddenly, and he gave a huge apology for it. Nobody was really looking for him to apologize for it. And AV was gracefully and skillfully co-hosting. Everyone was fine. Lead, go do what you got to do. AV's got this. Everyone was fine with it. But Lead gave a really big apology that in retrospect, maybe it was because he felt guilty about that treatment and was like, oh no, what do I do moving forward? And he's kind of been in the bushes. He hasn't streamed in a while until he came back on yesterday. So it'd been several weeks before he had streamed after streaming pretty consistently. But at the end, I think you withdraw, you hole yourself up. You don't want to tell people you're going through some kind of struggle. But by isolating yourself, you eventually come to some point where you're like, you don't realize the impact that interacting with people, even if it's online in a chat room on YouTube, you don't really realize the impact that has on you positively until you come back and see it. So seriously, one of my favorite statements that I've ever heard from Lead Attorney was his shout out to his chat, which I love hanging out in there. But it's a great point. I feel the same thing over here with you guys. Shout out to the introverts. And it really, really is a true thing. Again, that's the goal, right? I want you guys to love hanging out here. And shout out to the mods because they really hold it down, making sure nobody gets trolled or like just vicious in the chat. I love sometimes I catch a healthy disagreement and you guys are all cool with that. But mods, if I see you guys, if someone's getting out of line in the chat, you guys hold it down. And I love that. We shouldn't have to feel like you come into a chat room on YouTube and somebody can just harass you. So shout out to the mods for holding it down because that's not easy to do either. And let's see. 41 Vixen became a member. Thank you so much. Another smile in the profile picture. Love to see it. Miss Kim's. Another smile in the profile picture. Good to see Miss Kim's. Miss Kim says, good afternoon, all. Love is driving me crazy today. Put a 1 in the chat if she's also driving you crazy. I hope everyone is having an awesome day. I don't know how I'd be able to deal with Miss Love without Kat. Thank you very much, Kat. No, thank you, Miss Kim's. You always bring a smile to the day, and you're so nice. You say hi to the whole chat. I love that. So super, super awesome. And we're getting close to 1:15, so let me make sure we get queued back up to real time. We've got about 15 minutes, but you never know. I'll have the volume. Remind me to turn that back up. Everybody's like 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. Casper with the characteristic 5. 1 always. Oh, and you know what? I saw Lisa, great point, that Love doesn't have Glanville to shut down Cross and keep sustaining. Well, there were times where Glanville did sustain some objections with Gaither. The bigger issue with Gaither, if you go back and watch, and part of it is why she was on the stand for so many days, is one of the days they spent arguing about that 17-second video of, it's like Jeffrey Williams' face, it's Young Thug's face, but Munk Tunk's in the background. And it's like the snitches get stitches video, that 17-second video that we keep hearing about over and over. There was one day where Gaither was on the stand and they were arguing about that video for like, I don't know, probably like 4 hours. And it's one of the days that Keith Adams went bananas. It's clipped on my channel if you want to jump right to it. When court starts back up, so you guys have something to watch, I'll go and I'll find it and I'll link to it in the description of this video. But it's another situation where Keith Adams has to call out Love lying to the court, lacking candor, misrepresenting something to the court, because that's the day she tried to say that only one voice is audible on that video, where you can clearly hear more than one person talking. So, oh, what a day. What a day. So not only was, during cross-examination, was it Glanville, but all those evidentiary issues with Gaither the first time around were decided by Glanville. That was a day. That was a day. I might have to rewatch it. Delilah, this is so nice. Delilah became a member and then also gifted 5. And I saw you somewhere out here on YouTube yesterday too. Maybe it was Lee, because guys, like yesterday I tried to watch Nick Starro. I started cooking dinner, and then Classy Beach stream had started, so I tuned in there, and then I saw the thumbnail for lead attorney stream, and I was like, what? Oh my gosh. So I flipped over there. And then someone had tagged me in Runkle doing a stream about YSL. So I went over there, and Runkle's like, oh, we're all going to go over to Lead's chat anyway. So everyone went back over. So it was like it's like a field trip yesterday, a multi-destination road trip on YouTube. I think I've seen you out here, Delilah. Thanks for showing some love to the channel and gifting the 5. And then Harp City says, Lakeitha Gaither is security for HCL Hawks. Is it the Hawks? Or is it the Hornets? But it is something. It is like an NBA team, and she's been in pictures at the games. You know, it's not really a private place to do security for. In any case, it's a public place to do security at. I mean, even the live game streams, the cameras that are catching the game can pan around and catch you if you're doing a security job at a arena. Oh, like WNBA? Hold on. It is the Hawks? Okay. Yeah, but I saw, okay, my bad. Just trying to clarify. When this originally came, I saw corrections in the chat saying that it was the Charlotte Hornets. So my bad, you guys. My bad. And yeah, she's also in the Facebook pictures for APD. Well, then that's even worse, because if she's doing security for the Hawks, she's still publicly in the community out and about. Because if it was Charlotte, you know, at least she'd be out of the same community where she has security concerns, supposed security concerns. So that makes even less sense. That makes even less sense. But Whitaker said, all right, keep the cameras off. And I think it's interesting that she was so... I'd feel a little differently, and I guess part of it is because Trevia Smith got up there and said she just didn't want her face, you know, her job, her boss, or whatever. And so her words make it so that it's not a security issue so much as it is a reputation or impact on, you know, my job status. But we didn't get to hear what Gaither actually said to the judge, what her reasoning, what her concern was. So I'm still leaning towards, if we put Smith's face on camera, why not put Gaither's face on camera? It just doesn't make sense. Oh, geez. Yikes. Butterfly Lover says, Kat, will you cover the decapitation case from Clayton County if and when it happens? I think it will be interesting. Well, that sounds scary. I don't know the background on that. Yikes. Oh. Oh, hold on. That's sad. Oh my gosh, I would need to like grow a backbone. Is this... Hold on. This is just the first search result, but it is coming from Fox 5 Atlanta. Let me share it. Guys, I think this is triggering. I don't want to just like pull it up, but it involved during delivery of a baby at birth. That is so sad. I don't know if I could cover that. That's so scary to think about. Like, I'm curious how that even like happened. I don't know, Butterfly Lover. I'm gonna look into it because I want to understand. I don't know about covering it. Thanks for putting it on my radar, though. Interesting question. It's the news is saying it's being charged as a homicide, so that's how we're getting a case out of it. So that's the interesting. How is that going to move forward, right? And I would imagine in a situation like that, you probably have the big backing of expensive attorneys from either like the insurance that backs the medical center or whatever insurance coverage the medical provider has. Probably got some big wig defense team on that. So that will be interesting. That's so scary. Shout out. Thank you for putting that on my radar, Butterfly. Seven Angels says, these men sit in prison jail while love, hate, the alternative name, tries over and over to prove herself right. A complete shame. Thank you, Cat Williams, for all you do. Thank you so much for the 5. And I agree. It's just one of the things I wish would happen when the state messes up, hold them in contempt. They tried to hold Brian Steele in contempt. Do it to the state. Give them a taste of what they subject people to. So thank you so much, Seven Angels. David Newth, good to see you. David Newth says imposter syndrome is a thing, especially down in Georgia, apparently. Well, I think imposter syndrome is a real thing. However, I think if we mean Love is supposed to have some imposter syndrome, I don't know. I don't know if she actually struggles with that. But imposter syndrome is a real thing. And guys, if you ever feel like you can't do something, YouTube's a great resource to get motivated. One of the reasons I love YouTube. I think the biggest obstacle to ourselves is always ourselves. Shout out to David Newth. And if you guys like hedgehogs, check out the picture on the screen. Super, super handsome. Got the hat and the little tie. Thank you so much for the 10, David. Supreme L says, I give thanks. Thank you for bringing us the ISL news. Thank you for being here. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, Judge, Gaither's face can literally open my iPhone. I think people know what she looks like. Love thinks you're simple and you're helping. Just saying. Yeah, and I think that's another situation where Love played in the judge's face and the judge let that one happen. She was with Doug on the arguments before Love started talking, and then as soon as Love got permission to approach, it was over for that. Oh, okay, and FFS says I have court at 1:30 p.m. today. Okay, so that's soon, I think, because you're East Coast. Well, good luck. That sucks. That's stressful. Good luck to you. Court sucks all the time. I don't wish anybody having to go to court for any reason. It's a stressful place, even if you're there just for like, I gotta turn in a record to the clerk's office. Like, it's still just like, So shout out to you. Good luck with everything. If you're comfortable, you can let us know how it goes. No pressure. Felicia uses a message, sending the Doug emoji. Shout out to Doug Weinstein. I always love to hear, as soon as I see Doug standing up, I'm like, yay, what is Doug gonna say? Oh, and then Felicia gifted 5 memberships. Thank you so much, Felicia. Super nice of you. I gotta update this banner. Let's see, we've got Felicia. So many people gifting memberships today. Carrie H. Carrie H is also gifting 5, and we get a dog picture with Carrie. Shout out to all the the humans with the dogs in the chat. Tuki Boo, thank you for the super sticker. Oh, hold on. Okay, segue quick. Leo, I'm relying on your chat here. Is one of the tropical storms that people are watching, is that headed for Hawaii? As I see here, Leo the Lioness says our shelves in Hawaii are already bare. Everyone's stocking up quick. And now I feel self-conscious. Did I say Hawaii wrong? I feel like I'm saying it wrong. I don't mean to say it wrong. But that's scary. And I don't know exactly what part. But I know that like the Maui area is still recovering from the fires, and it's just like one thing after another. Oh, port strikes too. Oh, that's crazy, because if you guys are entering like the high swell season and there's issues, port strikes with supplies. Oh my goodness. Oh goodness. Please, please, please stock up if you can. There you go. Yeah, you guys are on it. They're striking at the port. Lots of delays. Oh my goodness. Okay, and Dante, I was thinking this, but I can like, if this makes sense, I can like hear her saying it in my head, but I can't like imitate it out. Like I gotta go listen to it again. So Tulsi Gabbard knows how to pronounce Hawaii. I can hear it, but I just can't. I gotta replay it and then I'll get it. Oh my goodness. Yeah, that's wild. Okay, and in Baltimore, the port strikes. Sheesh. Yeah, it's just scary. I think, dealing with the North Carolina thing. I mean, when Helene came to Florida, we weren't in the path where we're going to get storm surges, but the power goes in and out very easily where I live. I think some of the infrastructure is just worn down from previous hurricanes. And luckily, we only had flickers. We didn't actually go down and lose power with the winds. My screen blew out, but it was no big deal. But sometimes it's a concern, right? Boil water alert. Losing power, you've got to make sure you've got canned goods that don't need to be refrigerated in case you're without power for a few days. And I almost always have like waters. And when Thursday rolled around right before hurricane was going to make landfall, I'm like, I don't really rely on water bottles anymore. I haven't kept water. And I was like, I have no preparation at all. And I went out, got some water just in case. And then seeing what happened with the flooding in North Carolina, people didn't expect it. They don't have fresh water to drink because you absolutely cannot drink. That water is not potable and probably won't be potable for a long time. It's just a huge reality check. Even having just basic things like bottled water. Oh man. So good reminder, no matter where you live, like just have some essentials. Flashlights, batteries, some good old canned foods with the pop tops if you don't have a can opener, bottled water. Oh man. And that's got to be crazy. I'm thinking like there's places like South Carolina that some stores are out of supplies because people were buying out stuff to bring over to the really flooded areas in neighboring areas like North Carolina. And then people in South Carolina are like out of stuff. So now if there's a separate supply chain issue because of strikes, compounding with everyone trying to buy supplies to help with hurricane relief, that's kind of like a compounding issue. Yeah, and shout out whole house generator, but make sure, be careful of carbon monoxide, you guys. Big thing we hear about in Florida is people turn generators on in their homes and don't have ventilation, and you can't just be doing that. So shout out to generators, but also generator safety. Best practices. Yeah, this is crazy to me. Like you don't think about it, but you clear so much resources out of one area to move it to another, and now there's a depletion that's impacting a new area. It's like, oh my gosh. And we should be coming back. I see some movement there, top of somebody's head. And also, I love this. Do you think love only knows one way? So it's only a matter of time until yesterday happens again. I do sense she believes it's another motion for a mistrial is on the horizon. And I say in the near horizon. I don't even think a mistrial motion this week would be out of the question. So I think only a matter of time is my answer here. Floyd, love your insight. Thank you so much for the support. Floyd also says, will be interesting to see if Whitaker lets Gaither act like she did last time on the stand when she wouldn't even answer Shart's questions. She is not a good look for prosecution, in my opinion. And I loved when Gaither got on the stand today and Love like said her hello. It was like, how are you? Gaither was like, like, all right, back at it. Thanks for being here. But good point. I think the same thing. If you guys missed Detective Gaither originally, as soon as cross-examination started, just completely hostile, shut down, rude, didn't want to answer questions, a complete 360. more than really with most witnesses. I think she's one of the most egregious switches between direct and cross. Thank you so much again, Floyd. Gonna get you in the banner here. And Heart of Inspiration, good to see you. We're speaking about North Carolina relief. Heart of Inspiration, not only donating and raising money, but also the boots on the ground effort to get supplies moving, especially baby formula. Such an important consideration. As you know, everybody sends water, and there's no way you can send too much water, right? I'm not saying that. But you think about these little nuanced things, baby formula, huge idea, great idea. And she took action and went out and did it. So always love for Heart of Inspiration, and more love than usual because of the extra mile she's going to help people. And I've got to add you in the banner too. Let's update this. So let's see. We've got a ton of new members. Oh my God, we hit 200 new members today. Holy moly. What the heck, guys? Where did they come from? How is this happening? That's incredible. Yeah, we gotta update this banner. I am late. Thank you so much, you guys. What an awesome thing to be behind on. Like, oh my gosh. Update this banner. I gotta change it as soon as we come back from lunch, because I will forget. But if you guys please, right before we come back from lunch, if you don't already follow Heart of Inspiration, I would love if you could give her a follow here. And that's her channel link in the comments right there. Thank you so much for all the love you show this channel to Heart of Inspiration. I consider you one of my first YouTube friends. Brina Slime. This is how we're climbing up to 200. Brina, I still love the name change. I love it. Brina Slime gifted 5 memberships. And since her name is Slime, you guys can throw any green in the chat. Say thank you. Shout out to Brina Slime. Ashley Linnell, thank you for the super sticker. And to me, they're late coming back from break, lunch. Michelle Warden, thanks for becoming a member. Good to see ya. I saw you last night, I think. I think that was over in TLA's stream. So good to see ya. Bella Moon, thank you so much for the super sticker. So sweet of you. I keep seeing the head moving in the court, but no real action. Eventually. And I think I have captions on, right? I didn't refresh the stream. And Survivor Speaks. By the way, you guys, pinned at the top of the chat, and I know we probably closed it right at this point. Let me get the link again. But Survivor Speaks, especially since it is Cancer Awareness Month. I've had her channel pinned at the top. And here is the link. So there's her link in the chat. She is so close to 3K subs. Now, Survivor Speaks is so supportive of tons of creators on YouTube. Thank you so much for your generosity in supporting this channel. But also, you are always out here raising awareness of not just your experience as a survivor, but also showing support and love when you seem to realize somebody else in the chat is going through cancer or any other illness or sickness. You are always so supportive. You know the right words to say. I learn a lot by the way you're able to support people without, there's a stigma to just saying, I'm sorry to hear that, right? And sometimes you catch people in the chat, say things in a better way. And I struggle with that. I can talk all day, but showing a response to something that's a sensitive topic isn't my strong point. And Survivor Speaks, you're so graceful in the way that you support other people. Super, super awesome. So if you guys, that link to her channel is pinned. It should be pinned. I think it's pinned. Yeah, okay. So I'm showing that it's still pinned, but dropping it again in the chat. She's just such a, I don't know, it's like she can put such nice, sentimental support with like a strong, empowered show of support. It's like she combines the best of both. And that's a skill. I don't have that skill. I'm just like, oh my God, sorry. Sorry if I'm laughing at a funeral. I don't mean to. So
I had asked you to, or you had taken on the responsibility of reaching out
Yes, Your Honor.
to the APD to see if the gang unit had any kind of a, like, I think they call it a black book or any kind of written thing like that. Were you able to find anything out?
So, Your Honor, my conversation with APD gang unit, in my memory was, any YSL specific related, like roll up central investigation or larger report. Oh, that's fair. You're welcome, Mr. Weinstein. So when I talked with the APD gang unit, the 5 gang experts that the state, I believe we had Dahlberg hearings on all of them, or almost all of them, Underwood, Belknap, Gaither, Dennis, and Viverito. Those are the 5 that any centralized, anything outstanding besides one specific case, and that they don't have any additional roll up. I think an important thing too is, of course, the DA's office brought the RICO indictment. So there is in discovery this case supplemental report from a DA office investigator. And so they investigated these crimes individually. So other than what is connected with the individual APD case number for the overt or counts, there is not some larger, the closest I've seen is this case supplemental. And there's, I think, like a 10 or 12 page. It has the peanut icon on it from Gaither and Dennis, and Sprinkle's report, which is specifically about Donna Thomas's murder, is those are the 3 most extensive, other than just a report pertaining to a homicide or an armed robbery.
Okay, so is there any written gang unit kind of, here are our policies on how we determine who's in a gang or anything like that?
I have not specifically asked that question. They certainly have the Georgia gang criteria that they follow, so I can speak with them about that. And I'm sure, well, not sure, but from speaking with them, I'm quite positive it's going to be aligned with the first witness, Detective Belknap.
Right.
That slideshow was built around how he was trained to.
Okay, if you wouldn't mind just asking, and was there anything else?
Like, why didn't you ask?
Like what their policies are, policy manual, any kind of gang manual they might have?
Yes, Your Honor.
Or any methodologies or anything of that nature.
Yeah.
What did Ms. Massey say?
Any methodologies, any of their processes,
Any
things of that
kind of
nature.
manual, any kind of written, anything they've got about how they go about things.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. And can you get back to us fairly quickly on that?
I will, I'll leave court and make some phone calls, Your Honor, and try to get anything I can find on that topic.
Perfect, thank you.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, what I'd like is, I'm making all this as an example. Detective Gaither speaks with Kenneth Copeland. It's the 10th day of June 2015. In an interrogation room, it's video audio. And Mr. Copeland states that John Doe is a member of this gang. Well, then the gang investigators, they say, well, we have from a confidential, reliable source that John Doe is this gang member. So now it's a confirmed, documented gang member. And now we wind up on the witness stand with Detective Gaither saying this person's in this gang. I want to go behind who said that? Where is that documentation? Because it's not just.
There may or may not be any documentation. So can you inquire into that as well?
Actually, Judge, Mr. Steele has been given, and there has been provided, in this case, that actually was addressed earlier in this trial. When there is documentation that a person is a gang member, the whole issue of where is it documented came up way before Your Honor began presiding over this case. The expert who is on the stand talking is allowed to tell, that is the reason that we have the questions that we have about what they base their, how they determine that someone is a gang member. We've talked about the standard operating procedures. I believe that's even been given to the defense, APD's standard operating procedures, which have the 6 criteria that they use.
Yeah, they're aware of that.
So this idea that where it's documented, we've even given them the gang profiles of each of the defendants in this case and of people who are rival gang members. We've literally turned all of that over.
Yeah, I mean, what they're looking for, it sounds like, is, you know, is there something where they say, okay, John Doe said that Joe Blow is gang.
Those types of things, partly like in the gang profile encounters that they have that document what it is they're basing, in part, what it is they're basing these classifications on. They're listed. They're literally listed in the gang profile. And then on top of that, you have encounters with family members, you know, interviews, things that aren't going to be all in the profile, but things upon which they can base their
Sure, and if they have written it down,
opinion.
then it needs to be produced. And anything that is more general than that, as we already described, needs to be produced.
Yes, Your Honor. And
Okay.
I think
and as I think I mentioned when we were discussing this before, obviously any of the defense attorneys are free at any time to ask those questions of any of these, you know, gang unit members or any other law enforcement officer. Y'all can get together with them at any time and, you know, see if they want to talk to you. So y'all can always do that too. All right, so anything else before we get the witness back in and the jury back in?
I am looking at the next timestamp, and I just wanted to make sure that I started the right place. So if the judge.
All right, well, you can be doing that while we have everybody get back in their places.
Squeak. That was a whole waste of time. Like, Atkins is supposed to really argue this. Love takes over.
Can somebody let Sergeant Gaither know to come back in?
And Love is just like, can you clarify if something's
I'll make
written
sure to
and say
avert
that we
the
don't need to
cameras
produce
till
it?
she's in place, please.
Just a waste of time. Shout out to that squeak. It was needed. Is that Whitaker sighing into the microphone? And Nana Banana, thank you for the rose super sticker. Appreciate that. Super nice. Yes, great reminder. And thanks you guys for letting me know where this dock worker strike is happening all across all the different areas. But Daffy Daff says, dock workers on strike, plan accordingly. Yeah, I think the time to plan is now. That's a big deal.
Thank you. Okay, Ms. Love.
Your Honor, for the record, we're going to pick back up at 2:57:08. Actually. 25708. But before that, I'm going to ask a few questions. Sergeant Gaither, during your interview with Mr. Zachary, did he talk to you about what he understood Kelvin Treadwell's role or relationship to Jeffery Williams as it pertained to his artistry was concerned? Yes.
That's evidential objection on the recording.
Sustained.
Okay.
The microphone with the paper turning is like a little much, a little much.
Your Honor, may I approach with Mr. Steele about his objection? Specifically about, may I approach?
And I just dropped the link to, it's an hour-long clip because I'm telling you, it took so long when they argued about the 17-second video when Gaither was on the stand the first time. But I dropped a clip that sums up the arguments about, love. They go up at a sidebar, and we don't know what happens at the sidebar, but we find out from Keith Adams that love at that sidebar was trying to represent that video as only having one voice in it. So I'm going to also add it to the video description if you're watching on replay or want to grab it later. But this is what I was referencing earlier about Keith Adams in front of Judge Glanville calling out Love for lacking candor to the court. So, and it is an hour-long clip, and since it's uploaded, you guys can 2 times it if you want. But probably one of the highlights of Gaither being on the stand, and that part doesn't really involve testimony from Gaither. They're out of the courtroom, the jury's out, witnesses out. And they spent like 4 hours that day on this 17-second video. So that is now added to this video, the stream description as well as Gaither's previous testimony. And I'll call it what Keith Adams calls out Love's lack of candor, 17-second video of Jeffery Williams. All right, so that's what it's under in the chat, in the description, as well as the full Gaither testimony rewind from part 1 and part 2. So yeah, just crazy, just crazy. And then big shout out, you guys. Oh my gosh, I can't catch up. What an awesome problem to have. Survivor Speaks dropped another gift in the chat. Thank you so much, Survivor Speaks. We are keeping her pinned at the top of the chat for Cancer Awareness Month because she is out here raising the awareness everywhere I see. FFS, I think this is a different one. Thank you again. All these little sprinkles of gifts. Thank you so much, FFS. You might have to hear this on replay. I know you said you had court at 1:30. Jay Shepard gifting one. Look at that, just pew, knocking him down. Apoon and Woo, thank you so much. Apoon and Woo shows so much love to me, to the chat, to the mods. Apoon and Woo gifting 10 memberships. You guys say thank you in the chat. And Apoon and Woo, to help us out, you can just do 2 A's, AA. And thank you, Steph, for resharing the link to Survivor Speaks channel. Steph just shared Survivor Speaks channel link in the chat if you guys want to grab that. And then Brooklyn also gifting one. Thank you again, Brooklyn. Shout out to Stephen Hickman. Stephen says, "Hey, Kat and gang. I told my daughter I joined a gang. She told me I'm too old to be in a gang. I told her I was a senior member. Yeah, we need your wisdom. We don't discriminate by age in here. That's not part of our criteria. We don't have that restriction in our book. All are welcome. Appreciate you being here. Also hilarious that your daughter said that. Shout out to Steven. We love our senior members. Chloe Albert's Revenge says, if Love was asking the question, Groot would be a hostile witness. Oh my goodness. That's a layer there. I like that. She brings the ASS out of people. Every time. If she's consistent in something, it's going to be to get a witness to get hostile or uncooperative or like, what are you doing, Love? Like, Denise Bell recently was a great example of that. That's a hilarious reference, though. Even I Am Groot would turn hostile with her. Oh, Chloe. Sean B gifting a membership. Thank you so much, Sean. Oh, yeah, Black Butterfly. I love that little bit. Unfortunately, it's a little bit repetitive from the judge. But Black Butterfly says, Love had all the theatrics, and Whitaker still said, well, I'll bring that info. It went nowhere. It went nowhere. Good summary there, Black Butterfly. Thank you for the super chat. Is the deep breathing Love or Whitaker?
Sergeant Gaither, did Quindarius Zachary tell you that he knew Kelvin Treadwell as Thug's road manager?
Yes.
And is that the same Kelvin Treadwell that you saw on scene in the surveillance footage with the Browns Mill Road video at the time of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
Okay. Did you ask Quindarius Zachary whether Mr. Treadwell still drives that white Nitro?
Yes.
And when you asked him that question, was the white Nitro the Dodge Nitro that is seen in the surveillance footage at the time of the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
All right. And did Quindarius Zachary tell you, no, he let Nard fuck that up?
Yes.
Did you understand that to mean Nard had wrecked the Nitro?
Yes, I believe you stated that.
And the Nard we're talking about, is that the same Nard that you identified in 503 Yankee?
That Quindarius identified?
Yes, Quindarius identified.
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to now advance. During your interview with Quindarius Zachary, did you talk about the shooting of a Frida Reed's home?
Yes.
Is that Rayshawn Bennett or Lucci's mother?
Yes.
Did Quindarius Zachary indicate where he was at the time of the shooting?
He did, but I can't recall exactly where.
Okay. if I show you a portion of the transcript of your interview with him, will that refresh your memory?
Sure.
Okay.
All right, so looking at the transcript here to see. And holy moly, Peter Ortiz dropping a generous 50, says, it's my opinion only, but I'm thinking my fellow slime, and I love your hat and size. You are the OG. I always love a good hat, you guys. And I've worn hats ever since, like, I don't know, as long as I can remember. In northern climates, the warm winter hats, I don't really need those in Florida, but any kind of hat. So Peter Ortiz, thank you so much for the love and nodding my hat to you, because you got a hat too. And I like your smile in your picture. I saw you the other day. I don't see any teeth, but we're close. Yeah, what do you guys think about Love being happy to drop an F-bomb there? Oh yeah, update. Oh, let me update my banner. Thank you, Steven. Take away the lunch banner. And as soon as they say something, I'll move the captions up. So I must have refreshed the stream whenever I was like loading those other clips, because the captions are back down at the bottom. Big thank you again, Peter Ortiz. And I see the chat asking for Drea. Drea was in here. She might be in the bushes. She was in here for a little bit at least. But she may have dipped out. She said she had a busy September and would have some freedom around October. I don't know if that exactly means October 1st. And yes, I'll move the CC as soon as they say something. Sorry, guys. Didn't realize it was down there. And I don't know if we're going to get a video with this one. I think she might just be looking at the transcript to refresh her memory. But we'll see. We'll see. Well, it's 9 more hours of video footage. And also, Josh, this is a good time with the break here. Josh had asked any word on Steele's contempt. The next date for that's October 22nd. And if I'm not mistaken, I forget the exact dates. Tomorrow, October 2nd, I know more of the Ashley Merchant, the records request hearing. We have more of that tomorrow. So Tuesday or Wednesday. My days have been so thrown off since last week. My bad. Wednesday, tomorrow the 2nd.
50.
But Steele, October 22nd, in front of the Supreme Court is Steele's contempt hearing. Appeal. Thank you, Stephen. And shout out to Nens. Good to see you, Nens. I heart with the green heart cat, the chat with the capital C, and all the mods. Slat with the nose wipe. Love the combo emojis there. Good to see you, Nens. When Jennifer Devine says the Brian Kohlberger case would be interesting, think he might be innocent, and rumors victims lived in drug house, I'm going to defer to the Honorable Andrea Burkhart. I love her coverage. She's a incredibly intelligent and insightful appellate attorney out of Washington. She's really been doing deep dives into this case. It would be a disservice of me not to recommend you guys to Andrea Burkhart for that case. And she covers other cases too, but you know, her coverage of Depp versus Heard is next level because she followed the entire UK case, Depp versus the Sun, So she had a ton of background knowledge going into the Virginia Fairfax case. So she's covered other cases as well. But if you guys are interested in Kohlberger, Andrea Burkhart, gotta check her out. So her link is in the chat there. You know Andrea, Jennifer. But for others, I guess, you know, we got a gratuitous link for Andrea Burkhart in the chat. Jennifer already knows. And we get a squeak.
We're starting at 2:55. What about Nard? Like, what's his demeanor like? Like, what's his personality like?
No, it's just one nigga. It's like Moonton, like, I don't go with it. Ain't gonna really talk to him. Moonton, everybody know Moonton don't go. And everybody know don't go. It's just like they the old.
Go ahead. So it's like, they know they valid, but ain't nobody too much fuck with them.
Yeah, everybody really gonna build Moonton. Right. If he wanted to hang with Wood. Right. Everybody gonna build Nard because they know.
What about Doo-Wop? Fit into this, because
he at home.
So him and Yak are close.
Yeah.
Do you know Doo-Wop?
No, I just know him, like, I don't know, I didn't know his name Doo-Wop. If you was like that, so, you know, I was.
And Your Honor, we're stopping at 2:56:40. As we advance to let me ask you this, Sergeant Gaither. As far as you know, Nard and Moonton, their ages, are they older than, significantly younger than Mr. Zachary? What did Mr. Zachary and you mean when you're talking about Nard and Moonton being old heads?
I knew at this time that Mr. Sledge Moonton, he was at least maybe 15 years older than Quindarius. And I knew Nard maybe roughly 10 years older than Quindarius.
Okay.
At this time in this interview.
And when talking about Doo-Wop, do you know or remember what name Doo-Wop, what his given name is?
I do.
What is it?
Justin Cobb.
Justin Cobb?
COBB.
Thank you. During the interview with Mr. Zachary, did Mr. Zachary describe O.G. Bentley's house for you all, or his spot for you all?
He did.
And did he describe it saying it was a brick house with the fence around it?
Yes.
All right. Page 8.
Perfect. We have a break. I didn't want to put this on the screen in
Zachary
case
tell you
we're back.
Whether or not he knew any relationship between O.G. Bentley and Donovan Thomas's sister.
Mr. Zachary stated that Donovan Thomas's sister had a child with Kelvin Treadwell.
Thank you. At this time, we're going to restart at 2:58:18.
That was a sad squeak. It was like, please help. Oh, we're gonna do happy birthday early for Cash Money Cass. Dirty 30 tomorrow. Aw. Good to see you. Glad to hear you're traveling, it sounds like. And happy birthday if we don't get to see you tomorrow.
I don't know that. Y'all don't know that? Everybody know?
I know a nickname.
What a nickname?
I'm sure. Wilford.
That's like two or something.
What's the house look like on Oak Street?
I think it's a brick house.
Yeah. Any cars in the front? Broke down cars?
No, they ain't got this spot no more. I'm outside up. They still building.
Is that when
That's at the corner little house? It looks like a studio or something?
No, I don't see no corner.
You know what y'all gonna tell me? I think it's yellow. They got a little studio in it.
This right how they sit next to the park.
It's on the back side. I think narcotics just hit the house like maybe a few months ago.
Nah, that was Walden spot.
You know what y'all was talking about, though, right?
They said at the top of the hill on the corner.
Yeah, like right at the corner.
Yeah. Okay. That Walden spot.
describe it a little more. Fence, brick house.
That's it.
What else? Like got a driveway?
They got a driveway.
What color is it?
The driveway?
The house.
The house brick. Like
red brick, brown brick.
Brown brick, brown brick.
What end of Oak Drive? Like what is it closest to?
You know, you make right at McDonald's. You go all the way up to the red light. Make that right. It's probably like the fourth or fifth house on the left.
Fourth or fifth house on the left.
What else? The Canlator right here. They spot right here.
It's next door to the Canlator?
Yeah.
Okay. Why did you end up going down to Florida with them if you know that they did this and you had nothing to do with it?
Go down for the show, just go down there. I didn't think they taking us down there for that, cause you know what I mean? They like do a head show down there.
So y'all just went for the show?
Yeah. See, I told when they tell me to stay down there for a few days, we came back. Cause most was already up there. Most ain't go. Most ain't big. I ain't going nowhere.
Answer this question. So what was the mood like when y'all was down there? You said it was boring, but what was the conversation like? Like what was y'all, ain't nobody bring it up at all or what? You even speak on.
So we was just on so far. I was going to mall.
What, you thought they was gonna get y'all down there? What was Thug like?
Shit, he normal.
He ain't get no fuck.
I mean, he kills her he why did they kill Nut? Like, but then down like they told him that Nut said it's a goal. They really would be holding back stuff. Why though? I don't know. Like he'll put us in, but it really don't have nothing to do with us.
I'm pausing at 3:01:02.
And Melly is here, has a birthday today. Just saw that now. Sorry, I missed it, Melly. Happy birthday to Melly. It's MELI.
When Mr. Zachary said that, when he told you they were scared, when Dennis asked what was the mood like, did he mention anybody besides Woody being afraid and just laying on the sofa?
That's Your Honor. Also, cumulative.
Well, sustained is to best evidence.
Okay. Did you know who Quindarius Zachary met when he said, while Woody was laying on the sofa, all of us are going to the mall and everything? Who is the all of us? Did you understand him to mean?
Objection, Your Honor, speculation.
Your Honor,
Sustained unless there's a basis.
I asked who?
Yeah, I heard what you asked.
Who?
I'll ask a different question.
Okay.
All right, sustained. There is the love buffer emoji. That is a moment.
At any point ever, after telling you that Thug asked, why did they kill Nut? Did Quindarius Zachary give you any other reason besides Nut saying whoop?
It's all on the video audio. I object.
Your Honor, I would ask to approach as to the answer that I have so that I don't.
Is it basically the same thing we talked about just a minute ago or something different?
It's something different.
All right.
And I'm logging the objection, haven't logged the success of it. But it's like, it's really irritating the way she uses approaches. I understand that there can be a valid reason to approach and discuss an issue at the bench, but it's like a tool Love keeps in her toolkit to use however she wants. Like using the back of a screwdriver to hammer down a nail really quick as a quick fix. Like, not exactly the tool you're supposed to use to do that, but if it works and the nail's willing to get hammered down. A lot of approaches for Love needing an assist. Yeah, is there an owl in here? The Who? She said, who? And then buffered. That was a time. And thank you, chat, for all the birthday wishes. Angie Leha gifted another membership, sniping and sliming out here. Nancelot, Whitaker feels obligated to protect the state. Why? I really do think, I know people will say, like, it's to protect her job. It's for political aspirations. It's because she wants to shoot up to the Supreme Court and keep climbing up the career ladder. Doesn't want to ruffle any feathers with Fani Willis. You know, all of those things could be a factor. But I really do think a lot of prosecutors just seem to lean with the state more than they lean with the defense attorneys. And it's a bit bothersome because in an ideal system, if they're supposed to be independent, the tribunal is supposed to be independent from the prosecution and from the defense, there shouldn't be that lean. But that lean, unfortunately, from the trials I tend to watch, that lean tends to lean towards the state, the government, the people, over and over consistently. So I'm sure there's a mix of factors here that make up the actual answer. But unfortunately, I think a lot of judges lean to protect the prosecutors or side with the prosecutors. That's just my perspective. Thank you, Nancelot. Michelle Warden gifting one. Thank you so much, Michelle. And also, you've got a dog in your picture. I always love an excuse to bring a pet up on the screen. So shout out to Michelle and Michelle's pup. Natasha also sniping one. Look at that, you guys. Everybody in here sniping with the slimes. It's like Nickelodeon days. I think I had like a Nickelodeon Nerf gun. I don't think, let me see if I can Google something. Maybe I'm just combining two different memories here. But I swear there was like a Nickelodeon Nerf gun. Oh yeah, no, there really was. I'm not imagining it. It looked like this. Let me pull it up. It looked like this. So I'm not imagining it. It really was a thing. Get on eBay and find one of them. Become a prop for the stream. Thank you, Faye and Liam, for the super sticker. Super nice of you. And then perfect time. Okay, so I did not want to pull this up while we were talking about YSL because this is about Kohberger. So Jason Sorensen says it's a known drug house.
Bit up.
Oh, I'll pause it. We'll get it right. But talking about that Koberger comment from earlier, Jason says, I have friends that went to that house for drugs in the early 2000s, so can confirm it's more complicated than most think. And then Jason also said, I live in Idaho and plan to attend the trial for a few days. I've got to look for your answer, but Jason mentioned possibly doing some lives to talk about it. Jason, if you're comfortable, I'll share your channel. If this is the same channel that you plan to use for it. Because I think there's a lot of people in this chat that would love to see some, I went to the court today and here's what happened for the Koberger trial. So let me know. Let me know.
Bit up a few seconds.
I mean, if she's trying to queue up a video, it seems like she lost that.
I guess they told me that nut said it's a goal.
I'm gonna back it up a little bit more.
Oh, we just on so far. I was on some.
Just now, did you hear Mr. Zachary say Woody just on the sofa, all of us going to the mall and everything?
Yes.
And if there's something you heard differently and remember differently, will you please correct me?
Sure.
Was there anything, you sort of paused a little bit, was there anything that you wanted to correct or change in what?
I was just replaying it in my head, what he said.
Thank you.
What do you thought they were gonna get y'all down there? What was Thug like?
And just now, did Detective Dennis ask Mr. Zachary what was Thug like at 30040?
I have the same objection. I'm a 403, this is gonna take.
All right, so if there's something that is actually really hard to understand, then I don't mind if you try to
That is the,
get confirmation or whatever about what was actually said. But
thank you. That is,
make sure we don't do it with every.
we are not.
Overruled.
Thank you. Is that what? Detective Dennis was asking, what Thug was like?
Yes.
He ain't get no fuck.
I mean, he killed her, he why did they kill Nut? He's like, but then down like they told him that Nut said just.
And in the portion we just played up to 30055, after Detective Dennis said he didn't give a fuck, did you hear or did Quindarius Zachary say during the interview, I mean, he cared, but like, why did they kill, but like, he asked, why did they kill Nut? And then that's when they told him that Nut said, whoop. And it's a go.
That they were on go, yes.
That what now?
That they were on go, yes.
Okay. And after that, did Mr. Zachary say, Woody really be holding back? And later on explain?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor. Picking up at 30055.
I don't know, he'll put us in, but it really don't have nothing to do with us. He was like, they said something about you. He told me, I said something about me. To rev him up. You mean to just rev somebody else to be down to do some shit? Yeah. It really be at him, but he'll try to push off on.
It's like you saying about me and I bring that into it, so I got somebody behind my back.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
So, why initially did it come out that basically they were trying to kill Woody and shooting up all his spots? I'm just trying to grasp what they did. I mean, but why would they think Woody has Woody done something to them previously?
They say Woody had shot up Gucci Studio on Metropolitan.
Metropolitan where?
in studio with Thug Studio at. Well, they ain't really Thug Studio, but where you be at? The studio is. I don't know what studio it is. I think it's Fat Nigga Studio. I don't know his name.
Trying to be over there though.
I was out there about 2 times.
So supposedly Rudy shot up Lucci's studio.
Yeah.
Which side is it?
Got studio. Them folks do stuff being out now. I don't know if it's the same studio or not.
I mean, but do you know what is it on the same side as the vault?
That's the vault. What's the vault?
The vault is the studio with Thug.
Nah, it's on this side.
Like what TIG is?
TIG, that's studio.
Oh, okay. Well, you got say TIG. We don't know. So they shot up TIG studio.
Yeah, Rich Homie was out there.
Right.
And then when they shot it, killed. When they first shot it, killed. When I told you him and Moonson.
Right.
That was I beat like that one really escalated. That one just guns up for both sides.
So who shot Kel?
Who shot him? Tay.
Trevante? No. And who else?
That's all I know. Tay said him and little partner seen him. It was either in February or something. They found him. Then they found him from the West End. Because of the ugly girl or something.
Who was with you, Bonte?
His partner, he said his name.
Who was Hot Sauce?
Hot Sauce.
You know anybody by the name of Hot Sauce? Go by Hot Sauce?
Hot sauce?
So the fight at Crucial, did that happen where Woody got jumped on?
Yeah, they had him before that.
That was like right before, like a few days before, right?
That Monday.
The nut got killed on a Saturday.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would say about 5 or 6 days.
So that Monday he gets jumped on by Kel now. Did they shoot up any other spots? Did they shoot at him downtown?
Downtown?
Did Thug Girl event get shot up at a hotel?
Thug Girl.
So after this, so what happened after Woody get jumped on? So he get jumped on?
Thug stayed in the club. And then, me and Thug stayed in the club. All went outside. So, what's it called? But D and Kel,
what's it called?
What?
You said they went outside with what's it called?
Get done. Nah, they just getting done. I want Thug walking out there and yeah, so he the money too.
Right.
And then what's it called?
Did they jump on Bloody J?
Yeah, they jumped. I just didn't say that. They jumped on Bloody J. He transformed him. They pulled up. Killed him already gone. So we ran up the street. Went to their car and beat Thug and they.
Guys, who is hot sauce?
I'm gonna probably Drake Thug and Carvette by itself. Then Wood out and line up on the side of the street by the church. Went on Bloody Day on the ride back. Like right back, they started shooting up.
So it started that night, basically.
The shooting, like Kel, they shot at Kel, they've been at it.
So Nut murder basically was all really a month. Really, we was a month behind.
The shit was already going on.
Yeah.
Okay.
It didn't like just happen. Stuff was already going on in November, December, and it just kind of bled over to the actual murder in January.
So now, while y'all in Miami, Woody's family house is getting shot up.
He got scared, tripping.
As he should be. Wouldn't you be scared if I shot up Summer house, Kelly house, your dad's house, your grandmama's house? Wouldn't you be scared?
But if somebody shoot towards my mama, that's when I'm going to jail.
What about Summer? Because clearly you just said they shot at Summer. You got him out of bed to go deal with that.
Somebody shoot at my mama, I'm going to jail.
What about your sister?
Fuck up.
I'm gonna be mad at her now.
Nah, legit. My mama's home, they always though.
Mommy's coming home.
What about grandma?
I have my grandma.
Exactly. So one of the point I'm making is that
Stopping at 3:06:09.
Sergeant, I'm going to take you back and ask you about certain portions of the video that were just played.
Tell their house, your dad's house, your grandmama's house, what you shit?
Oh, was it hot dog?
On down the street by church. When I'm little bit by itself. Then the wood out in on down the street by church.
Okay.
Straight up and they big drink.
Yeah, she said
Your
she's
Honor,
going to
may
go
I
back.
ask the witness a question to establish for the record why it is and what it is that I'm replaying?
That's what you should have done.
You can try, sure.
Sustain.
Sergeant Gaither, during the portion of the interview that was just played, were portions of what Mr. Zachary said, and specifically after he was asked about what started the beef between YSL and Ifgang, and why it was that they were trying to shoot at Woody. Were you able to hear here today on this screen what it was that Mr. Zachary said Woody had done as it related to the Metropolitan, the studio on Metropolitan?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yes.
And in that video, did Mr. Zachary say,
Objecting, Your Honor. I mean, this is just repeating what we've already heard. If the jurors can't hear it, the jurors know to ask the court if they can rehear it.
Your Honor, I'd ask that the court's instructions and I'd ask to be allowed to do what the court said that it would allow me to do.
The court didn't say anything.
Your
We're
Honor.
listening to a recording, then we're listening again with Ms. Love repeating what the recording allegedly says. I'm not conceding she's saying it right. And asking the witness whether she heard it, and she says yes. I'm objecting.
Your Honor, I believe that this is the same mode of interrogation Mr. Steele used with one of the previous witnesses while listening to Mr. Kenneth Copeland's video. The state objected, it was overruled, and I asked to be allowed to ask this witness about certain portions of this interview. I have not done this
I
consistently.
don't actually recall the state objecting on this basis and that being overruled.
I objected that he was not asking a question. He was reading portions of the transcript, and the court said, I think he's going to ask him, is that what he said?
Okay, well, that is not the objection that has now been made. And based on that objection, I have to sustain it.
Okay. And Your Honor, the objection being cumulative or
Oh my gosh.
what is being sustained so that I don't?
What was the last thing y'all said? I mean, I know you've said best evidence previously, and did you just say cumulative?
It's also cumulative, Your Honor.
Because we just heard it.
We've heard it twice, and now
Your Honor,
Ms. Love is trying to
when
cash it.
Detective Gaither is off, or when Sergeant Gaither is off the stand, if there is a portion of this interview that the jurors are unable to decipher, and they are not able to ask the person sitting there in the room, it's too late to have her come back and answer the questions. So unless the court or unless the defense is okay with the court inquiring whether the jury understands what's being said at a certain point, I'd ask to be allowed to ask her what she heard in the room at the time that the interview was held.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to speaking objection, but if we're going to have speaking objections, I have one I'd like to say as well. that I believe is on behalf of the jury, as Ms. Love seems to be claiming she is speaking on behalf of. This is a waste of time hearing the same thing 3 times.
Well, it's not a waste of time if it can't be deciphered, but
A, if it can't be deciphered, then I don't think we need to hear it 3 times. It's indecipherable. But B, Ms. Love just asked Investigator Gaither, and she said she understood it. It was clear. So I don't know why we're rehashing it.
it's not really whether Miss Sergeant Gaither can understand it or not. I mean, the evidence is being presented so that the jury can absorb it. And I don't know whether the jury can understand what's being said on it or not. Can y'all understand what's being said? Some of them can, some of them can't. Go ahead, Miss Love.
Thank you, Your Honor.
I'm gonna call it Drake Thug and Corvette by itself.
At the timestamp that I stopped at, 3:04:45, did Mr. Zachary say, I'm in the car with Dre, Thug is in the Corvette?
Yes, he said Thug is in the gray Corvette.
In the gray Corvette?
Yes.
And was this still talking about January 6th?
Yes, at Club Crucial.
All right.
And Wood out line up on South Street by the church. Went on Bloody Day on the ride back. When he went back, he started shooting up.
And did he just say, and that's when Woody and them all lined up on the side of the street by the church, waiting on Bloody J. And when Bloody J rode past, that's when they started shooting.
Yes,
Is there a church near Club Crucial?
it is.
Continue.
It's going to that night, basically.
The shooting, like, kill, they try to kill, they've been there.
So Nuts murder basically was all really a month. Really, we was a month behind.
Cause shit was already going on.
Yeah. Okay.
It didn't like just happen. Stuff was already going on in November, December, and it just kind of bled over to the actual murder in January.
Okay. Advancing now to 3:06:32.
Remember, guys, the bigger issue is these notes that Gaither was taking contemporaneously are missing. They are clearly there in the video, but they're not produced. So the best evidence of what's being said in this video, if we can't decipher the video, would be the notes that were taken during the time things were being said. And we don't have that. So that's why we keep hearing that best evidence objection.
He tried to kill me, he didn't do it. They just kept pushing it up for that Woody deal, so he wanted Woody.
That's the wrong part, right?
Yeah, Woody and Kill just alike. Both of them, they gonna try to put it off on somebody. Say like, I don't like you. But I know we had altercation and we shooting at each other.
Right.
Then somebody on my side get shot, but you didn't do it.
I didn't think that it was them just to get more people against.
Yeah. Right.
Well, what's Montauk and Kale's beef?
Who Montauk?
Antonio. Who shot?
All right. Did you understand Mr. Zachary at any point to say, my side gets shooting, their side get to shooting? Start talking about that?
I don't think I understood a lot of what this little portion was.
Okay.
It's a little distorted.
Okay. Did you hear Mr. Zachary say, after asking what Moontoon and Kel's beef were, did you hear Mr. Zachary say Trivia?
Trivia, yes.
During the course of your investigation, did you look into a shooting at an Intrivia Smith's house?
Yes.
I'm going to advance to the next time. I'm going to start at 3:07:46. And I'm going to go to 3:09.
What kind of court you told me, come on, Tom, guy.
Nah, he ain't had any policy.
What kind of court he got there?
He had a running truck. When was this incident? No, Moontoon had that problem. Who caused that? I don't know who caused that.
Who got a green phone?
Moontoon Jay got that problem when he came back out too.
Who got a green phone?
I don't know. His girl on drive where was it? Great Mountain? Hey, girl. Nah, he girl on Boulevard. His girl got a green. She used to have a man who used to drive. No, she didn't. Not that no more. Not anymore. This was like recent. Like, he had a rental Malibu. It was a rental? Yeah, a Malibu, but not like when did he have a rental? Shoot, 4 went on tour. And when did y'all go? I don't know when y'all go on tour. I think we went on tour back in April or something. Like in April. Yeah.
So, let's get to this. Who shot up Lucci?
Sergeant Gaither, did Detective Dennis just ask Mr. Zachary did you all discuss during the interview and at this point the shooting of Lucci's mother's house?
Yes.
All right. And is Lucci the Rayshawn Bennett that you spoke about earlier?
Yes.
What address did Miss Reed live at? Or just the street name, not the full address?
Hill Street, Southeast.
Did you all investigate a shooting at that location?
We investigated a couple of them.
Do you remember the dates of those shootings?
Not off the top of my head, no. It was during this time.
Do you remember whether
Maybe
one occurred in
February.
January?
Correct.
Were they both after Donovan Thomas was murdered?
Yes.
You guys think the chair will be moved tomorrow? Oh, heck yeah. We need an ABCs of Steel remix with H's for hot sauce. Ricky E, that's a great idea. Yeah, I'm still, who is hot sauce or maybe hot dog?
And Your Honor, I'm picking up at 3:09:06.
The folks that's in jail right now. Quentin Pittman. So, how did, cause that was the gun that you had, that you got caught with. No, that was some gun. So, how did Woody end up with that gun that day?
We was at Boot Grandma house, big Boot Grandma house. And we was like, hey, fucking shit, they're right.
Okay.
Then when they came back, they ain't even tell us what they did.
What kind of car were they in? They were in what?
It was in that white Charger.
Woody Charger? Okay.
And then the boy, Mushu, who he be with Lucci, Mushu.
Yeah.
He called Boo, like, when Woody got back, he called Boo, like, Boo, they got in. Boo, like, what? He like, somebody just shot up Lucci mama house, and mom got shot. And Boo, like, don't tell me how they did that. Cause they come back and say that. Don't tell me how they did that thing. That when Woody got scared again, cause Mushu, I got 10,000 when Woody did that.
Who had the Montel gun?
Woody.
So they actually came back and said they did it, or y'all just assumed they did it?
No, they said they did it. He finally said it when Woody, like I told you, Woody got scared when they got 10,000. I'm like, man, we just shot up Lucci on my house.
So because Lucci was close with Nut, they just...
Lucci was hanging with Kel.
Right.
I told you all about Lucci and Kel. Like, Nut didn't go get killed. I don't know what made him do it.
Did you know Nut?
Yeah. He gave me $20 and stuff, so you know, I pull up on use some gas money, phone bills, doing stuff like that.
So he was like the big homie.
Yeah, he cool with the whole city.
That's what everybody said.
So everybody speak highly of him, but he still was a street nigga. So he had dirt on his hands too.
Yeah, he was fine, but he, like, every time I see him, so I feel like I don't gas in the car, so I give him 20 or 40.
So they look at you like the little like,
yeah, I ain't no harm.
Basically. So,
Your Honor,
Yes.
out of an abundance of caution, I'd ask to approach Mr. Sharp.
All right.
Okay, this might be one of those parts where Quindarius Zachary names several people, but there's some evidentiary ruling that something can be admitted for the mention of one or two people, but not the mention of Stillwell. So we'll have to see what this actually is. I don't know why the stream is a little funky bunch, but we'll see if it comes back. It's the stream itself. So we'll see. Oh, okay, now we have the seal. So we're back. We are back. Big shout out again to Jason Sorensen. Again, the chat moves fast sometimes, and I didn't get to see if Jason wanted me to share his channel in case he goes in person to the Koberger case. But Jason had also said earlier, talking about other cases, Lori Vallow case, the judge threw out the death penalty in Vallow case over one small Brady violation that wasn't really that egregious. Make mistakes, make mistrials more common. And I mean, I agree. And especially when it comes to things like the death penalty, right? This could impact, the decision on the sentencing, the death penalty. If there's a mistake and we have an issue with being 100% confident in something, it's my belief, and I think it should be written into the law, that if death penalty is allowed somewhere, it should be with 100% confidence. So if there's an error that may reduce our confidence in the sentencing, the decision to sentence someone to death, I think all the way that should be thrown out. Give them life without parole, but take death penalty off the table so they can continue to fight their case. And when I was a kid, I swear I just believed if somebody was sentenced to the death penalty, surely they did it and it was bad what they did. And then you learn things. You learn things as you go and you're like, well, what if we don't get it right? And then you're like, there's a lot of times that now I'm questioning that maybe they didn't get something right. So here, I think the example you're giving is specifically on the sentencing portion rather than reversing a conviction. But still a great point. Still a great point. Deter the mistakes. give prosecutors a reason to care about Brady, constitutional rights, ethics, integrity, doing things the right way. I mean, I think Alec Baldwin trial is another good one. We saw Erlinda Johnson, one of the special assistant prosecutors. She said, "I'm not doing this. I'm not comfortable with this. I'm like midday. She's like, that's it. I'm done. I'm out." Deter that type of thing from happening in the future. So I'm with you. I share the sentiment here, Jason.
Hey, Your Honor, I can
Yeah.
play that portion. We're at it if the court will allow me to play it for the court so that you can hear it while you're reading it, if that will lend any assistance.
No, I mean, what I have in my notes is that this bracketed part 112.17 through 113.12 was in. What I've got written next to it is okay.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Shart, I think what you're raising now is, does this sort of undo the not including Shannon's name in this whole conversation? Is that right?
Correct, because it is, to me anyways, difficult to discern whether Quindarius Zachary is speaking out of what he observed versus what Mr. Copeland may have said when he spilled the beans. And that's my concern because, earlier today we argued that certain things would come out to protect the hearsay issues.
So let me ask, on page 113, lines 11 and 12, at least on my copy, when he's talking about, I don't know how they went unintelligible, got in the car, I just know gun unintelligible. What does that actually say?
Your Honor, if the court will permit me just
All right.
to advance to that part.
All right, let's just listen to it now. And we may have listened, I'm sure we
it
probably
seems
listened
like-
to it before, but I didn't jot it down.
It seems like jury and witness are out. We just can't see it when they pan the camera away.
Shannon, you think Shannon had on that?
I don't know, they had AK. Another 223. It was 223 and an AK. I know they had that big AK. That was posted on them.
The AK was?
Yeah.
And what Shannon had?
He had one of the 223.
Oh, he had the AK.
I don't know how they got in the car. I didn't know guns go like that.
So answer this question. So when we were in court,
Very last part again.
Okay.
answer this question. So when we were in court,
No, before.
and you found this
Hang
question.
on, stop it. Okay.
Another 223. It was 223 and an AK. I know they had that big AK. That was posted on them.
The AK was?
Yeah.
And what Shannon had?
He had one of the 223.
Oh, he had the AK.
I don't know how they got in the car. I didn't know guns go like that.
So answer this question. So when we were in court,
Your Honor,
and you found out
I believe that he said, I don't know how they got it in the car. I just know the guns they had afterwards.
Can you play just that part again? Not, and I know it might be hard to get to that, but.
So I'm going to rewind it 5 seconds and let's see if we can capture just that part.
So when we were in court and you found out that gun,
I'm going to 3:11.
Yeah, they came to
I don't know how they got in the car. I didn't know guns up at the house.
So answer this question. So when we were in court,
I don't know what he's saying, and I don't expect you to ask, did he say such and such? If you want to ask, what did he say? That's one thing, but anyway, I mean, that's in.
And I feel personally confused because I do not remember clearly, but I feel like I remember saying something on stream in one of those days where they went through line by line what they wanted to exclude from these statements from Quindarius Zachary. I swear I remember one day what I called a big win. One of the statements was excluded, and it was a big win relating to a mention of Shannon with the gun. And I remember saying it was a big win for Shart. So, but it's fuzzy. I don't know. I don't know.
I don't disagree that you're listen to this and reported back and said it was in.
Yeah.
I'm not the one asked to approach, so I don't agree with the ruling, but
Understood.
I'm agreeing with what was
Yeah.
ruled upon.
So why were we encroaching?
Yeah. Just out of an abundance of caution, Judge. I mean, I don't have, I just wanted
To
to,
make sure what the ruling was?
yes.
Okay. All right, well, we know now, so. Is the jury by chance ready? Not yet? Okay, anybody who needs to use the bathroom, please do it quickly.
I mean, this is kind of messy because I feel like, judging by Whitaker's answer, I feel like she might have not remembered her original ruling. And to be honest, I don't really, when you're going line by line with something that's hours long, I get it, but it's like they move forward based on a guess at what a previous ruling was, whether it was Whitaker or Glanville as the previous judge. Sometimes they don't even seem to know for sure if something was ruled on entirely or partially ruled on with a wait and see what happens, or we're deferring a ruling on this until later. There's just so much confusion here. It goes back to Bruce Harvey's motion, like the mid-trial substitution of a judge. So it seems like that's going to come in. And Shart, that's like the second time I've done that in the last 10 days or so. Shart's concern is that if his name is mentioned once, his client's name is mentioned once, when there's a lot of theys and talking about groups in the rest of this interview. Someone said, I don't know in the closed captions. But if they mention Shannon's name once and then they're talking about the group vaguely doing other things, Shannon again could be roped into descriptions without the clarity on whether or not Shannon's part or not part of those other things we're talking about. So there's a layer of issues here. So, oh my goodness. And then Touche says, I am so over these videos. I want to scream. Yeah, and the quality of the audio does not help. Thank you, Touche. Erica says, I thought the jury was supposed to go by what they could understand on a video versus transcript and or recitation by the prosecution. Yep, that's how it should be done, but we're seeing what I think are tricky workarounds here. The judge is allowing it, so maybe I'm missing something. It seems a bit like, I don't know, putting blinders on.
Hey, everybody, thank you so much.
Law and crime guy. This is the third time he's visited us today. Law and crime guy. I should probably learn his name. But yeah, it just seems like the judge is allowing it, so I guess it's allowable. And the jury seems to give mixed answers. I can understand the video. I can't understand the video. I don't know. It all just seems like a mess. All just seems like a mess. Jesse, thank you guys. Jesse Weber, maybe Weber. Oh, and you guys said turn off the chat. Maybe that'll be Why don't we want a full screen? All right. YouTube's not liking me right now. There we go. And I know I'm going to forget to move the captions when it comes back in. Thank you guys, Jesse Weber. Shout out to Jesse Weber for popping in, coming to hang out with us. Ooh, Sam W says, Woody and Zachary talk real fast when lying. That was hilarious in that one video where Woody was like all animated telling the story, and the whole chat is like, okay, this isn't a true story. This is like dramatics, theatrics. But yeah, I agree. I get the same impression. Thank you, Sam. The Smokey Show says, in the end, Nut will lose because of Mr. Love's or Miss Love's stupidity. And that's the thing, right? Like, if you want justice for victims, I think everybody should be on the same page that there should be integrity to the process. How do you get justice for the victim if the process is just, and this was an indicta statement from Whitaker yesterday. It's not like set in stone that Judge Whitaker made a ruling on this, but indicta commentary from Judge Whitaker yesterday that Love seems to be putting the case together as she goes, just disorganized. We're 139 days in from the first day of trial. Jury selection was 10 months long. Pre-trial was a whole mess. The investigation spanned a bunch of years. How, with that much time passed, are we still throwing it together on the fly every day? That's not a process I think the public should have confidence in, no matter what outcome, no matter what side, guilty, not guilty, mixed. Everybody should want integrity in the process. So I agree, the Smokey Show. Thank you so much for the 2. Jennifer Devine says, this is an if I say it enough times, belief becomes truth attack. Shout out B for belief. And I can never get over, she says that word so hard. Believe. Watermelon Juice, I don't know. Watermelon Juice says, why does Judge let Love argue after she's ruled? I don't know, and Love's going to keep doing it because it works. Love hit the brakes from arguing a few times in the last 2 days. She's back at it now, and it's working for her. So, what is it? You miss every shot you don't take. So why wouldn't Love keep taking the shots if sometimes they make them? It lands, it works, it's passable. Good to see you, Watermelon Juice. Truth always wins says, Love is like a child. I'm not touching you. He did it first. I'm rubber, you're glue. No. And whatever happened after Paige fussed at her yesterday. Told you just gotta wait and see. Was yesterday a pivotal moment, or was it just a one-off day for Whitaker? Well, really a one-off day for Love to be down on her luck because Judge Whitaker came in and said, all right, I'm in a mood today. Was it one day, or was it a pivotal change moving forward? I don't know. We'll really have to see the next time, inevitably, there's a motion for mistrial. Zion 42, the same sentiment. Love is acting like a child. Embarrassment. Yeah. And I honestly think you guys are constantly pointing out it's the whole team. It's not just Love. And I think that there's validity to that, right? Love probably plays the role of the child, and the others at the state's table are probably glad that she's seemingly willing to play that role, so they don't have to be the ones embarrassing themselves. But yeah, thank you, Zion. Good to see you. That's what Lay says on April 26, 2017, Gaither participated in Atlanta Police Department's Wednesday selfie. Oh, so scared. So scared of being seen. Let's take selfies. That's what Lay said. Also says if you Google Sergeant Gaither APD, it's the second result. That was so funny earlier. So she can miss us with it. Again, I don't know if the media really fought to push back against that. I hope they did. Based on their previous push to have complete access, as much access as they can, I assume that they did fight for it. And I think it's more likely that Whitaker still said no. But I really would like to hear the reasons why on both sides. And even that was kept under seal a little bit because they didn't stream the arguments about the legitimate safety concern. So I don't know. Thank you for your support and for the food for thought there. Nancelot's out here sliming. Shout out to Nancelot. Good Trouble became a member. Hold on, we've got to define good trouble. What is good trouble? Thank you for becoming a member. Ms. Jazzy Jazz says, is he telling truth and lies because she is playing this to be as truth? And that's really her whole case is based on it. The Operation Planters PowerPoint is largely based on Woody and Quindarius Zachary's framing of events. And honestly, maybe some of the stuff that Demikian Garlington said, we won't really get that much insight into what Demikian Garlington may have said during interviews with the police because we're not going to get him on the stand. And a lot of his statements, they're not going to be able to play that because the defense can't confront Demikian Garlington on what he said. So I would imagine that this PowerPoint, a lot of it comes from Moody, from Quindarius Zachary, and probably Demikian Garlington, and we'll just never really be able to kind of side by side it. Unless for some reason he's like, yeah, I just want to testify even though I'm a defendant. You never know in this trial. But yeah, same story as always, right? Love's got to make the argument that what Quindarius Zachary said in 2015 was the truth, and that should be used to convince the jury that the defendants sitting in this room are guilty as charged. Thank you so much for the 5, Miss Jazzy Jazz. Elizabeth Wright, thanks for gifting a membership. And I know I saw another, you gifted, look at that. Thank you so much. Another 5 from Elizabeth Wright. Good to see you. I hope you enjoyed your massage yesterday. Good to see you over here and hope you are doing well. Thank you so much for kindly gifting. Mama Girl became a member. And be careful, you've got some red in your picture. And I know those football players. Don't get caught up now. Chicken Shite, this had me laughing so hard. I put it up on the screen. Chicken says, more gifts dropping than Munk Tunk sells baggies and gifts on Welfare Check Day. Guys, have you guys seen that Google Maps thing where the little store on Google Maps, I don't know the address, so we might have, I need the address to pull it up. But on Google Maps, it says Munk Tunk's Baggie Shop. So I don't know who trolled that, who got that up there, but hilarious stuff in this trial. Thank you so much, Chicken. Ava M says, I love your analysis, Kat, and learn a lot from your streams. Well, that's good news. I appreciate that. Thank you for the super chat to show support, but glad you're here in general. And happy to hear that you feel like you learn a lot here. I do try to learn as I go. And good time to remind people I am not a lawyer. If I don't understand something, I love to learn. And if it took me some time to learn something, I'd rather save people the time and help pass it along. So, and yeah, I don't know. I don't remember the address. But that was just hilarious with the maps. Great to see you, Nutty Brunette, by the way. And Nutty Brunette, you guys, we were all rooting for Nutty Brunette to get in touch with a friend in North Carolina. Finally got in contact yesterday, so big relief there. That was Burnsville, North Carolina. So a lot of people looking for missing persons, loved ones in Burnsville. Great news to hear that there are people that we're getting communication with. We're starting to find people. And Ike says, whether or not Gaither is publicly viewable isn't the point, right? Does she have an official reason that differs from any private citizen? I really wish we could have heard the reasoning, but I don't know. I don't believe that Love gives accurate representations to the court. And if they made Gaither speak for herself, I feel like Gaither could have embellished too. So it's like, I don't know if I would trust what either of them represented to the court. And we couldn't hear it to really judge to see what it was. So I don't know. I'm of the opinion that unless you actually have a legitimate security concern, I understand if you're an undercover, right? Why that might be a concern. Other than that, or a kid, like I don't think kids' faces need to be shown when they're made to testify, right? But other than that, you know, if I don't want to be on the internet, and I'm sure it's nerve-wracking, right? I don't think we should criticize someone for being nervous when they have to testify. They're just an ordinary citizen that doesn't know what it's like, and they know they're on TV watching a major trial. Like, I don't think it's very relevant for us to judge whether someone's just nervous because they know, like in the Karen Reed case, I know one of the experts was a younger girl and there was nothing wrong with what she was testifying to, but she was shaky because there was television. It was, I don't know, millions of people tuned into that trial. You kind of understand that this person is only being called because she's being called and she's doing her job and she's got to be on camera. So I think there's an impact on the witness of cameras being in the courtroom. But at the end of the day, I don't think it trumps the defendant's right to, you know, a fair trial, a public trial. And I don't think it trumps the right to public access to trials. I think both of those things supersede anything that can't balance and overcome that balance and say we have a great, egregious, major, significant security concern. So I don't know. I don't know. I think this judge just thinks, all right, there's a camera here, whatever, move it along. Who cares if you're showing the seal? What's the difference? I just think that that's a Whitaker thing. And then, great reminder again, Daffy Daff. We saw this earlier, but I have it pinned still. So dock workers on strike, you guys plan accordingly. You know, nothing worse than shelves being empty. And you don't want to be realizing that the shelves are empty when you're going to pick up stuff that you need. So let's see. Leah's dad, and this is going back to the, was it Clayton County case? A homicide trial for a decapitation during a birth. Leah's dad says, my daughter was delivered via suction cup on her head and it's scary to watch. I can imagine. I don't think I'd watch the coverage as it's horrifying. It's a horrifying moment to remember, but it's very easy to imagine how it happened. Oh, it's like, I'm not a parent and I just like the idea of it. Like, just, oh. So I don't know if I might read an article to see how it plays out and what the actual legal arguments are. But I feel you, Leah. I feel you, Leah's dad. Ugh. So sad. And you obviously had the experience seeing it, so I'm gonna trust your visceral reaction. Like, whew. Thank you so much, Leah's dad. You always come in with some insights. Angie Lay, sprinkling another membership. Thank you so much. I don't know. This was a long potty break, I think. Because we were behind because I paused. So we skipped some of the break, and the break is still going. Oh, Phil, I would love this too. I want to see Steele or Shard bring up Gaither's relationship with Dee's auntie today. I mean, I would love to see, is it a rumor with no weight to it? Is it something that the defense counsel thinks there's enough smoke there that we're gonna ask about it? Because I would say even if they ask about it and Detective Gaither denies it on the stand, I personally, my opinion, don't think Shard or Steele would ask that just because they heard someone mention it online. I feel like there'd be a little bit more weight behind their decision to ask. Right? So it'd be really interesting to see if they ask at all, let alone how Detective Gaither would answer. And I would love to have some closure, right? Is this just a rumor? Is it possibly real? What's going on? Because if it's real, that's not minor. Thank you so much, Phil. I am here waiting with you. Natasha says, my sister is a defense attorney here in Quebec, in Canada, and she cannot believe what she's watching. She never saw something like that. That's the thing, right? This is being watched all over. And I know some other trials get international coverage too. A lot of like Courtney Clenny, the audience for Courtney Clenny is overseas, which is interesting to see. So, you know, I know that it's not unusual for people to watch what goes on in other legal systems. But just like the way the whole world is just collectively shaking their head at this trial is just something kind of new to see. So thank you so much for the insight there. Thank you, Natasha. 7 Angels became a member. Thank you so much. And then you guys, thank you so much for wishing everyone that had a birthday to celebrate. We had Melly and Cash Money Cass. Someone else shared their birthday. I haven't seen it, but happy birthday to anybody celebrating today and tomorrow. Cash Money Cass wanted to say thank you to all my fellow outside agitators for the birthday wishes. So thank you guys so much. Jennifer, this is a great point too. Jennifer Devine says trials are always a slow burn, but love takes that slow burn to a new level. Yep, day 139, you guys. Okay, can you imagine if we got to a day 403 and we got to say rule 403, objection 403 on a day 403? Out of this world. And Natasha says love needs to be retired. I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. We've seen some turnover. Like, imagine someone retiring in the middle of this trial because it's just going and going and going. Gwennon Garnett says 25% of the world's prisoners are in America. Yeah. And this is really learning these statistics, learning about the proportionality, right? The amount of incarceration in the United States compared to other countries. You know, you grow up as a kid, you're told America is like, we're great, we've got it all right. And I'm not saying our country's the worst thing in the world. Don't take it that way. When it comes to criminal justice, and when I was younger, just thinking like, why would anybody be in prison if they didn't do something wrong? And then you hear about one thing and you're like, oh, that was a mistake. And then you keep learning things and you hear like our incarceration rates are so much higher than countries we would put side by side as our peers. Why is that? And so these statistics are a big wake-up call. So Gwennon says 25% of the world's prisoners are in America, and the country is ranked 5th in the world for executions. US prisons are businesses worth billions. Yep. And I also think, you know, a lot of, you know, what we're looking at is, you know, you've got Fulton County, the Rice Street, but there's a lot of federal contracts too, right? This isn't just something that's one county, one state. Private contracts. And I would argue, you know, one thing that bothers me about the immigration debate on both sides of the political spectrum, I think immigration is always going to be a hot button topic, but there's a business similar to this, prison for profit. Well, when we detain immigrants and we hold them, you know, some are held for 200 plus days without their hearing, you know, there's private contracts. Somebody's getting paid. I think some of the rates back in like 2016 through 2018 are some of the data I'm more familiar with. Over $200 a day going to the contracts per head. Heads and beds, right? So there's always a money question. There's always a money question. And I really hope that watching trials like this, you know, people from all walks of life are watching this trial. If we could all kind of like follow the money and raise questions about the money, I think we could have a lot of unison, a lot of things we could agree on. And if large numbers of people could agree, there could be some impactful change. So thank you so much for bringing the stats, Gwennon. Seeing the comparisons was a game changer for me when I was younger. Stephen T. Satchel says, odor of mendacity, nothing has changed. Right in line there, right in line. Touche says, if Paige can't tell whether love is playing games versus disorganized, how is she so certain the state thinks they're winning and not goading a mistrial? That's true. I don't know. That could be a little bit of condescension, right? I do think that Whitaker knows. I think Whitaker's well aware that she's undeniably had to educate the state on some basic things like Brady and certain rules of evidence. Do you understand the objection? That was like 2 weeks ago now. Was that, do you understand the objection, Miss Love? That was 2 weeks ago. So one explanation for how both could be possible here is Whitaker could think the state thinks they're winning and say what she said about that in a condescending manner. So like they don't know better, they should know better. But I don't know. And in a weird way, so some of watching this trial is seeing like, will Whitaker ever just like get it together, grow a spine? I can't snap my fingers if you guys can't tell. Not very loud. So it's just the motion, not the sound effect. But yeah, a lot of this trial is, what's Whitaker gonna do? And is she going to do something finally, ever, at all? Thank you so much, Touche. Oh, hold on, wait. Okay, Carrie H, I think, is your other dog's name Harley? So Carrie H, I love this. I love you guys in the chat. Carrie switched her profile picture. I think your other dog's name is Harley. And now Carrie H says, sharing a pic of my other pup, Stanley. So if I've got the names right, we've got Harley and Stanley. Love that you changed your picture so you could show the chat both dogs. That's amazing. Shout out to Carrie H and Stanley and Harley.
At 3:11:15 where we stopped.
Oh, and we got a squeak there. 2 squeaks.
So, what gun did Shannon, you think Shannon had on that?
I don't know, they had AK and another 223. It was 223 and an AK. I know they had that big AK. That was poking on them.
The AK was?
Yeah.
And what Shannon had?
He had one of the 223.
Oh, he had an AK.
I don't know how they got in the car. I didn't know gun. They go like how.
So answer this question. So when we were in court and you found out that gun came back to Lucci Mama, what happened since then? Because clearly I know you didn't.
Someone told me, man, someone like, you need to start hanging with them, you need to go and tell them for who's gun anymore. I was going to tell, but I didn't.
So, where are they getting all these damn guns from? Because I know you only purchased a couple of them. Where are all these 223s and these, where are these guns at and where they getting them from?
I already had guns. You think they already got them?
I mean, I know they really bringing them out.
The night that got killed, right? We say, throw a house. Those already gone. We see kill them put up in the driveway.
His house, his apartment?
Yeah, come on ticket. We see, I was not one, I like they kill. I see Gucci had the red Camaro. I like that. All they parked up. They go far as some car. I got some car. They go far as some car where a few minutes and pull back out. And then when we went out of town, well, I know some car at store house. She came and got my dad dropped off. Cause I ain't getting that car. They just bought in their tools.
Right.
I don't know if they still around or not.
Right.
So what I saying?
When y'all went out of town,
yeah, they shot at Kale shot at Summer at Christmas.
That was with your sister, right?
With my sister.
Wasn't it?
It was
Trion.
Yeah, Trini and Summer cousin, and they met at Christmas and Kill and Herbie had work.
They say Kale thought I was in the car. That way he was pushing it. But
you wasn't in that car. Right, but you wasn't in the car. You was in Miami, right? You was gone. So now you got beef too for somebody else's beef because they shooting at your girl and you really ain't got shit to do with it. You just hanging with the wrong people at this point.
That night when he got jumped, that's the first time like they ever let me ride. Like when they go through something.
So it's like now they popping your chair.
Cause when everybody else, he locked up or something.
Boy, oh boy. What do you remember what day you got arrested for that gun?
Like May 7th.
Like, where are your guns at?
I don't know. Woody told me that he lost. I had bought one and I came back. I bought the 762, the Draco. Yes. I had that for a minute. Then I had owed somebody some money. I had owed one of Woody friends money. So I left it. I told him to tell him hold that so I paid him. So I see Doug this money from him. He like,
who is this? Because we need that gun.
Who?
You're the gun you bought. No. You had, I'm getting confused. Woody had his gun. You had mine.
Answer this question. When you bought that Draco that you talking about for Woody.
No, I bought it for me.
Huh?
I bought when they shot Summer Cole.
So you bought it for yourself?
Yeah, put it in Summer Cole right with it.
So how Woody end up with it?
I owed somebody some money.
So you sold it to him?
No, I just like holding guns until I get money.
Right.
And Woody like, I hold it in my house.
So was you ever gonna buy it back? Did you ever attempt to buy it?
I had see Thug ain't coming around because he got too much going on. He going out for the bullshit.
Right.
So he stopped coming around, and then that when I had bought the other one. I had bought the other one a few days later.
Right.
223.
And who did you buy that for? Because I know it wasn't for you.
I bought it for Wood.
How much did you pay for it?
So you bought it directly from him?
He just like, he said, what, he gonna leave me in the hospital today?
What's the investigator do?
The one that's handling the hospital.
Yeah, pop him on, man. Yeah, what's up? What's up? Go.
Squirrel brain. Squirrel brain has appeared.
I'm stopping at 3:16:06 and I'm going to 3:16:21.
You gotta think about it. Wayne get money. Birdman gonna.
All right. Well, we can fast forward on that.
Do you think that
Oh my gosh. And I don't want to talk because it could just start playing like in 2 seconds. I'm just sitting here like in silence. It's not the stream. You guys aren't frozen. It's them.
3:16:36. And I'm going to 3:16:42. If there are no objections.
Start.
42. Starting up at 3:16.
Hang on, Mr. Sharp.
I asked it to be played the way that the court ordered.
I haven't ordered it to be played anyway.
Court, I don't know why that's being skipped.
Okay, I don't know what's being skipped, but
If Mr. Steele lets me know which portion he wants to tell me the timestamp, I'll play it.
do we need to approach again?
If we could just refer to the document, maybe help
I'm referring to it.
what's going on, because obviously we can't play the video real time, to know what the state's talking about. So if we could just refer to the document.
If he,
Okay, well, I mean, she needs to give the timestamps for purposes of the record, but are you able to do both the document?
given that I don't know what portion Mr. Steele is asking to come in, I can't tell. I can simply say we are attempting to do number 25. So,
I mean, that would work in terms of letting them know what it is. Does that help if she just refers to the number?
and I do want to do the time for the record, but
Yeah, I mean, you need to, but will that help y'all? If she refers to the number of what it was we all were referencing when we were going over the evidence?
Okie dokie.
I need you to use the mic.
I understand what the state's saying about 25. I think that there is a portion in between 24 and 25, which is found on the top of page 123.
Can y'all come up here for just a second? And you can just stay where you are. You won't understand what it is that we're saying anyway.
I don't really know if that's okay, but okay, Whitaker. Why would someone not being able to understand what we're saying make it okay for a witness to possibly hear a sidebar, a bench conference? And I don't even care. I'm not even like diving into it being rude. I'm talking about, it could influence what she says the next time she's answering a question. So I don't know what that was. That's a thing. All right. Look at this. Casper says 403 and rule 403 appears. My gosh. And what a waste of time. I mean, they took that long break, come back, and played a decent chunk of that video, and then just sat here sitting on our hands again. Chloe Albert's Revenge, keeping us entertained, says, love believes she's smarter than a 5th grader. Guys, I love game shows, so shout out to cheesy, campy game shows. I especially love the older reruns. Love, love, love game shows. So love this reference here. Thank you, Chloe. David Newth, good to see you. FFS is a beast. Is FFS back yet? And precisely what we think of whenever love speaks. Yep, I love having the excuse to be able to say FFS. Keeps the channel PG-13, but lets us vent a little bit. So shout out to FFS. Thank you so much, David Newth. Alethea Seacrest says, Kat, you are awesome and the family you created. Shout out to the chat. Love you guys. Thank you so much for the super chat. AK, speaking of FFS here, AK had said this when Love got to utter the F word and seemed very enthusiastic about the opportunity to say the F word. There's the cuss face. We know she is. Yeah, always love, loves, and I don't know if it's like midday or a witness switch or depending on how the judge is dealing with her, but going from soft and meek to blurting out, what's a B word that rhymes with rich? Like, just taking it all the way. Thank you so much, AK. What are you guys saying over here? She Loves Fantasy says, Whitaker's just as insufferable as Love. Doesn't matter if she's the broken clock that gets it right once or twice a day. But speaking of broken clocks, her one thing is like wanting time management, and we are not even getting that. Like, there's been so much distraction and delay today alone. It's not that different from Glanville's weird scheduling days. And I would add, like, if Glanville had to make sure his I always forget his name. Was the dog's name Jack? Was the dog's name Jack? But if he had a dog that he had to, like, take outside, I mean, at least he had, like, a reason for some of those. Some of the other days were like, why are we wasting so much time? There's barely a court day. But is this all that different? We had days where we just hashed out evidentiary issues, and those things are still not actually hashed out because the state either asked for more time or something was disclosed later that we plan to use on direct. And one time Steele introduced something late for cross, which he has the right to do. And there was a gap of time that we needed to sort that issue out. Or we forget our rulings that we made during these off days, these non-jury days. So now we have to waste time with the jury present or kick them out of the room to hash out what we forgot we ruled on. And don't forget, I don't know, it was like 3 weeks ago at this point, but I think it was Westmoreland. Miss Westmoreland had to remind the judge, like, we're not supposed to have to keep track of your rulings for you. So we made a big fuss about the calendar, productivity, not wasting time. Haven't really accomplished that. Jason Sorensen had said, even if she won't grant a mistrial, you would think she'd be more skeptical of love. But Fani talked to her and we're right back to square one. And, I don't know. I'm not going to speculate that somebody had a conversation with somebody, but I do think there's a little bit of any way the wind blows. We get hyped up and we lay down the gavel. We say, I'm standing by my ruling one day. And then we ease up as soon as we feel like we might have been too strict by properly reprimanding a party. We feel bad about it and then walk it back and try to overcorrect it, try to course correct it. And I'm not gonna, I don't think it's necessary that somebody had to speak to Whitaker to do that. I think that that could purely be a lack of conviction, a lack of backbone, a lack of standing by your reason for ruling and admonishing a party the day before and walking it back because you feel like you yelled at someone. And I don't know, I feel like she doesn't give the grace that she gives to love to Bruce Harvey. And Bruce Harvey, maybe it's a small sample size. Maybe the small sample size is the problem. But I don't think I've really ever seen Whitaker yell at Bruce Harvey and then course correct by being extra nice to Bruce Harvey 5 minutes later. So, I don't know. I really feel like this trial is becoming what will Whitaker do? Like, that's kind of what this trial is devolving down to. AI Designs, thank you so much for your support. Thank you for the super sticker. And yeah, I don't know about what's actually happening here. We're just on another long bench conference sidebar that apparently Gaither just gets to sit next to the whole time. Yeah, and what's going on with the one player hot sauce? I need clarity on that. And to be fair, there are like nicknames all throughout this trial, so someone really could be hot sauce out there, but we also heard a different person make up a Lil Mike and Quez, so we don't have Quindarius Zachary right here to ask, so who's hot sauce? But so I still have a mystery here. Who's hot sauce? Do they exist? Is that a real person? What was going on? Oh, and you know what? It might be the court.
Listening to a portion of this, I'm gonna have to excuse y'all again.
Oh my God.
I hope it will not take more than 1 or 2 minutes. So don't go anywhere very.
Well, I guess the silver lining is we get to hear it even if the jury doesn't.
All right, Mr. Sharp, do you want to just come over to council table and y'all try to work with Miss Hilton or Miss Knight on what needs to get played? Yeah. And that way y'all can listen to it and get the timestamps and sort it out.
And to be clear, John, let me also put on the record, the part that I stopped at was 3:16:34. At 3:16:34, and honestly, I have on my own transcript like a hard line, take out. If this is not something that everyone on the other side wants excluded, I'll happily play it. But the part that I stopped at, it says, answer this question. Did Birdman know anything about that murder?
All right, let's just listen to the tape. And the tape is what it is. And figure out what the timestamps are. Because I think we all agree what's in and what's out. We just don't seem to agree on what the timestamps are.
I'm starting where I'm going to go back to 3/16/20. All right, to 3/16/20. All right. So 3/16/20, I'm going to play.
Good. You gotta think about it. Why ain't your money? Birdman ain't going no jail for nobody.
All right. Well, we gonna fast forward on that.
Do you think that Doug ordered that?
On murder against nothing. I told them they trying to get his name.
Okay.
So there's like no sanctions?
There it is, right there. The court's ruling, as I understand it, and I have documented, is that the part that the state just played, which is on 122, the bottom of 122, going to page 123, the transcript, where it says, do you think that Thug ordered that on Nut, murder against Nut? And he says, nah. That was all coming in.
Right.
Okay? And then,
Correct.
and then when Zachary says, nah, I told they just trying to get a name,
That's
that-
out.
that's
The
out.
law is in and the rest of it is out.
Correct.
Yes. And then it picks back up with the question, right?
So there's no sanctions and all that's in.
Right, right. So, no.
So am I clear
Big part
that
out
there's a
is-
1 second part that's out? Because
Yes.
Judge, I'd ask to be allowed to play that because I am not, a second, it's going to take less than a second to say that, to stop it.
Doesn't matter. That part's out.
I know, but what I'm saying, Your Honor, is I do not believe that.
Can you turn the volume down for that part? Because that would be fine. If you just gnaw and turn the volume down.
I don't trust them to get it right. Come on now.
I can, yep. Because we had 3/16/34 to 3/16/41 out.
And that's what was agreed.
And that was what they agreed to.
But I know that line 7, murder against Nut, Zachary's answer, nah, is supposed to be in and the rest of it is out. And then it's Gator's question again.
She acts like you can't
So
cut something between
the
seconds.
nah stays in,
Correct.
but the rest of the sentence is out. And then it picks up after
Yeah.
5-6 words.
Yes.
It says not, it's in space bar.
Evidence review doesn't work like that. But Your Honor, if the court would just give me a moment to just practice.
Okay.
Just
That works.
Oh my God, do we get to see her practice?
3/16.
Oh, they muted it. Oh boy. And I couldn't really hear what Whitaker was trying to say, but it sounded like Whitaker was saying, that's why I wanted, and she started to go like this. Like, it seems like she wanted it actually to be redacted in the footage rather than playing and jumping to timestamps with the full, through evidence viewer, with the full file still technically there. So, but, look at Whitaker's face. Dublin Mug says, where's Kokomo?
They trying to get
A scrimmage, an evidence scrimmage, guys. Oh, Alicia, we are just listening to Love practice not playing a split second that she's not supposed to play. Oh, yeah, I agree. This is the state again being deceitful. Jim, this is a great use of the jury's time. Can you imagine if you were a juror and like not obeying the rule to not look stuff up and you're like, oh, I wonder what I missed. What was so juicy? And then it's like 15 minutes of Love just playing around with editing. Yeah, that's what I mean. And like, she's with the state. She has the resources. And I'm not saying like Whitaker just slumped in her hand. Like Jeffrey Williams has some money to afford a defense, for better or for worse, because it's probably draining because it's going on so long. But there are people that if this was the defense attorney's problem, they might not have the staff, time, resources. Could be a public defender that's working multiple cases.
That's not the critical part, because that doesn't say anything.
So she's editing the wrong part.
So I don't know why we can't just.
Or if it, in the interest of time, if she just instructs, or the court instructs rather, Detective Gaither to refresh her memory on it, don't say the second part, and just ask a question. Did you ask Mr. Zachary if Mr. Williams ordered the killing? And her answer would be no.
Your Honor, I don't think that
She
the
doesn't want
court
that.
would ever allow the state to interrupt cross-examination and instruct the defense on how to ask a question or examine a witness. So,
The plan B.
Your Honor, he can get that out on cross. I'm not trying to hide anything. I would gladly play it all. I don't.
You want to play it all. Stop it. This is ridiculous. She's like ignoring the what Steele's doing.
So I'm going to do as the court instructs. I'm going to play it. I can pause it. I can hit mute.
God.
Either option is fine with me. But again, I do not want to be accused of running afoul unintentionally or intentionally of anything that the court ordered.
Nobody
So I'm going to
accused you.
do as the court directed.
The little squeak. You guys heard the little squeak?
Okay, so are you ready to get the witness back in?
Yes.
I'm.
That was crazy.
Going to caution you, though, that if more than, like, if that whole thing ends up getting played, I'm not going to be happy. So make sure you don't do that.
I'm going to make every effort. I want it on the record. I'm making every effort to comply
It doesn't
with the
matter if you're
court's
on the record saying
instructions.
All right, well, you've been able to do it twice in practice without getting any critical part heard, so I expect you to be able to do it with the jury, too.
Counsel can play it, but
Huh?
they can play it themselves.
Oh my gosh. Oh, gosh. Guys, that was about 23 minutes from when they like took that break to now. Look at Steele. I'm like, Love doesn't get. Love is projecting that she does not want to play that part where he says no, that it was Jeffrey Williams that ordered it. But the objection is to exclude the stuff that follows after that. So for her to keep saying they can play it themselves, well, no, you're supposed to play the one pertinent part without all the stuff that follows that was excluded. So like her arguments don't even apply to the situation at hand. Right, it's all projection. It's a mess. Imagine if she plays it and goes, "Oh shoot."
All right, thank you. Go ahead, Ms. Love.
Thank you, Anna. I'm starting at 3/16/27.
Feel bad.
All right. Well, we can fast forward on that.
Do you think that Doug ordered that?
On charge against nothing. I told him that.
All right, she got it before they
I'm
technically said
stopping.
anything
I
else.
stopped at 3/16/41, and I'm going to pick.
Like she's got to kick like a game-winning field goal from the 61-yard line. Oh, that's Detective Thorpe. That's Squirrel Brain.
And I'm starting back up at 3/16/43.
Is she using 2 times to try to get a precise timestamp? Why would she speed it up to get a precise start point?
There's like no sanctions. If some shit happens, and I'm from Chicago, so I know about gang life and all that stuff. So if there's something done without quote unquote permission from the higher ups, it ain't no kind of who said so the higher. I mean,
Pausing at 3/17/00. And resuming at 3/17/04.
He wouldn't even right when they started what I said.
Who started?
My brother and Slug.
Tay Slug.
Yeah.
What about DJ?
They did it, because they were around through. I'm telling you who started. Tay Slug and some, like 3 more of their friends. That these people that already grew up together who started. All of them started. And then they Slug, he loved Thug, so he told Thug what's going on. And Thug just ran with it.
So now it's almost, I guess because Thug initially was with Red Cartel, right?
No.
Well, he was rapping with Block and all that.
I didn't know what he was with Rock Crew.
Oh, Rock Crew. Rock
fill out the boo, cause they say boo snitching on Mo. And then that when they started YSL.
Just to kind of disassociate them.
And then they started back messing with boo, and then that one of them came to YSL.
So YSL is a gang, but it's also a clothing label, correct?
Stopping at 3:18:18.
Now, what do you guys think of that? So YSL is a gang. There's a pause. There's an audible pause. And then a clothing line. And then we get a yeah from Quindarius Zachary. Now, if you just heard that in isolation, what is the yeah to? Is it yeah to that and also this? Is it a yeah to the second part? But I didn't say yeah to the first part because that wasn't, I don't know that. I don't think that that's right. What do you think?
Picking up at let me see. This one.
Thorpe's head is so shiny. Like the reflection is kind of crazy.
Sergeant Gaither.
During your interview with Mr. Zachary, do you all confirm that he knows Detective Thorpe from Crawford Long? Do you remember asking, you know Investigator Thorpe? I'm certain you went to Crawford Long.
Correct.
Okay. And does Quindarius Zachary acknowledge that he does know Detective Thorpe?
Yes, he acknowledges it, gives him a hug.
Did what now?
Gives him a hug.
Okay.
Dapped up.
And I'm going to advance, Your Honor, to 3:19:10. And picking back up at 3:19:11.
I'm sure there's some pictures. And you can say if you know them, you don't know them. Tell me how long you know them, and if they had anything to do with Nuts murder. Who was doing what, who said what. Okay? Cool with that? Yeah. Okay. Open that up and tell me exactly what you said.
Do what?
Okay. You mind? When I sign this picture, tell me that's do what?
How I spell the name? Yeah, I spell do what for you.
D-U-W-O-P. D-U-W-O-P. How long you been knowing him?
I ain't knowing that long.
Okay.
So that's no correct.
Say your name anywhere there.
Hi, my name? I thought you wanted to know.
Right. I'm just making sure that they say, how do you know that he said that's doo-wop? That's your signature. Okay? And you put today's date on there.
What day?
August 5th, 8/5/2015.
8/5/2015.
Doo-Wop was one of the guys in the car?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Floor test.
No.
Okay. Right here, where it's white, you can see it. Right now. How long you been on NARD?
So about 12.
Say, who's his dad? You say you know his dad?
No, I don't know his dad.
I mean,
He knew your dad.
you know, he knew his dad. So you know his, no, Quindarius' dad.
Same name right too?
Yeah, it's the same thing.
Is he still locked up as far as you know?
Yeah, I think he got 2 years or something.
What about Doo-Wop? You heard anything about him lately?
No.
You know if he out?
Yeah, they say he locked up.
Today's date again. They tell you how to balance the two. Okay. Who's that?
Yeah.
We're up in here. Right, yak or whatever. Your YK.
Probably a little darker.
You can see it. Oh, he's killing it.
That's the 5th. I think it's
Group 10, yeah, that's the 8/5/2015. Who's that? Shannon. How long you known Shannon?
I'm a year now.
About a year. He put in his t-shirt.
He got a nickname?
SB.
What that mean?
SB.
I mean, what does it stand for something?
Shannon Badass, I think.
Shannon Bernard.
That his last name. So what, you put SB or something?
Whatever you know, Shannon.
Or whatever you
Shannon? You know Shannon.
Is it SHANON?
Yeah. Can't find your name anywhere. Okay. I know you told them, but tell me, who told you what was going on?
Shannon and Yak.
Okay. Shannon and Yak told you what happened. Tell me exactly what they told you.
Shannon right here, they caught me. They run away, they run away with me, bullshit. Yak girlfriend. They did me, matter of fact, I'm shit to it. She know.
Bush, you know?
Yeah, she know.
Okay.
And then they seen look, Shannon told me that they seen Shannon like calm down bad.
Calm down bad.
Calm down bad.
Okay. What else?
And then they killed me.
And did they say who was firing what gun?
Now I know Shannon had a 4.5.
Shannon had a 4.5. Okay.
And I know some shit, they had a little Draco with a shoulder strap on.
Draco.
Yeah.
Okay, who had the Draco?
I don't know.
You don't know.
Where'd you see it?
Why I seen Draco at, another had, brought to the house made but really the day before.
The day before?
Yeah. Before the murder or?
The day before.
Before the murder? No, I had it.
But I think no was driving.
No, I was driving.
Yeah.
Okay.
You said it was an Infinity?
Yeah.
You remember the model?
G35?
G35.
Was it any one of their cars or was it somebody else's car?
Now they had, Thug manager had rented.
Thug manager? came from? So, after the shooting, do you know what happened to the car and the guns?
Yeah, they dropped off at OG Village Farm.
Do you know the guns still around or they got rid of?
More likely they got rid of them. I didn't really drop them off at Village Farm. He pulled that got rid of them.
How do they normally get rid of guns?
I don't know. That ain't the first time they usually keep them.
Yeah. Okay. So, did anybody give word to shoot nothing, or this was just an opportunity?
They just wanted the name.
They just wanted the name.
Cause like, it used to be one and more to going out shooting. They just wanted the name.
So did Woody slow down with all his bullshit? Or once Nut got killed, did Woody slow down with his stuff, or was he still?
Nah, when he seen that he had a lot of folks that ran with him, then we on back up.
Moody.
Yeah, but see, they might really know Shannon like that. Man, he just, right, like, those don't really mess with him. He was around with Waterfront.
Right.
Stopping at 326.50. Advancing to 326.56. And starting back up at 326.57.
Start messing with Shannon.
So he puts Woody to the side and Shannon back to the Woody spot.
Yeah. So, like, Woody took Slug spot.
So Shannon and Yak told you, and he said that Nar was in the car also, and Nar was driving.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Anything else you remember what they told you?
No. That's it. No, that's it. You know what they told me.
And where did they tell you this at?
McDowell. Well, Shannon told me McDowell. Shannon told me they thought how to, but it thought was already gone.
Okay. His house was condo or condo? Condo. Can you remember what Shannon had on that night?
Nah, I don't know. So,
what booth she say? Where she stayed?
What she stayed? I don't know where she stayed at. I didn't know her.
So it just look familiar to you?
Yeah.
Where that is?
At the condo.
At the condo? And who's that standing in the window?
That's Shannon.
Was that before or after the murder?
That was the day before.
Day before?
Yeah, all of them went to mom that one. So that one was closed, so that was the day before.
Okay. All right. And what else do you know? What else do you know?
I would.
About the murder?
I told y'all everything.
That's all they told you?
Yeah.
Okay, what happened afterwards? I mean, when y'all went to Thug House and they told you, what was Nard and Doo-Wop there?
No, what Doo-Wop was?
Okay.
Where did he go?
I don't know.
So, or how did you link up with them after the murder?
Cause I told you, we called. Someone called me out. They say like somebody killed Nut. He was scared, and we were together house so much possible. Who got shot at? We met him up there, and then Woody had pulled out. He pulled out a doctor. No doctor who he shot. So we go me and Monsoon followed me because I ain't got no license. To Thug House.
So y'all all met up at the gambling house and then drove to Thug House.
Me and Monsoon, and we met Woody had pulled out.
Who was with Woody? Was Lil D with him?
Nah, he was at Thug House.
But when you got to Thug House, Lil D was there.
Yeah, he was at Thug. He had been out the whole day.
Out of these four, who you the closest with?
Shannon.
Why is that?
Cause like, told you, he always like they treat me like little brother and stuff.
But you older than Shannon, ain't you? Y'all about the same age?
I'm 21, since I'm 22. But I just don't know though, but we went cold like that. Right. We just spoke up. He used to hang on who I just call my brother.
Stopping at 329.53. Advancing to 330.06. Here. Okay. And then 44,919. Going from 330.06 to 330.10. 339. 330.09. Your Honor, what we'll do is actually go to the next portion unless there is an objection, because it's just a 3-second. So we'll go to 331.36. And as we're looking on the at this point, are you or is Detective Thorpe asking Quindarius Zachary about participants in the Dexter Montgomery shooting?
Yes.
And the picture or the photograph that Detective Thorpe is showing him now, is that Demise McMullen?
That Thorpe has?
Yes.
Yes.
Did Quindarius Zachary acknowledge that that was the Nard that he was talking about?
Yes.
Starting at 331.06.
331:36.
Who is that DK look like? I can't see him.
This is him right here.
I don't know him.
How often did Noah have Bentley Nitro?
Every day.
So he had access
No.
to it.
He asked me like who he was off. No.
You said, in your opinion, this look like Nard?
Yeah. Still,
Right,
how much percentage wise you think? 100%, 80%, 70%?
100%. That's what I know.
You sure?
Shit, they got me.
Fine.
This, I don't know about DK. No, this is just to correct like that you said this looks like Nard. Like, we still working this case. DK don't know. I don't know what car.
Sign with my name?
Name, date, and putting who you think in that picture is Noah.
Is Nard skinny?
Yeah.
So they just got sticks on that. No. Where they getting them from? Thug got the check, so there's not. Thug put it there on 85.
I told Thug stop messing with all everybody. Thug ain't never really like buying guns for no crime.
You didn't go.
Stopping at 3:33:12, and as we advance to the next slide, I'm going to show you what has been admitted as 503 Yankee, and ask you if 503 Yankee is what Quindarius Zachary was looking at in the clip of the video that we just saw, where he signed his name.
Yes.
Okay. And did you ever in any way attempt to suggest in any report or anything else that Quindarius Zachary knew something about this particular crime?
No.
All right. And is this the Nard that he said he had known since he was 12?
Yes.
Starting back up at 3:33:21.
I'm asking, I ain't checked back up on you. You ain't had nothing pre-trial, I ain't gave you no violations or none of that?
The pre-trial officer, he was mad. I was getting locked up. Officer Ray.
Yeah.
Everybody doing it like you.
Okay, I don't need no trouble.
Well, why you be around folks that be in trouble? If your brother Tay trying to tell you stay out of trouble, stay away from these folks, why can't you just stay away from these folks?
They did hang around Thug and get a lot of girls.
But you knew Thug before Woody and all them started hanging out with him. Like, Thug don't even be around them like that.
I'm Thug my whole life.
Right, that's what I'm saying. He don't even be around them like that.
I know what that's just how it was going. We mess with it, it's like Thug cut you off one day and then back cool to the next day.
So why people choose to come back around him? Like, if he got money, he be taking care of it?
Be taking care of folks and stuff.
When's the last time you seen him?
I ain't seen him in a minute.
I mean, like, you ain't hung out with him or been to the club or nothing with him?
I ain't been no far. I ain't seen him in a minute. When I came back on tour, I went in the hospital. I've been in hospital. I in the hospital. I ain't really seen him.
Right. What's up to think about all this?
She told me to come talk to y'all. She said if it can help me get out of this situation with me, come talk to y'all.
Absolutely.
She don't care. She hates.
Pausing at 3:35:05 and starting at 3:35:11.
3 years.
Y'all ain't got no kids together?
You want a break or you want to keep going?
Keep going about it.
We still got the book. Let it go.
Want to bring some chips and things?
Yeah, I'm over here.
What kind of chips you want?
I don't know.
What can you eat? You said you're on a liquid diet.
Get that.
I don't want you to get sick now.
Don't get sick on our watch.
I'll be alright. No. It'll be alright. I'm gonna eat a lot.
You use some crackers?
Oh, yeah, it's chill.
Okay, Doritos.
Yeah, Doritos.
Let's talk about the bus. Now,
I'll be back.
Y'all wanna keep y'all chill?
bro, we can't make you no promises, but you're doing a great job. Like, you don't even know.
I can express to you. I'm saying, no, I don't want you to be seen in no jail.
You don't want to.
When I say I can't even express to you what you're doing right now and just the magnitude of it, and like I said, we don't vouch for too many people. We just don't. Because people say one thing and then they get out and they start doing some more fuck shit.
I promise God, I ain't gonna, this right here cost me so much, they find out. I ain't gonna be able to, I'm in Cleveland now.
I understand.
Yeah,
You don't want to hang on
I don't want
Cleveland.
him to Cleveland now, man, something move.
You don't want to be nowhere on Cleveland. If God has a plan for you to help you out this situation,
Man, something in Clark County, I'm not going out.
What I say is, these next couple of hours gonna determine the rest of your life. And that's just being real because
Can y'all get my little probably with court then?
I don't know if it's gonna work that fast. Like
I'm saying, can y'all just tell them this my house or something?
all we can do is ask.
what we're gonna do is, or what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna speak for myself. When we drop you back off to jail, I'm hopping on the phone with DA's office like ASAP. And you already know investigative authority, he's stand up kind of, he's gonna do the same thing because we've been working this shit since January. We hopping on the phone ASAP. There's still some stuff we gotta verify what you said, but you, like, it's shit to you.
I like to say, like, even if y'all don't, if y'all can just release me out of my house arrest, so y'all can move forward with the case.
I can't release you, but I'm telling you, you're gonna have my word that I'm gonna tell these folks the great shit you didn't tell us today.
It feel like weight off your shoulders though.
I just want to get out of here.
I know.
I'm just saying though, but just to hold on that in.
Yo, I don't have a problem with my health. I want to spend
Because
time
you're
with my
stressing too.
I want to spend time with my family.
I understand. But once again, what you have to understand, listen to what you have to understand. If you're let out and you're given a bond, a house arrest, whatever the court decides to do with you, you gotta stay the fuck out. Listen to me. You have to stay the fuck out the way.
I promise God.
Everybody say I promise God, and you actually can.
Pausing at 3:38:41. And advancing to 3:39:05.
So the Wayne concert, I mean, at the compound.
Where you was at?
Yeah, people came out there.
So what happened that night? Y'all was at the studio or what? What happened?
No, we did, like, we were who I with. I was Shrub and Chill, but we two different cars. me, I was in beans.
What color?
White.
Okay.
That's
Where we
the
all at
dark-skinned
before?
guy.
Huh?
Go ahead, sorry.
Where we all at before y'all went to Compton?
Before.
So y'all was at before first?
Those folks wanted to go to compound because everybody was deep and all that.
Right.
She didn't want to go there and be seen.
What kind of car she was in?
What truck?
What kind of truck?
Explorer.
Two-door?
Yeah.
Who was with her?
DK don't, they had pulled out the car. DK don't, they had pulled out the car.
So who was in her car?
DK, another young nigga named Book.
Book?
Yeah.
You know the rapper Book?
Nah, this was nigga be with DK though.
Okay.
And when they little partner named Kill.
Was in her sister truck?
And Shannon.
And Shannon?
Shannon was in that car.
Huh?
He wasn't in that car.
He got in that car, I told him, put it out the car.
So when they went to hit the bus,
Yeah.
he got in that car, and then they put the sister out. Where she stayed?
I don't know what she said. I ain't know.
Which sister is this?
Max.
Dallas White, yeah. Alexis. Well, I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
No, you saw them, so you had.
That's why I'm saying. That's why it's like, he wasn't in that car originally. Originally, he was in the car with Lil D and T.
Yeah.
Okay. Who gun did I recover?
DK gun. You probably snatched. I met too.
Yeah.
DK gun.
Were you out there for that?
Nah.
For the actual bus shooting?
They don't even know that.
So,
They don't know the truth.
let's break it. Let's start over. So, y'all go to the court. Everybody turn. But y'all go back to the studio at any time.
Nah, we went to still late on that night.
But before y'all went to compound,
I went to Magic City and before.
and then y'all went straight to compound. So y'all met them openly.
Who met
Was y'all with everybody else at the
Them at Magic?
And then y'all,
Yeah.
but at some point, all of y'all went together before y'all got to compound.
Before now. Like me, Max, all this, DK, everybody until Pee-wee on. We met Pee-wee on at Magic on you.
Okay, and then y'all left Madden to compound. Okay. How many cars was with y'all?
Like 10.
And you in what? You said white Mercedes?
Yeah.
Who was driving that?
Chill with.
Dark skinned guy?
Nah. Light skin, dread.
Light skinned dread?
Yeah.
Where was Pee-wee?
He ain't married.
Who was with him?
I don't know who's in the car now.
So y'all leave from Magic, go to compound.
Yeah.
Once y'all get there, go from there.
Yeah. I ain't never one side, so a lot of them didn't go inside. And then
What was the reason for trying to get in there?
just going good, I get it and white still shirts on stuff.
No. So y'all didn't have an issue with Wayne? Like, what's the issue with Wayne? Well, what was everybody else's issue with Wayne?
Pee-wee, like I said, everybody want to make a name for themselves. Pee-wee don't want to go in us and just get into it Wayne.
So the intention was to go start some shit.
Yeah.
Didn't matter what it was. They ain't, you ain't know
They
that.
want to get seen. I don't know if it's start shit or just to get seen. They want to get seen.
Right.
Let them know they were there and all that. And then them people grab from the bush, I try to run from the back and keep grab.
I did, Officer Booker did.
Somebody grab.
And he was, what he was behind me.
Well, we stand right there where you grab the gun at.
And I pulled out on y'all.
Yeah. When they would pull down that side street right there, they like, they put Max in the other car. They put Max in the car with T.
So Max and Shannon switched spots.
Yeah.
Okay.
Told everybody that they was on which car.
But you know what?
Me and Max studio. Say we're gonna go shoot up the two boys.
So they said it.
Yeah. I don't know what they mean saying shoot up the two boys in.
Who said it?
Who said it? Pee-wee said it. Shannon said it.
Who was the most hyped about it?
pull them all.
Yeah.
And
So where did you go?
once
Once you left compound?
I went to the house at first, and then that they woke me up. Well, I'm popping shit, we woke me up. But they said, hey, studio gonna pull up down there. Yeah, we pull up down there. And then they tell me what happened from the last time I seen them.
So everybody met back up at the studio, y'all was chilling there. How long was y'all at the studio?
About an hour. Hey, I guess they thought Thug won't come back, but Thug went answer the phone from midnight.
Cause Thug was in New Orleans, right, performing.
Like, with my intention, I don't think Thug knew about it. Until after.
Right.
Pee-wee was in the car by himself?
Nah, he didn't call somebody, but I don't know.
So somebody was in the car with him?
Was Rico with them?
For Rico.
Rico
That means you got no hands, you ain't caught.
We don't
Or for Rico.
So he ain't go to compound?
Yeah, sure, it matches.
I didn't know y'all hung with him. Well, he hung with Thug.
I didn't know him. They said that's Thug artist or something.
Bobby Thug artist.
You know, they say.
Yeah.
So after they shot us the bus, what happened? After they shot us the bus, what happened?
We met up in the studio.
So they came back to Metropolitan?
I am pausing it at 3:45, 57. And advancing to $346.19. And as we advance, I have just a few questions. Sergeant Gaither, when Quindarius Zachary talked about YSL and Rock Crew, was that information that you had before he told you? Or was that the first time you had heard that YSL resulted from a break after people believed that Big Boo snitched?
I had heard that before.
All right, resuming at 3:46:20.
Was that just one question?
How does Pee Wee fit in on
Hey, Rico.
What's your name?
He cool with one.
Like, yeah, I thought he was cool with Wayne, then he cool with this person, then I thought he was a Crip, then he thought he was a Blood.
Well, he a crook.
Burger Street or Rolling 60?
I don't know. Oh, my bad.
But since Thug got that Birdman and got that check on him, he whatever.
Is he an actual rapper?
Yeah, he rap. He don't do no shows in that, but he really hype man, like, for Thug.
Kind of like a Flavor Flav.
Yeah.
So he gonna do basically whatever Thug say as far as, you know, I need you to.
Yeah.
objection? Sounded like a shard objection, maybe? It sounded like Shart was saying approach. All right, so we'll see. We'll have to decipher what happens when they come back because we don't even get to see. I feel like that was Shard's voice, but you know, I don't know for sure. So seems like a Shart objection, and we'll have to see what happens. What will happen next? Ike had said earlier, remember the timestamp / transcript mismatch? Yeah, are you going to suggest that that could have been an oops with a wink? Because it might be. I don't put much past the state at this point. Like, especially with the projection we got earlier, like, I want to put it on the record that I'm not doing anything intentionally. Like, all right, well, just because you put something on the record doesn't make it true. It actually kind of raises more eyebrows. You're going out of your way to put words on the record to self-bolster. So, you know, I agree, Ike. Sheila Rice says, wasn't love a judge? Why is Whitaker soft pedaling? I don't know. And I think, like, you guys have kind of mentioned it, and I agree to some extent. Like, maybe there's a certain regret of being harsh on a female. Like, I think people are scared to yell and hurt a girl's feelings. And as much as that shouldn't be the case, it still could implicitly be the case. So maybe that's one part of it. I saw some conversation in the chat, and I agree that it's possible. So I don't know. I think there's a lot of reasons Whitaker could be soft pedaling. I don't think it's just one. And I do know that, like, in either case, Love has a extensive resume, a decent cover letter. So maybe she just wants to think highly of Love, and rather than just be disappointed, she'd rather give the benefit of the doubt. Ike says, by the power of Grayskull, can we please move past these unintelligible videotaped interrogations where they have admitted to lying? Jury has rights. Free the jury. Free the jury. Oh, man. And I'm toggling over here. I see, yeah, she has not asked but one question in 45 minutes. Peter Ortiz says, why have a number of investigators APD after this investigation? Oh, quit? Do you mean quit? Coincidence? Or is APD the largest gang in Georgia and trying to cover up corruption? Yeah, right around, what was it, 2020? A whole bunch of them just got up out of there. And Thorpe is still employed. He's still there, right? But Dennis, Gaither are both gone. And it wasn't just them. It was like a whole swath that left the department. So I don't know. Turnover, to me, whether there was something major going on, if your turnover's high, eventually, even if all intentions are good, high turnover still raises questions about the integrity and the level of experience that you can keep in the workplace. You know, people are constantly turning over. They don't get to learn your standard operating procedures because by the time they learn them, they're leaving. So even if there's nothing nefarious, it's still a question of benevolently, the turnover could be problematic. So obviously, for a lot of reasons, I think there are some questions to be raised about the work that APD does. I mean, we have this entire war room, this Operation Planters PowerPoint, and it's based on the word mostly of Quindarius Zachary and Woody. And I saw two people, and you guys are still welcome to have your opinion, but I do think opinions should be realistic. And if I see someone have an opinion that boxes something out that's completely unrealistic, I'm going to push back on it. So I saw in the chat earlier that there's no way that Quindarius Zachary would know these details. So he must be telling the truth. If someone holds that theory, I feel, and says that's the only possibility, I feel like they have not been really paying attention to the details of this trial. Quindarius Zachary and Woody could know details, but the issue isn't that they know the details. The issue is, are they being truthful when they say they got these details from Yak and Shannon? Or could they know these details because Woody called Demiki and Garlington, who called Quindarius Zachary, and they all got their story straight? Right? So to take the opinion that there's no way that that Quindarius Zachary could know some of these details unless it was true what they're saying, that's really just not realistic. That's just not true. And quite frankly, I don't think we would be allowed to hear the defense make arguments on cross-examination with certain witnesses if there wasn't at least a prima facie showing that a third-party culprit could explain how some of this stuff came to be. So if it was totally outside the realm of possibility, we wouldn't even hear cross-examination questions directed towards the theory that maybe it was threat, maybe it was Woody, maybe Garlington called Zachary and got the story straight. So there's enough there for even Glanville to have thought a third-party culprit could be a possibility here, particularly with one of those third-party culprits being someone that's been on the witness stand. So I think you got to be careful. You got to pay attention to details. Yes, it is interesting that Quindarius Zachary knows specific details that might have some truth to them. But that doesn't mean in a bubble. You got to consider the whole context. He could have gotten those details from Garlington and Copeland.
Continuing.
Do you think that Shannon and all them knew before Wayne Bus got shot up that Thug got booed in New Orleans?
No.
You don't think he knew that?
You don't think he was in contact with Thug?
He FaceTimed the Thug now.
What about Birdman?
I don't think he FaceTime. I don't reckon he FaceTime. I reckon he FaceTime Thug now. It was at the gas station on Northside Drive. Thug now.
He talked to him afterwards, though.
No, that's what. He probably talked to him after the shoot.
Yeah, after the shoot.
So the question that everybody wants to know, did Pee Wee get that order from somebody else to do that?
No.
Or did he freelanced and did it?
Told it, like, Pee Wee felt like because he had Shannon on with him, Shannon and DK on with him, he won't go ahead, he gonna do it, he gonna get some money.
After that.
So he thought he gonna get some money from doing it, but Thug didn't get on that.
So why would Thug give him money?
For doing it, he didn't order.
Just to do it, you know, they didn't want his name.
No, that don't make sense. Like, why would he, if anything, the dispute was between Birdman and Wayne, right? About the contract and all this millions of dollars. So why would Shannon and Pee Wee think that if I do this, Thug gonna give me some money?
Because, you know, they say Thug and Wayne was beefing, but they were beefing, but, like,
about what?
Thug really look up to Wayne. That's what I heard. They do. I know him as a trip. Just he look up to him.
So what was the beef about between Thug and Wayne?
They say something like Wayne be acting antisocial.
Like when they had all
he don't care to kick it. Yeah.
He don't acknowledge him and shit.
Yeah, he don't acknowledge him.
Like, he ain't even on my level.
Yeah. I guess Thug felt some type of way.
Right.
But for like, I ain't never heard like Thug say shoot up the budget. I ain't heard it. On that, heard that they will get this budget to give us some money.
But Pee Wee, on y'all way from Magic City to Compound.
They ain't say nothing about it.
At what point did it get to y'all was there to start some shit up, be making names for you?
Shoot. Those sisters, like, we can go home and get, like, be seen.
So, if Thug's yeah. So if she was with it, how she with it and Thug was with it?
I'm telling you, I don't know if Thug was with it.
But for what you know.
He answered the phone for like he was FaceTime at the gas station.
So basically everybody got high and then turned, like, let's go get it.
They be high all day. You smoke, you drink? No.
What's up with Duke?
Pausing at 3
350-02 and advancing to 350-42. And that's number picking back up at 350-42.
Nah, he just started hanging with those.
Cause he raps it up.
Yeah.
You ain't never heard that paying people off and shit?
I don't know how he started hanging with Doug. I told Doug, like, he hang with people who never went home with him when he was broke.
That what?
That never went home with him when he was broke, he hang with.
Somebody else did. Man, new friends bring the house down though. But he got that check, so everybody want a piece of it.
Stopping at 351-17, advancing to 352-08.
Okay, and the turnover might have been, was it Richard Brooks? Was that the Wendy's shooting? Right, Richard, I think, right, in 2020. So that could have been the police turnover.
What Dolly White say?
I don't know, he gonna be alright.
So who else stay with us upstairs, right?
I don't know, I ain't never been in the house here.
You ain't never been in the house?
Why you ain't never been?
Oh, house is here.
And Your Honor, by our records, that should, I'm going to continue until the end of this particular interview.
All right.
So you just left that house?
He had just moved
You
in.
ain't left that house?
Wait, like play the rest of it?
No,
Drew?
you left it before.
My house?
Yeah,
Have I done my house?
be real.
Yeah, when I go see Preacher,
No.
I hear the excuse, bro.
No, like on the real. Have you ever left it on some just random?
I'm finna go to the store.
Let me go to the stuff. Okay, you
I mean,
like, I'm finna.
But I call him and let him know.
Right. You gotta step out.
You can ask him that, or my location, I bet it don't be no lot of places like with that. I don't have permission for.
Yeah. So you ain't had no violations, nothing with it?
No.
What would he tell you happened to that gun that the stick you bought for him?
I bought him. He say, first he tell me that his brother had got it, his brother went, cause multiple men told him like, get that gun back, you should never did that.
Right.
And then I was trying to get back to him, that his brother, the guy they brought out of town and all that, his brother was saying, call him home.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So what did you get? Because the gun cost like $1,000, right?
Yeah.
Did he pay you anything to get it?
No.
You just did that the kindness of your heart? You knew all the shit he was wrapped up in.
Like, he tell me like, it's just for your house, like, he got kids in the house, they know he's dead and all that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then they don't want to, I made sure to get that gun back. And then, want something like this, be second gun, you know, trick you out of.
Well, where your other gun?
My other gun? I told you, like, I had ordered somebody.
So you gave him guns and said?
No, I told him, like, put him in funds. I'm gonna pay out and I get my gun back on who is this person? You know? Who is the person?
Come on, be honest. I heard you kind of, who?
Your brother.
Who, brother?
Who's brother?
The big dude?
I guess.
The one that said call home?
Yeah. Big fat?
Yeah. I mean,
I ain't seen him in a minute.
Is this the gun? There you go. That's the gun you bought.
Yeah, but me and some we went to report the store, they wouldn't let me do it.
Who won't let you do it?
On Bankhead.
That ain't the police station.
No, he told me that he was down there.
Who gun is that?
I'm up to him.
Say something.
how you get so fascinated with guns? Like, you ruining your own name.
I bought the gun. I told him I bought the gun. They shot it some car.
That was your first time buying a gun?
Why are you always on the scene, though?
Cause I been moved to.
Yeah, that ain't being that video.
Who ain't being that night?
I say that ain't being that video.
That ain't me. That's you in the back seat. Who else in the car? Who else in the back seat?
One Shannon friend. That ain't you though.
Who said it was me? It's you. It's Shannon.
No, I'm not the only person.
Who knows that other person?
My favorite, they like, 7D, 30, and all. Shannon.
You need to stay away from him. Period.
I didn't know that.
You just always in the video with the gun.
It was a girl like, they grabbed the gun.
You're doing too much. I got 4 good videos with guns involving you. Come on, man. You can't play like that. Son, it did good. Somebody else want to talk to you. I'm going to step out. Oh, man. Tell you what it is. Just be honest with them, too.
Yep.
All right.
I mean, these folks you really need to be. Whatever questions this man got, don't hold it. They're federal agents because of his gun. Like these, they don't have no sympathy. Like me, I got sympathy because I know you ain't about that life. But
I'm sorry, kid.
oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah, you back on that? You ready for that?
Yeah. Just be honest. They when you start doing shit with guns and all that shit, that's when I'm getting like, no, that's what I'm saying. You don't want to, so be honest. It's basically the same questions we asked you about the gun with Rudy and stuff like that. He got himself wrapped up in some other shit. So whatever questions this man had with you, please don't stop too. No BS. Because that's one system you don't want to get caught up.
What I told you, I'm go fit.
No. Your criminal history is not bad. That's what saved you. Because you ain't been in a lot of shit before. I think.
So, right here. Excuse me.
Whitaker just said, "What's going on?"
What's going on?
Your Honor, I was speaking to them about the.
Now's not the time for that.
Okay.
Misdemeanor gun charge before. That's not bad.
They couldn't have caught with for misdemeanor.
No wonder.
Oh, is it legal for that gun to use?
It's modified.
I didn't know that.
Hey, come on. Hey, what's up, y'all? All right, you come out. This is if you want to stay, it don't matter. I need a mental break. Yeah.
Sergeant Gaither, does this end your portion of the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Yes.
Do you continue
might be
at any
done?
point, or do you go back and watch this where he's talking to the federal agents, or?
No, I had no reason.
Okay. I'm going to show you what has been already admitted as state.
Now, just peep there that everything that Gaither was doing, especially that part where she's talking about, you know, I could call the DA's office, we can see, and then Thorpe. Now, halfway through this interview, after they just got done talking about the guns, you're just giving people guns. Were you selling them? Who got this gun from you? Now the Fed comes in. So where do you think the pressure really, like, come on. Come on. I have questions.
Exhibit 510 Yankee and ask you, take a look at it. Have you seen 510 Yankee before that photograph?
Yes.
Was that the photograph? Was Quindarius Zachary ever asked about this particular photograph during the interview that we just saw?
They can't continue playing this with Gaither on the stand because Gaither's no longer in the room. So it's not like the state could decide to just continue playing this right now. But just saying, it's interesting that the jury gets to catch, and Love volunteered that was a federal agent. You know, all this pressure being applied when we're dealing with questions about firearms that are coming from Quindarius Zachary.
Yes, this is the picture that Investigator Thorpe showed him and asked him when did it occur.
And asked him when it occurred?
When was the photo taken?
All right. Could we display 510 Yankee? Oh, I need a stop sheet. When you spoke with Quindarius Zachary about where he was the night of Donovan Thomas's murder, is what I'm holding in 510 Yankee the place that he described as the Thug's condo?
Yes.
Do you know the name of this apartment complex or condominium complex?
Sky House.
And who is displayed to your knowledge in 510 Yankee?
Shannon Jackson.
All right. And is that the photo that he said, or Mr. Zachary said he took either in December or January of 2015?
Yes.
I'm now showing you what has already been admitted as State's Exhibit 477 Yankee. Do you recognize the people who's shown in 477 Yankee?
Yes.
Could you please display 477 Yankee on the screen? Do you see Mr. Zachary in that photograph?
Yes.
All right. Is he the person with the red hat on?
Yes.
Who else is he in the photograph with, to your knowledge?
With the black hoodie, Mr. Sledge, Muntunk, and Mr. Williams with the gray hoodie.
All right. And showing you State's 482 Yankee. Do you recognize the persons shown in 482 Yankee?
Yes.
Who do you see in 482 Yankee?
Mr. Zachary up front with the gray hoodie. Shannon Jackson with the black hoodie with white words. And Mr. Kendricks with the long black jacket with a white t-shirt underneath.
Kendrick.
I need for y'all to stick around. Don't let them leave.
Interesting. Someone gonna get yelled at for...
I'm now going to show you
pictures of the courtroom or something?
What we have marked, and Your Honor, we shared, and I'm not going to display, but I'm going to show Sergeant Gaither pages 204, 195, 181, 175, 170, 153, 152, 143, 142, 131, 129, 128, 127, 126, 122, 119, 117, 81, 79, and 12 of states 526 Yankee, which has not been admitted.
Okay.
But I'm showing Sergeant Gaither these exhibits, and I've labeled them as 526 Yankee Alpha through 526 Yankee.
Okay.
Showing you 526 Yankee Alpha. Do you recognize the people shown in 526 Yankee Alpha?
Yes, a few of them.
All right. Is Quindarius Zachary in that photograph?
Yes.
Now, no, so that we cannot break.
All right. Then just don't tender him yet.
Okay. Without publishing and without admitting, is the court allowed, I mean,
you can show her whatever you want.
Okay.
If you're just saying what are you asking her? What are you planning to ask?
the next question will be who's depicted in this and the
Oh.
location.
We probably don't need to get into the substance of what's shown before we know whether they're going to be admissible.
Okay. But then the next question will be, were the people and the location in 526 Yankee Beta discussed in the interview with Quindarius Zachary?
Okay, that's fine.
Were the people and the location in 526 Yankee Beta discussed during your interview with Mr. Zachary?
Objection for the same reason.
All right, let's just deal with it outside the presence of the jury. So why don't we break for the day? Y'all get to go home a few minutes early. Remind y'all, don't talk about the case. Don't let anybody talk about the case with you. Don't look at any kind of accounts, no matter where they might show up about this trial or anybody involved in it. And we'll see you at 9 in the morning. Thank you.
All right, so jury.
All of their cameras away and let the witness leave. Okay, sit.
You want the
Mike.
You want that camera on?
Huh?
You want the camera on?
Whose?
This one here.
Doesn't matter. Fine, that's fine. Okay. We have a problem, and I don't know if it was any of you, but we need to get to the bottom of it, or I'm going to have to excuse everybody from utilizing cameras anymore. Because there is an instruction that this witness not be in any way filmed or documented, no visual images of this witness. And some person who I have no idea who is from Adam has just emailed that they and shown a picture that is now documented all over the internet of this witness today, clearly sitting in the witness box being examined by Miss Love, and it is a full-on image of the witness. And so we need to get to the bottom of who took it and sent it to somebody else. And it was posted by somebody named Empress Fox, Protect the Flag America, I guess, 2028. With the disclaimer, this was sent to me. I didn't take the photo or own it. So, one by one.
I don't take stills.
Your Honor, I just want to say I'm not allowed to have cameras installed.
I can't, you know what? Everybody come up individually to a microphone somewhere so that I can hear you, identify yourself, and say what you need to say. Does that micro? Good afternoon.
So I just, I'm not the leader. I just wanted to be the first one to say that I'm not allowed cell phones or cameras. It's on no order. I definitely did not take the picture. The picture did come to my attention. I got here a little bit late today, but there was a camera and device. Someone was definitely taking pictures today. And I know one of the people who was taking pictures was Miss L.J. Hall, PhD. Not for sure if she took the picture, but she definitely had a camera.
Okay. All right. And remind me your name, I'm sorry.
Yes, my name is Nicole Borden.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I think that's what you gave that lady we talked about the rule 22 same time you gave her hers.
And she was.
She was.
Miss Sylvia.
Yeah, you gave her permission to do still photos, but not on these. You weren't supposed to do that.
Hey, I only live.
Hello.
Hi, I was live streaming. That's it. I didn't take any pictures.
Ma'am.
I live stream. I didn't take any pictures.
Okay, I mean, you've got a couple, 2 or 3 different devices going over there at once at some points in time. And it looks like sometimes you do take photos. Are you taking photos?
Yeah, I only take photos of the defendant. That's
All
it.
right.
Or you.
You are
Oh, I take pictures of you.
representing to the court that you did not take
No.
any pictures, any images of this witness. All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
Do you know anything at all about anyone who did and or how this got out there?
I only know one person that was taking pictures, the same person that you said.
She signed in right
She
here.
signed in right here too.
All right, and ma'am, I don't even know who you are back there, but.
No, she's not even allowed to have her.
Okay, no, all right, sorry to have, okay. All right, thank you. I will do a show cause order to Ms. Hall, and we'll find out from her. Okay. That's it for this part of the proceedings. All right, so if, Ms. Love, you're gonna wanna deal with the rest of, hang on. And tell her to bring all of her equipment. If you are going to want to introduce all of those exhibits, we're going to have to hash out the admissibility of them. So I had thought you were going to introduce them with Mr. Sprinkle, but.
I was, and I took out ones that specifically were pertinent to the interview that Sergeant Gaither had, because she had knowledge and could testify about.
No, she's not even allowed to have her.
Okay. No, all right. Sorry to have, okay. All right, thank you. I will do a show cause order to Ms. Hall, and we'll find out from her.
Dang. Why do people do
Okay.
this?
That's it for this part of the proceedings. All right, so if Ms. Love, you're going to want to deal with the rest of, hang on. And tell her to bring all of her equipment. If you are going to want to introduce all of those exhibits, we're going to have to hash out the admissibility of them. So I had thought you were going to introduce them with Mr. Sprinkle, but
I was, and I took out ones.
so can you tell me in chron? So where are the page numbers? Miss Love, where are the page numbers?
Your Honor, I have the page numbers and I can show the court the actual images. Let me just.
You know what, let's just get, let's just start in numerical order and not reverse numerical order, just because it'll make my brain less crazed.
Understand.
And go see if there's objection to them. So if everybody wants to pull up their scanned document that was sent over the other day, so that we can all be looking at them. I'll have to find it. Your scan. All right. I think your first one was either 12 or 16.
It is. And Your Honor, I know what the court said. We're just going to try and make it as simple as possible.
Okay.
And we're sending to the court the way it's going to be displayed in electronic form so that the court can look at it and it's not terribly confusing.
Okay, so it is going to be displayed differently than what it is on the scan that you sent yesterday?
Yes.
Okay.
Because, yes.
Well, can you just send it to everybody?
Yes, everyone else has it. The court.
Oh, only the court doesn't have it. Okay.
Sorry.
All right, send it on. So this is different than what you sent Ms. Percifield yesterday?
It's select ones from what I sent Ms. Percival yesterday.
Okay, but do they look the same as what you sent? Because I don't mind just looking on there. I think it just arrived, so that's cool. I am opening it up now. Okay, got it.
Okay, so.
And if A is whatever the last one is to the first one, that's fine. As long as we're all looking at the same thing. All right. So is everybody on the 526Y A through whatever it's going to be? All right. Any objection to A?
I do, Your Honor.
All right. And what is that?
I don't believe it was tendered yet, but
Well,
the witness.
I don't know if it has been or not, but
I
the
don't-
assumption is all of these are going to get tendered with Detective Gaither. So
Detective Gaither stated, I recognize some of the individuals depicted. So I'm objecting to the entire photograph going in.
We have no problem with not tendering that one through.
All right.
Sergeant Gaither.
Okay. B.
I just don't know the purpose of.
Well, that's not a good objection. I mean, it might ultimately be a relevance objection. Okay.
Relevance and its admission against Mr. Nichols. It's not an inconsistent statement in any way. It doesn't involve Mr. Nichols in any way. It's not a co-conspirator statement. Why is it coming in?
So relevance objection.
Your Honor, the photographs, so backing up, one of the, I believe the defense is going to make every effort to, one, discredit what was said during the interview of Mr. Zachary.
Okay.
What these photographs show are, and the jury has already heard, we did not get them admitted, but I think it was admitted that 526 Yankee was, it's the Twitter record pulled by DDA Sprinkle.
Right.
That belonged to Quindarius Zachary.
Yes.
So as much as that is before the jury, and these photographs that Sergeant Gaither recognizes as depicting pertinent portions of her conversation with Mr. Zachary, pertinent portions of Mr. Zachary's interactions with defendants in this case, I would ask that, or I submit that the relevance threshold has been greatly exceeded. For instance, Mr. Zachary is talking about at some point during the interview how Rock Crew started, why he has an association with someone from MDC. He's from Capitol Homes, me and Moot Toot from Capitol Homes. He knows Big Boo. 526 Yankee Alpha is Big Boo. It is not only Big Boo, it is Big Boo and Mr. Zachary in the dugout.
Okay. All right. Overruled.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that the entire group was admitted yesterday. I
Oh,
thought,
it wasn't. None of it was. It was just with Mr. Sprinkle, he identified the whole group
Yes,
as
that's right.
the
That's
Twitter
correct.
feed. None of it has been admitted, and we said we'll have to take this up. So now some of it she wants admitted, specifically these things that are in this exhibit, composite exhibit. So we're litigating their admissibility.
right, but maybe I missed it. I still don't see how this comes in against Mr. Nichols.
Judge.
Well, it's a RICO case, and it may or may not have anything to do. I mean, I doubt I don't know how the jury is going to interpret this.
It's neither a prior consistent or a prior inconsistent
It's
statement.
just evidence.
It is nothing. It's nothing. That's
It's
what I mean.
a picture showing that the two of these people were related, and they are at least at some point in their lives at the, what is it called? Dugout.
Oh, all right, I'm
So-
going to have the same objection to every single one of these photographs insofar as it is being admitted against Mr. Nichols. It is not anything that's relevant to a prior inconsistent statement or a prior consistent statement. It may be admitted insofar as it's admitted against the witness, but not against Mr. Nichols. You can't just keep saying, oh, this is a RICO case, so everything comes in. So I'm objecting. Thank you for a continuing objection. I'll not whine with regard to each photograph. How's that?
Okay, that's fine. I mean, not every bit of evidence in a trial is a prior consistent or inconsistent statement. There's, and relevance is a very low threshold.
I know.
Okay.
Your Honor, could I whine just briefly?
Sure.
Yes. So this photo, and I think it's going to be for a lot of these, I could see if Mr. Zachary said, oh, I don't know who Big Boo is. I've never met a Big Boo. He's testified to all.
Okay. I mean, I understand, but it's, it's got some probative value, and it has little to no prejudicial impact. So it's in.
Your Honor,
Yes,
just for
sir.
the record, I believe that it was referred to by the prosecutor as 526YA, but YA is not, it's withdrawn, and this is
Yeah.
YB.
Yeah, right.
Thank you.
Yes. Okay. Moving on to C.
Well, Your Honor,
And
allow
you
me
can
to keep
just,
my seat.
Mr. Harvey, have a continuing objection to all of these, and my ruling will probably be the same. Um,
May I stay seated?
I suppose.
I'll stay.
I don't care.
Okay.
It's fine. I mean, I can probably hear you better if you're seated anyway. All right.
So
C,
526.
hang on. Any objection to C other than the general relevance one that we already discussed?
I don't know if a foundation can be laid, so I don't want to waive that, Your Honor.
So what I asked the witness is whether she recognizes the persons in the photograph that Mr. Zachary posted on October 20th, 2014 on his Twitter feed. She will be able to say, yes, she's seen them. The person, the female in the picture is the person Mr. Zachary refers to as Gucci Red, and Mr. Zachary is in the photograph. This witness knows who Gucci Red is. The jury has now heard Mr. Zachary's comments about a Gucci Red. So I believe, given that the jury knows that this came from Mr. Zachary's Twitter account, that this witness can identify the people in it, that a foundation can be laid or has been laid.
Okay, and your purpose for showing this would just be to show that the two of them do in fact know each other and hang out, I guess,
not
or
hang out,
whatever. I don't know what.
Not hang out. Well, okay. I mean that they
Associate with one
Yes,
another.
yes.
Okay.
Um,
And foundationally speaking, do you have a further objection or?
I'll object to where it's written at the very top, Your Honor.
Uh-huh.
Gucci Red begging. I don't really understand why that's coming in.
Okay.
This
Can you?
So it was. Mr. Zachary's posts, given that he is an unindicted co-conspirator in this case, his posts and the words he makes, unless there are other people, generally when we have social media pictures being admitted, we take out other people's comments that are not either a witness or a defendant, but the comments, the captions of the persons that are co-conspirators in this case, they are left. This is one where he says, this is Gucci Red begging. So I don't think she's begging. I don't know what she's doing. All I know is that he posted a photo of himself and the person he calls Gucci Red, who he has a protracted conversation with detectives Gaither and Dennis about during this interview. So I would ask that the words, the photograph, and the date, and the social media handle, and the picture of the person who is the owner of the account all be shown to the jury.
The rule is that it has to further the conspiracy or further the interests of the gang. And I don't see any purpose. And to say that it's an admission by a unindicted co-conspirator, I don't know what that's admitting. An admission means it's admitting some sort of guilt. That's the definition of it. Your Honor, I cite to Alexander, Alexander versus State, 371 Georgia Appeal, 532. It's in Division 2. It's 2024 case. And it just gives, it's a gang case, Your Honor.
Mm-hmm.
And all they say, it's well written actually, but what the Court of Appeals says is that you need to show, not you, the state needs to show, it's not just evidence of a gang member. You have to show that somehow it furthered some interest.
Right.
So I just don't understand. I'm objecting. You're going to ask me what's the prejudice. So I'm going to tell you, I don't know if there is prejudice.
We'll take it out,
So-
Your Honor, the words.
They'll
if
take it
that-
out.
Yep.
Okay, any objection to D?
At the printout, I'm looking at the printout, so if I'm wrong, it's not intentional, because it's kind of small. I don't see people that I recognize in this photo, so I don't know what the relevance would be.
Ms. Love?
Mr. Zachary is in this photograph. Mr. Stevens is in this photograph, and Sergeant Gaither can tell the rest of the people who are in this photograph if, yeah, I believe that this is the inside of the dugout, and the caption, "Ball up them slimes, they going 7:30," and this is taken, or posted rather, October 25th, 2014.
Okay, well, I assume that the what was written is coming out.
No, that one.
Well, okay, I'm going to argue to the court that this does not fall under 801 D2E. So the words would be redacted. So they're not statements by a co-conspirator that are furthering anything. And quite frankly, I don't know what the relevance of a picture of, I don't know, a dozen young men. One of them, I'm being told, is Trontavious Stevens, and one being Quindarius Zachary. I don't know what the relevance really is, but
The relevance, Your Honor, is ball up them slimes. I think later on at other points in other portions of this, these photographs, we'll see other instances where Mr. Zachary replaces C's with B's. It shows his association with another YSL member. It shows and proves there is an us, there is an enterprise, there is the existence of the enterprise, which is an element of count one. And it goes, this is a post made October 25th, 2014. So I believe that the relevance threshold has been met, and the assertion, the caption to the photo is Mr. Zachary promoting the enterprise through his words.
All right, I'm going to overrule the objection. E? Any objection? Any evidentiary objection beyond just, we rather not have this in?
no, it's just difficult because, Your Honor, we previously litigated another group of social media posts that involved, my recollection, Quindarius Zachary.
Right.
And if you recall, we were arguing, okay, well, one photo is enough to show
Right.
an association between someone and someone else,
Right.
and the rest were cumulative.
Right.
And I just don't have in front of me right now those other ones. So to the
Right.
extent that this is cumulative of showing Mr. Zachary and Mr. Garlington shooting the bird, then I would object that it's cumulative.
All right. Any response?
Yes, this is not 12 photos shown on the same day. This is another instance of Mr. Zachary on this particular date in this photograph with Demekion Garlington using B's instead of C's,
Mhm.
calling Mr. Garlington his slime at 30D. We can,
Do we already have something similar, a photograph of the two of them together using any kind of alleged gang language? I feel like we do.
and Your Honor, so in as much as with this particular one, I can withdraw this particular one, but there is a different one, 526 Yankee. I don't know what G is, but G.
Okay. G,
That-
I don't know what G is
Golf.
either.
Golf. That's what they
Golf,
tell me.
Yes.
Um,
Okay. Anyway, let's move on to F.
okay.
So that's withdrawn.
Actually, and I'm withdrawing F as well.
Withdrawn. Okay. So on to golf. Yeah.
Now, Golf has Mr. Zachary posting the 3 snakes, a heart, YSL, 30 deep.
All right. I don't think we have that yet. Any objection beyond relevance or cumulative? Well, nobody voiced any objections, but I assume that's what they would be.
Cumulative, and I don't recall if the other group of photos involving Mr. Zachary have been admitted at this point. I would just ask that if they haven't been admitted, the state just needs to pick which ones they really think are important and not just have a bunch of pictures of Mr. Zachary, Mr. Garlington. So if they haven't been admitted and this is the one they want, then it wouldn't be cumulative, but another one that they said they wanted last time we did this would be cumulative.
I believe that the proper evaluation of whether any evidence should be excluded based on a cumulative argument is whether it is so cumulative as to amount to a waste of time and or undue prejudice against the defendant. And I don't believe that this falls anywhere near
Actually,
that.
those are all different things. Those are all different reasons things could be kept out under 403, but I don't find this so cumulative that I'm going to keep it out. So that one is in. H.
Now, G is in? Is that-
Yes, yes. Any objection to H?
Okay. Okay. What is the, I have a relevance objection, Your Honor,
Okay.
and happy birthday, Diamante.
Relevance?
It shows his association with a person that he told police killed Donovan Thomas. It shows his association with a person who is on trial. It shows him
Let me know who that is.
Diamante Kendrick. My apologies.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that appears to be Mr. Kendrick, Your Honor.
Monty, yes. It is Booling with my N on his B day at Monty Rebel 100. And then there's a green snake emoji. And this was posted November 20th, 2014.
Okay. And do we have other photos of Mr. Zachary and Mr. Kendrick together with just the two of them?
Not that I can think of.
I can't think of any either.
I
Do
don't
you know?
recall seeing one. If any others come in the future, we'll obviously object at that point.
All right.
I don't think we have any others,
Okay,
especially on
so
November
this
20th.
is
They clearly don't hang out much together.
overruled. I. Any objection to I?
Your Honor, I think we're going to withdraw I.
Okay.
Okay.
J? Objection to J.
And just for the record, this is,
Okay, so no objection from anybody to J. All right.
okay.
I can't hear you.
No objection to Jay on behalf of Mr.
Okay.
Stillwell, but
All
I
right.
don't speak for
Doesn't
everyone
sound
else.
like there's one from anybody else, so that would, we'll move on to JK.
I'll object to K, Your Honor.
All right,
Yeah,
basis.
I don't know the reason that it coming in, it would be a gentleman named Fat and Mr. Zachary.
So relevance,
This is a person that Mr. Murphy told police was a participant in the Dexter Montgomery incident. This is Mr. Kuykendall. And what we see is Mr. Zachary posting himself with and tagging this person at Young Fat 4 with a green snake emoji, a red heart, a red square with a white B and a 100 on December 1st, 2014. So it's associations with yet another person we believe is associated with the group.
My memory is that none of the people on trial confronted Mr. Murphy about Fat, and I believe the state's witness said that they did not believe that Fat was involved. And even if some of that's wrong, which I'm not saying any of it's wrong, I don't know what this picture does. So I'm objecting to we have a tremendous record. I mean, I don't know how many photographs, but this has to be 1,000 plus.
Okay.
So I'm objecting.
all right, I don't think that there's a photo of these two people together, and it would be probative of his ability to know what it is he at least said in the interview, considering they associate. So I'm going to admit that over objection.
Your Honor, the next
You
one is a
say
duplicate.
that they speak about in the interview, it's two different people. The interview was Mr. Walter Murphy, you didn't see. This is Mr. Zachary, who we just testified last week. So it's not the same people associated.
Who is the other person in this picture besides Mr. Zachary?
Mr. Kuykendall.
And you're saying what about him?
That I believe he's another associate. This is the person that Mr. Murphy, Mr. Steele is correct. It was during our presentation of the evidence of the Dexter Montgomery shooting, told police that Mr. Kuykendall was a part of the shooting itself. He was never charged. He is just an associate. It shows his association with yet another associate of YSL. It just shows more of the association of persons within the enterprise. And I won't fight hard over it. I
All
can
right.
not have that
I
one
did
in.
misunderstand that one,
think that-
so, yeah, well,
Yeah.
you can either withdraw that or I'll.
Yes, we'll withdraw it.
Okay.
And the next one is the same as 526 Yankee
Oh,
actually, so
so that's a duplicate.
it's
So
a
you'll-
different date, but it's a duplicate photo. So we'll,
Okay, withdrawn.
yes.
M as in Mike. Isn't that the same thing we saw before, just with a different?
Person. Yeah. We can take this
Withdrawn.
one out. Yes.
Okay. N. Bless you. Any objection to N November?
I do.
Okay.
Your Honor, that's Mr. Copeland, if you remember, in the hat. That's Mr. Williams, I recognize. And we have a series, I don't know how many, but a series of the same photos of Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams that you permitted into evidence. So I'll object.
And Your Honor, this is not to show that Mr. Copeland associates with Mr. Williams. This is Mr. Zachary, also an associate, but an unindicted co-conspirator, posting 9 days before one of the acts and counts in this indictment, a picture of two YSL associates, as the state alleges, and the caption "ain't going back and forth," with Mr. Copeland and Mr. Williams. So we believe that his posting of the photograph on his Twitter page and the arguments I'm certain that will be made regarding Mr. Zachary's affiliation or affinity towards certain people, I believe that it's very relevant. So it passes that threshold, and there's nothing, we don't believe it's cumulative.
All right. Overruled.
Can I just make a statement for the record?
Sure.
I believe that this should have been put upon Mr. Zachary then. It's his out-of-court statement. I have no idea why this is some sort of 9 days before, like there was a plan of killing, that there's no evidence that this was a planned killing that we've heard yet. And there's other exhibits that have been admitted over objection from Mr. Garlington's, who's not a witness, his social media post saying we ain't going back and forth on a table with Mr. Williams and Mr. Garlington, and there's money on the table. So that's my objection. I understand your ruling. That's my objection.
Okay. All right. And I actually don't understand the state's position to be that it was a planned killing. I think this is, as I understood her to be
Correct.
saying, just very close in time, they are associated closely enough that he's able to have this picture and post it. Okay. Oscar.
This,
Is there any objection?
This has been litigated before in a different group of photos, so I believe it's in evidence.
Okay.
yeah. So he's correct. This picture is in evidence. The January 2nd and posting by Quindarius Zachary is not. And I don't think that the date is in. It might be, but the posting by Mr. Zachary is not. And if I'm wrong, I withdraw it. I don't believe that this is in. I will check.
You mean the date?
Yes, yes.
We'll withdraw it because it's the date. Wait, let's see. All right. 480 Yankee is in.
And is there a date on it?
My apologies. We are confirming that it's
Okay.
in.
Is the, oh, I'm sorry.
So it wasn't admitted. So what, about 480 Yankee was not
Okay.
admitted. So this is not.
All right, so it's not cumulative. So apparently that whatever other one was not admitted. So I'll admit this one over a cumulative objection.
And Your Honor, given
Yes.
what 480 Yankee is, if, since they are the same, we would ask to introduce 480 Yankee instead of 524 Yankee Oscar. 526 Yankee Oscar.
And what's the difference between the two?
The 480 Yankee is posted on Mr. Zachary's Instagram page, and it's the same date, but he tags the people who are in the photo.
Sure. Can y'all?
Definitely.
You can share.
You sent it already. Did you send it to him? We're sharing now on the screen. Here it is on the screen in front of me.
What do you think, my brother? They wanted it because it's. Yeah.
Okay, well, it's up to y'all which one y'all want to use.
480 Yankee, Your
Okay.
Honor. Thank you.
All right, we are now at 526 YP
Papa.
as in Papa. Any objection? Nope.
We have a picture of these four gentlemen in elevator, it appears, or some sort of structure in 526 Yankee. O, whatever O is.
Yeah.
And then we got in the same elevator, Shannon eating potato chips next to Mr. Zachary. I just don't see what we're doing.
On a different
Relevance.
on a different day,
Mr. Zachary is posting another photo of him alongside the defendant. He tells the police, killed Donovan Thomas Jr. and was at the Little Wayne bus shooting and had guns. And he is posting a picture of him, not in a threatening way, not saying I hate him or I'm trying to get him in trouble, but he is posting a picture of him to show we perceive it as his affinity towards him. They are friends, they are associates, they are close, and it is relevant, we believe, for the jury to be able to infer their relationship.
All right, I'll admit it.
Well, I'll point out that one is January 2nd, one's January 3rd. They're wearing the same clothes. It's probably something that was taken just before midnight and then just after midnight. So I don't really see, but I don't know.
Okay.
I wouldn't be posting multiple pictures of somebody that I hate.
All right, I've made my ruling. Q, Quebec. It's in. Your objection is overruled. Objection to Q. Okay,
Judge, this one is-
hang on. Can I interrupt for a minute? And so I'm getting a question from a judge in another court about our need for Special Agent Bernie tomorrow because that person's supposed to be testifying in a case that they have ongoing right now. Can you take Bernie sometime other than, were you planning to take Bernie
Yes.
tomorrow?
Yes, we were planning to take him today if we got through Sergeant Gaither today, or yesterday if we got through.
Okay, do
Sergeant
you know what time? Like, we still have to get through Detective Gaither. How much longer do we have with Detective Gaither?
I just probably have another hour maybe.
Okay, all right. Okay, then they plan to, it would work then for them to take Bernie in Cobb County at 9. They think he should be out of there by 10, which would put him here at 10:30.
Under great circumstances,
No, not. Yeah, I mean, I would think that'll be on me if we have to waste some time, okay? All right.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Okay, back to Q. Is there objection to Q?
I think we're withdrawing Q.
Oh, okay. R. Are we going to Y or YY?
Yeah. Wait.
Okay, good. Then we're almost done. Any objection to R?
Didn't I show him this picture?
I object.
Your Honor, there's already a picture of that gentleman that was just put in by Detective Gaither.
Okay. And what's the response on the
That-
relevance?
That is twofold. One, the picture put in of Demise McMullen by Detective Gaither is surveillance footage that doesn't show his face. This is Demise McMullen in a photograph posted on Mr. Zachary's Twitter page 2 days after the murder of Donovan Thomas, during the time that Mr. Zachary said they all went down to Miami. It appears Mr. McMullen is on a bus of some sort, probably a Sprinter bus, and he has tagged or labeled it Hard Nard.
All right,
Mr.
I'm gonna permit that one over objection. Give me just a second. Okay, Ms. Hall, we're gonna pause from our evidentiary issues for a minute. Thank you for coming in, and I had a question for you that is, and you may already know what the topic is. And did you take any photographs of the witness?
I did not, and from the area that I sit today, you can tell that I couldn't take that picture.
Okay.
I heard it online, and luckily I wasn't all the way back to Covington, so I don't believe in throwing rocks and hiding my hands. I have a reputation, and I'm going up for DOJ certification for immigration, so I don't need anything that's lack of moral turpitude to affect me, so I wanted to make sure.
Well, I
got
appreciate
back
you
in
coming
here.
straight here. And I think that we have actually figured out what happened anyway.
Okay.
And since we're on it, I'll just go ahead. And it appears that what happened is that, and I hate to say it, and I don't think it was your fault, Mr. Maurice, but I think what happened, it looks like, is that you're showing the screens when video is being played, understandably. But what happens is when the video gets stopped, there was just an instant where, because for us in here in this courtroom with Zoom, we have the witness being shown just to us so that y'all can see it and I can see it, because this courtroom setup is not ideal for everybody to be able to see the witness. And it showed for just a second the witness, because it captured the Zoom that got shown. That's just interior here, but anybody, of course, can screen grab it, and it looks like that's what happened. So I think that in order to stop that from occurring in the future, we just, when we have a witness who isn't supposed to be filmed, we just won't even be able to use the Zoom, so that we don't have that accidentally happen in the future. And there aren't that many witnesses that aren't going to get shown anyway. And thankfully for this particular witness, it's not the end of the world,
Right.
considering she's apparently been on First 48 before. So anyway, thanks to all of the media people, and y'all are all still good and allowed to come in.
Also, I don't get that list of who's not to be photographed. If
and-
I had not heard it ahead of time,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have known.
Okay.
But
Let's make sure
I
we get you
definitely wanted
added.
to make sure my name is
Okay.
good.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And I know we added, so bad with the names, but the other lady the same day. So let's make sure she's on that list too. Okay. Thank you.
I
All right.
appreciate it.
Back to, so R is in, R, S, Sierra. Any objection?
Sierra, we withdraw. It's in on a different
Okay.
account.
Tango, I know that one.
Yes.
Any objection to T? Thank you. Anybody?
I'll object, Your Honor.
All right, basis.
Nobody's disputing that these two people know each other. I'm assuming the court knows who they are. If not, I could tell you. And then the writing, I'm being told, is just quoting a lyric from a song. So I'm objecting to the writing as well. I don't see how that furthers anything.
I don't know if the lyric from the song takes the C and change it to some other letter, but this is Kelvin Treadwell, whom the witness discussed during the interview. This is January 18th, 2015. We believe it's relevant. There's nothing unduly prejudicial, and we'd ask that the court allow it to be shown.
And where's there a substituted
No.
B?
Oh, BITX.
Oh,
H.
I thought you, okay,
E-S.
X, okay. All right, I'm gonna overrule that objection. You.
This is a different time. This is even further into 2015.
We have a picture of these people together already.
We have various pictures of them together, but in this particular picture, Mr. Sledge, who has testified, is throwing up the B for blood. Shannon Stillwell is right in front of him, and Mr. Zachary is immediately to Mr. Sledge's left. We believe that this is a pertinent, and we feel like there is persuasive power in the depth of presentation. And to say that we have one, I'm trying to quote
No,
a
go
case.
ahead. I'm sorry, I just have this ringing in my ear all of a sudden. Go
To
ahead.
say that we have
You're up.
one picture or two pictures of the three of them together
Okay.
already.
All right. Overruled. V.
That was inadvertently added.
Okay. V. W.
This is Mr. Zachary and Mr. Stillwell. This is March 2nd, 2015. He tags Mr. Stillwell and he makes a proclamation. Our argument is that given count one and the language and description of the conspiracy, it is evidence of Mr. Zachary promoting YSL and promoting Shannon Stillwell and attempting to assert their dominance. He's a gangster. He's not scared of you. This is him tagging him and him posting him.
Your Honor, I'm going to absolutely object to a piece of evidence coming in written by someone not my client, that's not my client apparently, about my client, calling him a gangster. That is prejudicial. It's not in furtherance of any conspiracy. It's not my client's words. It's any probative value is outweighed by we're charged essentially with being part of a gang.
Mm-hmm.
And a gentleman who did testify, but who also was off the stand by the time the state announced specific intention to use this photo. Calling my client a gangster? No, I'm objecting.
He would have lied if we asked him about it in any event. He said that everything he said about anybody was false.
Well,
anybody in this courtroom.
I'm not interested in what he would have done. I don't think any of us know what he would have done. But the bottom line is he was on the stand and off the stand by the time the state announced their intention of using this.
And Your Honor, I think that.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say that this was captured in 2016. Mr. Stillwell was tagged. And I think that it's relevant and admissible and not unduly prejudicial.
All right, I'll let you admit it without the I don't know what you call it, tagline or commentary or whatever. I mean, you can leave the @ Shannon, but he's a gangster. He's not scared of you. They didn't get a chance to, and I think that you are probably correct in what you surmise would have been the testimony, but they didn't have an opportunity to ask him about it. So you can leave the "at" part, but if,
Yeah.
yes.
Does Your Honor not consider it an effort on the part of a YSL associate, as the state alleges, Mr. Zachary, to assert the dominance of a member of YSL? Even if it's not taken as true, he's asserting
I
something.
understand the argument. All right. Do you understand the ruling?
Absolutely.
Okay. X. Any objection?
I'll object.
To the writing at the top, free DK as well as free slug. I don't know how that is, I just don't understand how that's relevant. If it's showing association, they stick together. There's hundreds of photographs that show that, and the jurors have heard from these witnesses, so I'm objecting to the entirety. But if this honorable court admits any of it, I would object to the writing.
All right. So I think that's a relevance and cumulative
And 403, yes, prejudicial also.
and prejudicial.
So this is taken, posted rather, July 23rd, 2015. It is Mr. Zachary putting a green snake emoji. I think he called it a bird on the stand when I asked him about a snake earlier. Free DK and free slug. DK being Walter Murphy, slug being Trontavious Stevens, both of which the jury has heard from and in various forms, well, they've heard from. So we have not shown this photograph, this date, and the assertion to free DK and free slug. This is something that will be seen throughout social media on various sites like Free Roscoe, Free This, Free That, members of YSL. So we don't believe that it should be excluded.
All right. Overruled. Why?
Your Honor, I don't know. I see Mr. Sledge. I don't know who the other individual is. It's not my client, but to the extent that
it's character.
It's character. And it says, I keep a bunch of killers around me when I move.
I object to character as well.
It's bad character evidence. It's prejudicial. And it's also, again, an out-of-court statement by Mr. Zachary, I'm guessing, as he's the owner of this Instagram account, and we're not going to have an opportunity to cross-examine him about his words here.
Your Honor, it's an assertion. Whether he actually keeps a bunch of killers around him when he moves, nobody knows. But the fact that he wants people to think he keeps a bunch of killers around him when he moves corroborates information that he gave to the police when he gave this interview.
And who is in this picture?
I believe that may be Mr. Sledge, but I believe that may be Mr. Sledge.
Yep.
And he said that he says in the interview, Mr. Sledge was a shooter. Monkton was a shooter. And prior to, and Copeland took his place. Woody took his place. So him asserting this, we believe, furthers the interests of YSL, asserting dominance, instilling fear in social media postings, as count 1 in the indictment alleges. We believe that this is an overt act on the part of an unindicted co-conspirator that should be
admitted as evidence.
It would be uncharged. It would be barred by statute of limitations. It's not an overt act in the sense of, the jury can rely on this to further the conspiracy. And I just look at it like without excuse me, I apologize, without giving context from the witness saying, oh yeah, that is the killer who confessed to me and that's why I wrote this. This is like out of order. It should have come in my opinion, with the witness there, and if they're interested in his words. So I will object to that as
All
well.
right, well, it's not a defendant on trial here. So in terms of bad character, that's not, bad character of somebody else, if it even is that.
It is a person on trial.
Mr. Sledge?
Mr. Sledge.
That's not Mrs. Sledge. I don't believe that's Mr. Were you told that's Mr. Sledge?
I thought, isn't that what you said?
What I said was I believe that it is. I did not say that I had been told. I think someone earlier said it as well.
The person in the white shirt is not Mr. Sledge. That person, to my belief, is a person in your courtroom.
The only face that's shown is the one that we're talking about next to the television.
Okay.
And
Let me clear
it
this
is,
up,
and
since I'm the one that said it. Mr. Sledge is clearly the person wearing a black shirt.
Right.
We're all on the same page with that. There's also a gentleman wearing a white shirt with his back to the
Right.
camera.
Uh-huh.
I believe what Mr. Steele is saying, and I agree that it is one of the people that's sitting here in this courtroom, and it does affect. It is prejudicial towards them, and they won't have the opportunity to cross-examine. It's not Mr. Stillwell. Let me be clear.
Okay, I guess it's going to be a mystery as to who it actually is.
Only face.
I'm not sure who that is, Your Honor.
Also, Mr.
But
White.
on the off chance
Uh-huh.
that would be my client, and I honestly I cannot tell that that's my client, but people may think it's my client, and on that off chance, then the bad character evidence is an issue.
Okay.
On top of
Mm-hmm.
on top of which, Your Honor, they're playing Grand Theft Auto, as far as I can tell. I know.
Gives y'all a really good argument.
Well, but still, it's misleading. It's more prejudicial than it is probative. They're sitting here playing Grand Theft Auto. Of course, they're surrounded.
Than it is probative.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that, Your Honor.
I said I'm not sure that's actually true.
A bunch of people playing Grand Theft Auto and throwing up Grand Theft Auto language, and then the jury's going to see that and assume they're talking about real life killers versus what the video game they're playing.
What the jury is going to assume, and it'll be up to all of the different parties to
When you make the decision,
see what
whether
they can do to convince the jury. But I do not believe that this is more prejudicial than probative.
well, when you make that decision, you're making a decision as to what you think the jury's going to believe.
No, I'm not. I have no idea what the jury is going to believe. I am assessing the probative value of the evidence against its danger of substantially undue prejudice and coming to the determination that it is not substantially more prejudicial than it is probative.
And I understand your ruling on the 403 balancing, Your Honor, but I think part of your reasoning, which I get, is that it's our job as attorneys to get the full story to the jurors, and Mr. Weinstein can establish it's Grand Theft Auto. But the fact remains, we really can't, because this gentleman has already testified.
Well, I don't know that.
Right.
In terms of it being Grand Theft Auto, it's obvious to anybody who's ever seen Grand Theft Auto before. So you can probably get somebody else to testify that that's Grand Theft Auto. And I doubt if this witness is going to be able to identify the person in the white shirt anyway. So, in over objection.
And tomorrow, if you hear
Thank you, Your Honor.
say that Mr. Kendrick was back to us, then would you reconsider striking?
Judge, I will instruct her, even if she can see around his
head in this picture and know who it is, do not mention Diamante
All
Kendrick.
right, thank you.
That's it.
Okay,
Your Honor,
yes.
in case it does go, if Agent Bernie is, late, you know, if he's delayed, can we have, is there going to be another gap with this? I understand what you said.
Nope. No.
So, I don't know, like the other three people that you had hoped, how about Mr. Sprinkle? How much longer is he gonna take? Can we, I mean,
In order for, we asked the court not to require us to put him up a third and a fourth time because there is information that's going to come in that we need from these two people that are ahead of him.
well, we've had the poor,
Of the
what's her
court.
name, CAD report person here like 4 times since I've been the judge. So, I mean, if it's like a 10-minute thing, but if I hear from the judge, oh my gosh, I'm so sorry, but it's going to be noon, then we're going to need another, and I will take the blame for it. Unless you'd like to get one of your other possible witnesses, Jenkins, Sanchez, or Lewis. But I mean, it seems to me like Mr. Sprinkle would be the easiest since he's in the building anyway.
Okay.
Although, come on, y'all. I mean, as slow as everybody is with everything in this case, I would be really surprised if we end up with a gap. But anyway, yeah, we'll do the best we can.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. So I have looked at a rough of the August 21st, August 24th, September 6th, and September 13th of, I guess it was 2022 when y'all argued all of those motions, transcripts. 23, okay. And what the court orders, at least as reflected in those transcripts, is the notes that any of the experts would have relied on. And there's no indication that they're that it's being ordered that they generate notes or reports if those don't already exist. And I read the order itself that way as well, so that just confirms it. So it, as long as all the notes and reports that do exist have been produced, then that has been abided by. All right. Now, one more thing. I know, Ms. Love, you said you wanted to circle back. There was a relevance objection that I sustained on whether it was relevant. The question was essentially like, was Sergeant Gaither aware that prior to her interview with Mr. Zachary and Munchunk were from Capitol Homes? And so what would be the relevance of whether she knew that before or after the interview?
I think that it actually, I dealt with what I was
okay, so we don't
getting
need to circle back on
right,
it. Okay,
no.
great. All right, if there is nothing else, then let's adjourn for the day and see each other at 8:45 in the morning.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right.